Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Love That, You Are Really Full of Yourself. Tea, coffee, or cola? Sana and Rias looked at the cola in front of them in silence. Isn't this completely out of choice? Sorry, I think I only have cola here. Sana. Rias. Lin En sat on the sofa, leaning back slightly, ignoring their speechless expressions. Sana Sidi and Rias Gremory. Having watched 2 seasons of high school in his previous life, Lin En was quite familiar with these 2 people. But that was all. Since he traveled to this world, he had never had any intersection with these 2 people. The sudden visit today still confused him until now. Lin En said, "So, what are you 2 here for?" Rias Gremory, just call me Rias. After briefly introducing herself, Rias gave Sana a look, indicating that she should go first, while she stared at the can of Coke in front of her, as if she was hesitating whether to open it. Sana Sidi. After saying her name, Sana took out a piece of parchment and put it on the table. Lin En looked down and narrowed his eyes slightly. The parchment was densely written with words, but they were not any kind of human words. Demon text. Seeing this font, Lin En was a little dazed. Since he came to live in the human world, he hasn't seen the devil's words for a long time. And Lin En's eyes condensed slightly, and his sight moved to the bottom. The family crest of Valive. Valive was once a demon noble in the underworld. His full name is Lin Valive. He is a time traveler, and this is his second life. The mystery of the womb was only solved a few days ago. In this life, Lin is not a pure human, but a hybrid of human and demon. However, when he was 7 years old, he was exiled by the Valive family because of his hybrid identity and came to live in the human world. Now, it seems that because of the surname Valive, trouble has come to him. This parchment is actually a marriage contract. The 2 parties to the contract are the Valive family and the Sidi family. Lin's eyes are strange, and now he knows why he was found. Under normal circumstances, as a hybrid demon, this marriage contract with the Sidi family is obviously not his turn. But the Valive clan was exterminated overnight a few years ago. After being exiled, he became the only bloodline of the Valive clan, and this marriage contract was naturally inherited by him. But Lin En glanced at the expressionless Kang Na Sidi and roughly understood that she should not come to fulfill the marriage contract. So she came to cancel the engagement? Traveling through time, being the door broke off the engagement. It was Xiao Yan's script. Lin En simply said directly, "Do you want to cancel the engagement?" Kang Na and Liya Si were stunned for a moment, and after looking at each other, Kang Na said, "Sorry, I will compensate you." Apologetic flashed in her eyes. Walliver now only has Lin En as a bloodline, and she came here to cancel the engagement, which is a bit of adding insult to injury. But she really doesn't want to spend the rest of her life with someone she has never met and has no emotional foundation. "Okay, I agree." Lin En agreed very happily. It's not for the so-called compensation, but simply because he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. If he remembers correctly, the person behind Kang Na Zidi should be a sister-control demon king? He doesn't want to be like Xiao Yan, making a 3-year agreement, and then beating the younger sister and coming to the older sister. King opened his mouth, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Lin En to agree so readily, nor did he expect that the cancellation of the engagement would be so smooth. You know, that was an engagement with their Sidi family. Anyone in the underworld who can make an engagement with the Sidi family will not let it go easily, let alone a family like Walif that only has 1 heir left. If they can successfully marry the Sidi family, with the help of the Sidi family, they may be able to rebuild the family. As a result, Lin En in front of him agreed to cancel the engagement so easily. This is not the same as what she expected before she came here. She didn't know that as a half-blood demon, Lin En was like a transparent person when he was in Walif's house. What's more, he was exiled to the human world when he was 7 years old, so he naturally had no feelings for the Weilif family. Seeing this marriage contract, there was no thought of using the power of the seedy family to restore the glory of Valive. Ria stared at Lin En, and was very surprised. She didn't expect Lin En to be so easy to talk to. So, what is the next process? Lin En didn't care about their thoughts and said, do you want to sign an agreement to cancel the marriage contract? Or? He picked up the contract document on the table, tear this thing up. Rias whispered, the contract has been recognized by the 4 current demon kings. Unless you have more power than the 4 demon kings, it can't be torn apart at all. Lin En silently put the contract down again, and said calmly, let's talk about the issue of the agreement contract. Rias pursed her lips and tried not to laugh out loud. This Lin En is quite interesting. And he is also very handsome. Black hair and red eyes, with an indescribable nobleness. Sang Na's unexpected fiancé, although he may be a little weaker in strength, is much stronger than the Firebird. Thinking of the marriage on her, she couldn't laugh anymore. Kang Na was a little confused now. Lin En's unconventional behavior made her brain crash a little. She didn't think that Lin En would agree to cancel the engagement today, but wanted to solve her own engagement problem through the ranking game. But Lin En's operation made her feel awkward. After hearing Lin En's words, she subconsciously said, ah. I didn't prepare any agreement contract. Lin En said speechlessly, you are too unprofessional in cancelling the engagement. There is a printing shop not far downstairs. You can go and print a contract to cancel the engagement and come up. Ah. Okay. Kang Na stood up subconsciously. No. She shook her head and sat down again. Lin En raised his eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. Kang Na took a deep breath and calmed down, sorry, our situation is a bit complicated, and the agreement contract can't work. She explained, this visit is entirely my personal behavior. The family does not support me to cancel the engagement. Therefore, if you unilaterally cancel the engagement, it will not be recognized by the 4 demon kings. Speaking of this, Kang Na sighed in her heart. She knew why the family did not support her to cancel the engagement. During the civil strife in the underworld, the Valive family paid a lot for her sister to sit on the position of Demon King, and this engagement was also made at the beginning. As a result, the Valive family was destroyed overnight a few years ago, which not only slapped the face of the seedy family, but also slapped the face of the 4 new demon kings. If the seedy family cancelled the engagement with the Valive family at this time, the family's reputation would plummet. This matter can only be solved by herself. So, Kang Na said solemnly, please play the ranking game with me. Ranking games are above all rules in the underworld, as long as I'm talking to you. Lin En interrupted Kang Na, his eyes became indifferent, you should know the reason for the demise of the Valive family. The revenge of the old demon king. Hearing Kang Na's answer, Lin En continued, then do you understand what will happen if my surname is exposed? Kang Na's heart was shocked, and he stammered, it will. Death. Lin En crossed his legs, his voice became more indifferent, you are a person who is full of yourself. Sorry, Kang Na looked a little dazed. You are such a person, you are so obsessed with yourself. You are so obsessed with yourself. You are so obsessed with. In the living room, the air pressure suddenly became heavy, making it difficult for Kang to breathe. Crack. A crisp sound suddenly sounded, attracting Lin En's attention and making Kang's heavy body relax a little. Rias called. She opened the Coke and smiled at Lin En, I've never drunk this kind of carbonated drink before, and I suddenly want to try it this time. She picked up the Coke, took a sip, and then stuck out her tongue, I really can't get used to it. Putting the Coke down, Rias said, Sana, if you're done with your business, it's my turn. Hearing Rias' words, Sana suddenly felt liberated and stood up, sorry, I'm rude. After saying that, She hurriedly walked out, lowering her head all the time, not daring to look at Lin En at all. Seeing this, Rias shook her head and laughed. She had grown up. This was the first time she had seen Sana like this. When the door closed at the entrance, Rias said apologetically, "Sorry, Kana didn't consider the issue of cancelling the engagement." Lin En said and accepted their apology calmly, then said, "Miss Rias, is there anything else?" "Just call me Rias." Rias corrected Lin En's address, then stretched out her hand and waved it lightly above the table, and a purple magic circle appeared out of thin air. The next second, a set of international chess appeared on the table. Lin En's eyes flickered slightly. Although he was a demon and had magic power in his body, he had no family resources to support him, so there was no way to use magic power in such a precise way. After carefully examining the runes on the magic circle for a while, until the magic circle disappeared, Lin En set his eyes on the chess on the table. "I wonder if Lin En Jun has ever known about the devil chess pieces." "I know a little bit." Rias smiled, "That's easy to say." After briefly explaining the role of the devil chess pieces to Lin En, Rias said, "Because the Valive family is almost destroyed, the 4 current demon kings have entrusted me to hand over this set of devil chess pieces to you. I hope Lin En Jun can make good use of this set of devil chess pieces to develop his own clan and rebuild the Valive family." After explaining these things, Rias left. Before leaving, she added Lin En's line and said that if there was anything, she could contact her. Lin En was not going to be polite. He had been envious of the way to precisely operate magic power for a long time. Devil chess pieces. Lin En glanced at the devil chess pieces on the table and didn't care much. If he had put this set of demon chess pieces in front of him a few days ago, he would have been very excited. But now it is different. He thought about it and a panel appeared. Lin Valiver. Race, Demon. Level, Intermediate Demon. Power, None. Family, None. Skills, Demon Chess, Demon Summoning, Magic Release. Lin focused on Devil Chess and Devil Contract are 2 skills. Devil Chess allows him to create chess pieces similar to the ones sent by Rias. The effect is also that other races can be reincarnated into their own demon followers. The difference is that the demon chess pieces used in the underworld are just reincarnation devices. The demon chess pieces created by Lin En not only have a chance to reincarnate into special demons, but also give them the same kind of grace that can be upgraded. And he can also get power feedback from his followers to enhance his own strength. Devil summoning is a commission that can be placed in the 10,000 worlds. As long as someone initiates the commission, Lin En can cross the world. However, Lin En has not had the opportunity to use these 2 skills so far. Anyone who encounters a mysterious person saying to her, "Want to become my follower?" Scolding her with a second-year disease may be a light one. What's more, not everyone can withstand the devil chess, even the lowest level soldiers. That is to say, if you want to become his family, you also need certain qualifications. Everything is difficult at the beginning. However, with these 2 skills, Lin En can be said to have the ability to stand at the top of this world. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Lin En was thinking about how to recruit the first family, his phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Nanami Aoyama. Mr. Aoyama. Lin En's eyes suddenly widened, "Oh no! My half-price bento." Chapter 2, Just a Devil's Lazy Mind. Private Cow Academy. Occult Research Club. Rias and Sana sat opposite each other. After some time, Sana had calmed down. She stroked her glasses and said in a deep voice, "Rias, I was wrong this time." "Sana." Rias wanted to comfort her, but was interrupted by Sana, "Just like he," Lin En said. Sana's eyes flashed with complex emotions, and continued, I was thinking about myself, and I didn't consider his situation at all." Rias was silent for a while, then took a sip of the black tea, and then chuckled, "This is the Sana I know. When others make a mistake, they will point it out without hesitation, and when they make a mistake, they will admit it frankly. Sana also took a sip of the black tea and regained his calm attitude. What about your engagement? Rias asked curiously. This action to cancel the engagement can be said to be a big failure. Although Lin En did not resist cancelling the engagement, and could even be said to be very cooperative, the result was obvious. Sana paused. Forget about the ranking game, that would expose him to the sight of the old Demon King faction. I will try to convince my family. Rias heard the firmness in her tone and joked, if you ask me, Lin En is not bad, why not just continue like this? Seeing that Sana fell silent, Rias, who knew her, was immediately surprised and said, you are actually thinking. My first impression of him was not bad. Sana said frankly, if things can't be done, I will try to cultivate feelings with him. Rias's eyes widened immediately. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. Lin En's indifferent eyes and cold tone before. And the impressive sentence, you really have yourself in your head. Hiss. Sana, you are not that one. Shaking M? Which one? Sana was puzzled. No, haha, nothing. Rias laughed, her eyes wandering. It should be, impossible? Strange. Sana frowned, but didn't care. He finished the tea in the cup and prepared to leave. By the way, Sana took out a set of keys from his pocket. I think his place is not very good. The Seedy family has a property in Tokyo's Minato ward. This is the key to one of the apartments. If you have a chance, give it to him for me. It's my apology this time. After saying this, King Na cast a magic circle and left. Rias opened her mouth and could only swallow the words, why don't you give it to him yourself? Private Kyo Academy. A flash of red light appeared in the student council room and passed by. Sana suddenly appeared. Tsubaki, I need to take a bath. Yes, President. And I need to wash my clothes. Yes, President. Wait. I'll wash my panties myself. Thank you for your help, Aoyama. I'll treat you to ice cream next time. Carrying the half-price lunch box he snatched, Lin En left the convenience store successfully. After coming out, the sky had gradually darkened. Lin En held the plastic bag containing the lunch box in one hand and played with a black chess piece in the other. Aoyama also has the qualifications to reincarnate as a demon. Unfortunately, Aoyama doesn't agree with me putting this thing into her body. Lin En looked regretful. Can you see it? Can you see it? A long-tongued curse spirit blocked Lin En's way, and its sticky saliva dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. Lin En looked at it with disdain. The long-tongued monster responded directly. You can see it. You must be able to see it. You ah. Before the long-tongued monster could taste the human who could see him, a red flame suddenly appeared on his body, burning him to ashes. You've got the wrong person, I'm Devil. Lin En glanced at the curse spirits that were surrounding him. The curse spirits that were swept by his sight began to tremble. Lin En shook his head and ignored them. There were too many low-level curse spirits, and he couldn't take care of them at all. However, after solving the mystery in the womb, he finally knew what world he was in now. A hodgepodge of anime. For example, his current identity is the only bloodline of the demon family in the underworld, a freshman at the private Shuchen Academy, his homeroom teacher is Nangang Neiyu, and the school also has a Totsuki department. Oh, and there is also Nanami Aoyama from the convenience store. Adding to the cursed spirits all over the streets in front of him, Lin En reasonably suspected that there was another Yotsuya Miko in this world. Lin En paused, his eyes slightly fixed. On the panel, the skill of the devil chess piece flickered slightly. This is another effect of the devil chess piece. If there are people around who are qualified to become a family, they will remind him by flickering. Lin En decisively released his magic power to sense the situation around him. After a few seconds, Lin En's eyes lit up, it should be there. Sensing the location, Lin En turned around and rushed in that direction. The current situation of his family is not good, and they are being hunted by a demon. Yes, a demon. But not all demons are like him, obeying the laws of the human world. Of course, it could also be a lost demon. Through perception, it should be only the strength of the lower level, there is no threat to his strength that is about to break through the upper level demon. Who? 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 A heavy panting sound was heard in the silent and deserted alley. Kasumigaoka Utaha gritted her teeth and moved her legs that seemed to be filled with lead. Her black silk stockings had become tattered at some point, and there were several scratches on her legs, but she seemed not to notice it and just kept running. Run fast! Faster! She could feel that the monster was following her closely, as if enjoying the feeling of hunting prey. She didn't know if she could survive, but she knew that if she didn't run, she would definitely die. So. Faster! Bang! A dull sound suddenly sounded, and Kasumigaoka Utaha suddenly crashed into a warm place, but she didn't feel the slightest warmth, and her brain was instantly filled with two words. It's over. You look like you might need a little help. Just looks? Kasumigaoka Utaha panted and looked up. A handsome face caught her eyes, but she had no mind to think about anything else. Run! There's a monster behind us. This collision had made her lose all her strength. If she hadn't leaned her body completely on the boy in front of her, she might have sat on the ground. She couldn't run anymore, but the boy still had a chance. Monster, are you talking about that? Lin En pointed behind her and held her in his arms with his other arm to prevent her from falling down. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked back and saw a naked woman with a spider-like body staring at her and drooling. She swallowed hard and said with a sad smile, "It's so close, it seems you can't run away. Why are you running? It's just a low-level lost demon." Chapter 3 Put this toy in your body. Lost demon? What is the name of this monster? Wait. Kasumigaoka Utaha reacted and asked hurriedly, "Do you know this kind of monster?" Lin En said Hope rose in Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes. Could it be a demon hunter? With a monster like the lost demon, it is reasonable for a demon hunter to appear, right? That's right. Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but nod. What is this woman thinking about? Lin En glanced at her, then checked the panel and confirmed that she was qualified to become a member of the clan. Kasumigaoka Utaha, although she looks like an ordinary person, as an anime character, she has some luck. Hey, I'll help you solve it, how about you promise me something? Kasumigaoka Utaha was stunned, and subconsciously said, "What is it?" Lin En took out the demon chess piece, "Let me put this thing in your body." Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes suddenly widened, and she said in shame and anger, "Are you a serious demon hunter?" Demon hunter? Lin En looked at her strangely, and then grinned, "No, I'm a demon." Hey! Kasumigaoka Utaha crashed directly. Food! Food! But the lost demon didn't give her time to think. The fishy breath became stronger and stronger. In a hurry, Kasumigaoka Utaha hurriedly said, "Okay. I promise you." Then, the contract is established. Lin En raised his arm. Magic power released. Boom! The red cyclone gathered from Lin En's right arm, and the red beam of light was released instantly, drowning the spider-like demon. The strong airflow blew Kasumigaoka Utaha's black hair constantly. Ah! A miserable cry came from the red beam of light, and the scream gradually disappeared after a few seconds, and Lin En stopped releasing magic power. Kasumigaoka Utaha's lips trembled and said, Just now. Simple magic release. Gudong. Kasumigaoka Utaha swallowed her saliva and trembled in her heart. Is this still the earth? That spider monster. Dead, if lucky, there should be some residue left. Kasumigaoka Utaha completely relaxed, but she relaxed too early. Next, let's talk about our business. Lin En held the devil chess piece and shook it in front of Kasumigaoka Utaha. Kasumigaoka Utaha's lower body tightened immediately, and she said in disbelief, Are you serious? Of course, we demons have the most contractual spirit. Hee hee. Kasumigaoka Utaha's mouth twitched slightly. Should we run away? She hesitated for a moment, and then thought of the situation just now, and she was discouraged. There is no way to escape. She closed her eyes resigned to her fate and mentally prepared herself. Just think of it as a mosquito bite. This guy is definitely a pervert. It's better than being eaten by that demon just now. Damn it! Is my first time going to be given to a chess set? Speaking of which, although he is a pervert, he is quite handsome. Ah! Although I was complaining in my heart, I would have missed it if I didn't watch it. Lin En said as he watched, You have to put it in even if it's seduction. Kasumigaoka Utaha's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, You are definitely humiliating me. Wait. Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes suddenly widened, Why did you suddenly unbutton my shirt? She stared at Lin En with her wine-red eyes fiercely, and gritted her teeth and said, I know that you, a pervert, will definitely not only satisfy the prop game. Wait. Where are you going to put this thing? You found the wrong position. You found it right, isn't it very stuffable? Red ripples appeared on Kasumigaoka Utaha's chest, engulfing the entire demon chess piece. Lin En looked up and stared at Kasumigaoka Utaha. Really, In? Kasumigaoka Utaha's voice trembled. Lin En said uncertainly, Should it be? Should it be? Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at Lin En in disbelief, as if looking at an irresponsible scumbag. Lin En spread his hands, It's my first time too, I have no experience. Take responsibility for me, you bastard. Boom. Boom boom. Kasumigaoka Utaha suddenly stopped, her heart suddenly beat violently, her body suddenly began to heat up, and a continuous stream of power surged out. What's wrong again? Kasumigaoka Utaha was in doubt. Should it be reincarnation ceremony? Should it be again? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the clan Kasumigaoka Utaha. Ding! Your family member Kasumigaoka Utaha is undergoing a reincarnation ceremony. Ding! Your family member Kasumigaoka Utaha has been reincarnated as a special demon Secretary Devil. Ding! You have acquired the skill Secretary Devil. Chapter 4, Let's go, Utaha Beast. Secretary Demon? Lin's eyes lit up, it looked like a special demon. And the moment Kasumigaoka Utaha became his family, his physical fitness and magic power had increased significantly. The level that had reached the critical value seemed to have broken through a barrier, and it reached the level of a superior demon very smoothly. Seeing that the changes on Kasumigaoka Utaha's side were not over yet, Lin opened the panel. Lin Valive. Race, Demon. Level, Superior Demon. Power, None. Family, Kasumigaoka Utaha. Skills, Devil Chess Piece, Devil Contract, Magic Release, Secretary Demon. Lin confirmed his level, and then focused on the skill of Secretary Demon. Demon Secretary. The Demon Book can record magic, fairy arts and other abilities, and release them through the Demon Book. The more detailed the ability information is, the more complete the ability is. Demonization, the body and the Demon Book are one, carrying everything recorded in the book. Magic power growth is accelerated. It seems to be a good skill. Lin En looked at the introduction of the skill carefully and felt that this skill has great potential. This is. On the other side, Kasumigaoka Utaha's reincarnation ceremony has ended, and she is staring blankly at a book floating in the air. The book is dark black, has an iron-like texture, and is very thick. Demon book. Lin En replied. Demon book. Wait a minute. Lin En took her demon book. As the master of Kasumigaoka Utaha, and also possessing the skill of book devil, her demon book is shared with Lin En. Lin En opened a blank page, took out a pen from his pocket, stared at Kasumigaoka Utaha's chest for a while, and then lowered his head to write on the demon book. Kasumigaoka Utaha's cheeks became hot, and then she remembered that she was still in the state of opening the middle door. She hurriedly put her clothes in order, and her eyes could not help but look around. When she saw no one, she was relieved. As for Lin En? Well, he may not be a human. Anyway, he has also seen it. Kasumigaoka Utaha muttered in her heart. Okay. Lin En stopped writing and handed the demon book to Kasumigaoka Utaha. She took it curiously. Kasumigaoka Utaha. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Owner, Lin Walifer. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Demon of the book. The demon book can record magic, fairy arts and other abilities, and release them through the demon book. The recorded abilities are recorded in the demon book. The more detailed the information, the more complete the ability is. Demonization. The body and the book of demons become one, carrying everything recorded in the book. Magical power growth accelerates. Seeing her own information above, Kasumigaoka Shiu said in a complicated tone, "So, I am not a human anymore. Congratulations, the operation was successful." Kasumigaoka Shiu couldn't help but glare at the master, who said sarcastic things, and then sighed helplessly. What can she do now? At least, it seems that becoming a demon feels good. I didn't become ugly, nor did I have a deformed body like the previous female demon. And Kasumigaoka Shiu clenched her fist. My body seems to be full of power. And this book of demons. It is a supernatural power that only exists in fantasy. The various benefits made her accept the fact quickly, and she was even a little eager to try her own strength. Before that, what does the I0 after these strength and agility mean? Lin En explained, ability value. Although it is a little different from the Jicuo grace system, the basic logic is roughly the same. The ability value has 10 levels from I to S, each level is 099, 10199. S level is 909.99. There are also superstandard ones that can break through the limitations of S level and reach SS and SSS. Lin En's grace system is similar except for the different levels, no magic bar and development ability. After briefly explaining the grace system, Kasumigaoka Shiu nodded in understanding. She knows how to level up by killing monsters. So, where should we go to level up next? Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes flickered, and she was a little excited. Supernatural power. Who can resist this? Hurry up and find a monster for her to kill. Maybe it's here. Lin En pointed to the direction outside the alley in the distance. The magic power just now exploded, and the cursed spirits in the alley evaporated by the way. But such dark places have always been loved by cursed spirits. The alley without the Lord has become a place where nearby cursed spirits flock to. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked in the direction Lin En pointed, and her eyes twitched suddenly. What the hell are these? She looked at the strange-looking cursed spirits with tongues dragging on the ground, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. They are indeed ghosts. To be more precise, they should be called cursed spirits. Cursed spirits. They are really ghosts. Kasumigaoka Shiu moved her feet and hid behind Lin En at a speed that was faster than one could hear. Lin En. Aren't you going to level up? Lin En pulled her out from behind. Kasumigaoka Shiu hurriedly hugged his arm. I'm not ready yet. Can you see it? You can see it. Ah, it seems to have found you. Lin En struggled to pull his arm out from the softness, smiled at her kindly, and then pushed her forward gently without mercy. Go, Shia beast! Chapter 5, Utaha, go to your house. Kasumigaoka Shia's eyes suddenly widened, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her pupils. Lin En, this devil! He actually pushed her, the beautiful girl, out without hesitation, leaving her to face the cursed spirit alone? She wanted to curse something. But looking at the approaching cursed spirit, Kasumigaoka Shia's heart tightened, and she didn't have time to condemn Lin En. What to do? What to do? That's right. Devil's book. She is the secretary devil. Don't underestimate her with just a cursed spirit. She suddenly opened the devil's book, ready to have a good fight. Snap! Kasumigaoka Shia closed the devil's book with force. The clean white pages made her desperate. She had just become a secretary devil, and she had no ability to record anything at all. You can see it. The sound of the cursed spirit's roar was getting closer. The fishy breath blew in her face, blowing her long black hair and making her mind go blank. Don't come over here! Instinctively, Kasumigaoka Shia directly swung the demon book in her hand. Boom! The strong airflow whistled in the alley. It was a feather swing. Xiamen used the skill of feather swing, and the effect was outstanding. Ah! Seeing Lin En, Kasumigaoka Shia breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at him with resentful eyes. Lin En did not feel guilty at all. What a joke, as a clan member, if he didn't level up quickly to support him as a master, could he still count on him? Besides, Lin En couldn't really watch Kasumigaoka Shia die in front of him. This kind of cursed spirit is very weak. Even if Kasumigaoka Shia didn't move, it would probably not break her defense. It's a low-level demon anyway. How do you feel? Kasumigaoka Shia gave him a fierce look, took a deep breath to calm down, and regained her calm appearance and said, not bad. Lin En chuckled. If he hadn't witnessed Kasumigaoka Shia's posture just now, he might have believed it. Since it's not bad, let's continue. Ah! Kasumigaoka Shia was dumbfounded. Just kidding. Kasumigaoka Shia said speechlessly, I don't hear any jokes. Lin En ignored her complaints and said, let's get used to it today, and start killing monsters and leveling up tomorrow. Kasumigaoka Shia's face twitched slightly, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Lin En went out of the alley. Xia's Jicuo Shia followed subconsciously. After leaving the alley, Lin En raised his head slightly, pointed his chin to the front, and said, don't you want to become stronger? Xia's Jicuo Shia looked over and saw the cursed spirits standing or squatting in various postures everywhere on the street. What they have in common is that each of them is asking the same question to the passers-by. Can you see it? Xia's Jicuo Shia opened her mouth and was silent for a long time before saying, Neon, has it fallen? Cursed spirits. So many cursed spirits. These cursed spirits, and the one you just killed, are just some inferior cursed spirits. Inferior. Xia's Jicuo Shia's hands tightened. She understood what Lin En meant. Inferior means there are stronger cursed spirits. Besides, she actually has no choice. She is now a demon, and she has a master. She closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, she was full of determination. I understand. Please make me stronger, Lin En. Lin En suddenly remembered something, and said interestingly, what should you call me now? Kasumigaoka Shia was stunned, and then looked at Lin En with a perverted look, perverted master. Lin En savored it for a while and felt it was not bad. Although the word pervert was added, it also has a different flavor. Lin En took out his mobile phone and said, add a line, so that it is convenient to contact. Sigma Man. Kasumigaoka Shia looked at Lin En strangely. Kasumigaoka Shia has entered the group chat. Seeing the message online, Kasumigaoka was surprised. What is this? Our clan's group chat. I understand the principle, but what is the name of this group chat? Kasumigaoka shook her phone. The words Lin En's clan harem group were very eye-catching. Lin En was puzzled, isn't this right? Kasumigaoka was unable to refute. What was going on with this self-righteous look? Seeing her speechless look, Lin En suddenly said, "Don't worry, you are my first clan, and I still belong to you exclusively. It can be regarded as the welfare of the first clan. Who needs this kind of welfare?" Kasumigaoka felt that her energy for complaining would be exhausted today. But Lin En was right about one thing. She was indeed Lin En's first clan. If there are other families in the future, she will definitely be considered a senior. Even if there is a harem competition for favor, she is the mistress who is unquestionable. Thinking of this, Kasumigaoka Utaha's mouth curled up slightly. No. How could she think of such a thing? Kasumigaoka Utaha quickly shook her head and threw away this strange thought. It's all because of the name of this group chat. After adding the contact information, Lin En said, "Okay, it's getting late, let's go home." Kasumigaoka came back to her senses, then looked at the cursed spirits on the street and hesitated. Are they okay? She was worried that she might die on the way. "Don't worry, as long as you pretend not to see them, they won't attack you." Kasumigaoka suddenly realized, so those ordinary people can't see the cursed spirits. No wonder there are so many cursed spirits, but people on the street are not attacked. Thinking carefully, it seems that she couldn't see these cursed spirits before she became a demon. However, although she couldn't see them before, she felt a chill when she thought that there were cursed spirits everywhere in her life. Especially some evil spirits have climbed onto other people's heads. If you are still afraid, I can send you back. I will treat it as the first family member's welfare. Lin En thought about it and was indeed worried about Kasumigaoka going back alone. Although she already had the strength of a lower-level demon, she was still a special demon who was reincarnated as a secretary demon. But after all, it was her first day in contact with the extraordinary. Her mentality had not yet changed from a human identity, and she was not experienced enough. It was possible that something unexpected would happen. No need. Kasumigaoka decisively rejected Lin En's proposal. Before Lin En was surprised, Kasumigaoka directly said, "Let's go to your house." Lin En. Chapter 6, Chapter 6 Target, Ku Private Academy. Don't get me wrong, I just feel safer around you. Kasumigaoka crossed her arms, her eyes constantly scanning the nearby cursed spirits, not feeling safe at all. She definitely made this decision after careful consideration. First of all, after entering high school, she rented a house on her own. Secondly, she didn't believe that there were no evil spirits at home. Instead of returning home and staying in the same space with those evil spirits, it would be better to live with Lin En. At least it's safe. Well, it's also very pleasing to the eyes. Thinking of this, Kasumigaoka couldn't help but secretly glanced at Lin En. If she didn't know that Lin En was a real devil, she would have thought he was a nobleman from some family. Maybe he was also a nobleman among the devils? Just like that. Lin En looked regretful. Kasumigaoka eyelids jumped. Well, this guy with a head full of yellow garbage is definitely not a noble son. That's not right. Nobles are also trash. Kasumigaoka put on Lin En's slippers and looked at the environment of the house in surprise. Why, is my house strange? No, it's just a little unexpected. Kasumigaoka put the bag on the ground. Before, she was busy escaping and threw it in the alley. After the matter was over, she picked it up. It's obviously a demon, but it actually lives in such an ordinary environment. Take 2 cans of Coke from the refrigerator, Lin En said, demons also need money to live in human society. Speaking of this, Lin En sighed. When I came to the human world at the age of 7, I had a hard life. Fortunately, the identity of a demon is still somewhat useful. Taking some odd jobs of exorcism, he did make some money. At least this house belongs to him completely. Opened the coke and handed it to Kasumigaoka Utaha. Thanked her and Kasumigaoka Utaha took a sip of the coke. Sitting on the sofa, her eyes were slightly distracted. Too many things happened today, which brought her a great shock and made her a little tired. Even though her physical fatigue disappeared when she was reincarnated as a demon, her mental fatigue did not diminish at all. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly woke up with a ding sound. The bento is ready. When Kasumigaoka Utaha saw the half-price bento in the supermarket, she couldn't help but complain, the perverted master's dinner is really perfunctory. Do you want to eat it? Seeing the bento handed over by Lin En, Kasumigaoka Utaha took it silently and ate it very skillfully. Look at his appearance, he has eaten this kind of lunch box a lot. How dare you say that to him? After eating, Kasumigaoka Utaha finally remembered the business and asked, by the way, our family usually needs what to do? Lin En paused, then said, the clan is just starting out, your first goal is of course to kill monsters and level up, and then make money to support me. Me? Kasumigaoka Shia widened her eyes, pointed at herself, and then pointed at Lin En, support you. She is just a high school student. Is she already old enough to support a man? Don't worry, as long as you become stronger, you can take on some exorcism work, and you can also level up by the way. This is true. Kasumigaoka Shia was successfully persuaded. What else can she do? Lin En is now her master in every sense. Even if she protests, she will be vetoed. By the way, speaking of becoming stronger, Kasumigaoka Shia urged the magic power in her body to materialize the demon book, and continued, are there any magic or yin-yang magic abilities? She was going to fill this demon book with books. It's really unladylike to use a book to hit evil spirits. Lin En opened the panel, glanced at the skill bar, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Kasumigaoka Shia had a bad premonition in her heart. You can't. Lin En spread his hands and said, I came to human society when I was 7 years old, and I haven't been exposed to any magic abilities. Snap! Kasumigaoka Shia slapped her forehead. It's over. It seems that I can only continue to swing my wings. Don't worry, as a demon, I have some connections. Well, although we just made friends today. Lin En didn't expect that the contact information he just added today would be used so soon. It's the weekend tomorrow. The next day, Kasumigaoka Shia yawned and walked out of the bedroom and came to the first floor. I saw Lin En on the sofa in a daze and was stunned. Hey? When did a man appear in the house? Wait. Kasumigaoka Shia woke up instantly and remembered what happened yesterday. Yo! Black lace. Kasumigaoka Shia subconsciously pulled down her shirt to completely cover the bottom. Tisk tisk, unexpectedly there is something inside. Lin En's eyes quickly shifted to the northern hemisphere that was exposed due to the downward pull. Kasumigaoka Shia quickly raised her arms and blocked her chest, and the black lace was exposed again. Kasumigaoka Shia. Forget it, destroy it. When Kasumigaoka Shia went back to change clothes, Lin En said with some regret, if I had known, I would have bought a smaller house. Kasumigaoka Shia changed her clothes, stared at Lin En and said faintly, does it look good? Lin En gave a thumbs up without hesitation, feast your eyes. Kasumigaoka Shia bit biting my lips, I felt my ears burning. How on earth could this guy be so frank? Forget it. Let's go. Destination, Private Kawang Academy. Chapter 7, Chapter 7 I leave it to you, Utaha Beast. The location of the private Kawang Academy is not close to Tokyo Minato. Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha took a train for nearly 2 hours before arriving at Kawang town. This also made Lin En more envious of the teleportation magic that Rias had performed in the anime. Kaohu Town. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked around curiously. So, what is this place you brought me to? A demon family's territory. Hey! Kasumigaoka Utaha paused and said in surprise, demon family's territory. Her movements suddenly slowed down, and she whispered, is it really okay to come in like this? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Seeing her full of stealth, Lin En explained, don't worry, I have a good relationship with the owner here. Well, probably. That's good. Kasumigaoka Utaha breathed a sigh of relief, but was still a little nervous. It's a demon after all. So far, in addition to the lost demon, she has only come into contact with Lin En, a demon. I don't know what other demons are like. The gate of the private Kaohu Academy. A girl with a high ponytail and black hair that was almost mopping the ground was standing quietly. After seeing Lin En, her eyes lit up, and then she hurried to Lin En, put her hands on her skirt, and said with a smile. This must be Mr. Lin En, I am the minister's retainer, Akeno Himejima, and the minister asked me to pick you up. Sorry to bother you, classmate Himejima. Stare. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at Akeno Himejima, muttering in her heart. Isn't this figure too supermodel? She looked down at herself again. She was quite confident in herself, but this round, she was undoubtedly defeated. Noticing Kasumigaoka Utaha's gaze, Himejima Akeno just smiled gently, but her back slightly straightened, which made Kasumigaoka Utaha even more depressed. This girl should be Mr. Lin En's family. After teasing her a little, Himejima Akeno took Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha to the Supernatural Research Club in the old school building. On the way, Himejima Akeno kept introducing the buildings in Kyo Academy to prevent the three people from falling into the awkward situation of having nothing to talk about. Supernatural Research Club. Bullmaster, Mr. Lin En is here. Rias shook her dark red hair, then got up from the sofa and greeted Lin En and the others. Lin, welcome to Daejeong Town. Rias put on the host's posture and said with a smile, you are a guest from afar, let's sit down and chat first. Akeno, prepare black tea for the guests. Yes, Minister. When she sat on the sofa, Kasumigaoka Utaha noticed that there was a petite girl in the corner of the sofa. Rias introduced, this is my dependent, Tachin Kitten, currently in the junior high school department. Hello, seniors. Tachin Kitty greeted with a flat voice. After Lin En sat down, he looked around and sighed at the luxury here, then asked curiously, does Rias only have 2 followers? Rias paused, then stroked the hair beside her ear and smiled, yes, because I want to go in the direction of high quality, it is difficult to find a suitable follower. Lin En was thoughtful. Are there no Kaiba Yeto and that vampire? Haven't met yet? Or is it because of the so-called butterfly effect? This should be Lin En's follower. Rias looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha. The demon chess piece that was sent yesterday actually received a follower today. It should be someone who was very close before? Rias guessed in her heart. There was no fluctuation of the artifact, and there was no trace of practice. Looks like just an ordinary person. Kasumigaoka Utaha. Kasumigaoka Utaha introduced herself generously, and then her eyes inevitably focused on Rias. This master and servant. Kasumigaoka Utaha had a complicated look in her eyes, and then she looked at Tachin Kitten, and then she felt happy. Tachin Kitten. Kitten alert. I already know your intention. After all, we communicated on the phone yesterday. Considering that Lin En had not received education in the underworld demon system since childhood, Rias directly took out a very thick black book. Well, it's about as thick as 2 bricks. Lin En's eyelids twitched when he saw it. This book 360 Ways to Use Magic is a general version for the underworld, and it records some common magic skills. Lia apologized, sorry, I can only provide you with this general skill at present. After all, the superb skills are the secret of every demon family. Lin En nodded in understanding and said, that's enough. It will probably take a long time to read this book alone. Fortunately, he has cattle and horses. Lin En moved 360 ways to use magic to Kasumigaoka Utaha, smiling, I'll leave it to you, Xiamen. A big question mark appeared above Kasumigaoka Utaha's head. And change that weird name for her quickly. Kasumigaoka Utaha wanted to complain, but she could only force herself to swallow her complaints in someone else's territory. Then she stared at the black book in front of her and worried. Fortunately, she doesn't need to understand or learn, she just needs to record. Kasumigaoka Utaha gritted her teeth. Copy. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 should use explosive skills, Rias. After getting what he wanted, Lin En did not rush to leave, but asked Lias about the current situation in the underworld. For example, the movements of the old Demon King faction. Although Lin En did not belong to the Valive family, and had no intention of avenging the family, but the existence of this surname would always bring him some trouble. Just like the engagement with the Seedy family, and the revenge of the old Demon King faction. He must prepare for a rainy day. While recruiting followers and strengthening his strength, he must always pay attention to their news, so as not to be like his cheap family, which was exterminated without receiving any news. In the final analysis, it was because of insufficient strength. The speed of recruiting followers should be faster. At least, he should first pile up his strength to the level of the Demon King. Since the genocide of the Valive, the underworld has stepped up its efforts to suppress the old Demon King faction, and it has not appeared for some time. Rias shared the intelligence of the underworld, but her eyes were looking at Kasumigaoka Utaha, who was writing furiously. That book. It doesn't look like a divine weapon. It should be some kind of ability of hers. But Rias couldn't help but remind, you can take this book back, it's not precious knowledge. Lin En tasted the black tea brewed by Kukahime Jima Akeno, and then said, it's okay, anyway, I have to copy it when I go back. After just copying for a while, Lin En felt that his mind had a lot more tricks about the use of magic. And he also found that his secretary demon and Kasumigaoka Utaha's secretary demon were obviously different. For example, if Kasumigaoka Utaha wants to use the ability that she has recorded, she can only use the Devil's Book under normal circumstances. But in his case, it seems that she can use it directly. It's a bit like the demonized state of the secretary demon has become his permanent state. It seems that after the ability of his clan awakening is applied to him, there will be some additional benefits. Lin En, who was experiencing the skills, did not notice Kasumigaoka Utaha's rolling eyes at all. It's really easy to talk when standing, sitting. This is almost 2,000 pages. Thinking of the miserable life of copying books later, the light in Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes suddenly dissipated. Why is it the secretary demon? Ah! Such a heavy resentment. Rias looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha worriedly. Really, no problem? Lin En also noticed the resentful look of Kasumigaoka Utaha, and couldn't help but smile, then asked. Miss Rias, do you know if there is any magic technique of automatic writing in this book? Kasumigaoka Utaha suddenly raised her head and looked at Rias with hopeful eyes. Yes. Rias nodded, thought for a moment, and said, about 130 pages. Swish, the sound of turning pages suddenly sounded. Seeing this, Lin En took another sip of red tea, hiding his merits and fame. He is indeed too kind-hearted, and can't bear to see his family suffer. Found it! Kasumigaoka Utaha exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Rias also laughed happily and said, this magic is quite simple. If you learn it now, maybe I can give you some advice. Kasumigaoka Utaha smiled at her, and then said, thank you, but I don't think I need to trouble Miss Rias. After saying thank you, Kasumigaoka Utaha bowed her head again and started writing on the demon book. Rias was slightly surprised and looked at Lin En with some confusion. Isn't asking about this magic for the convenience of copying? Why did you copy it again? Soon, she understood the reason. Done. Kasumigaoka Utaha put down the pen, stretched her body, and then released the magic power with some expectation in her eyes. Buzz. The demon book suddenly shone brightly. A small white magic circle suddenly rose on the page recording automatic writing. A white feather pen slowly materialized. Success! Kasumigaoka Utaha cheered in her heart. It's real magic. Although it's just a small magic that's not worth mentioning, it's enough to make her excited. This is... Rias's eyes narrowed slightly. It is indeed the magic of automatic writing. Did you learn it while copying just now? Or... the real reason is copying? And that strange book? Rias thought a lot, her eyes flickered slightly, and praised. I didn't expect that Kasumigaoka-san mastered the magic of automatic writing so quickly. Mr. Lin's followers are really not simple. Then, Rias changed the subject and said, I remember that Mr. Lin's residence is a long way from Jicuo town. There is a teleportation magic on page 777 of that book. Why not learn it now and make a mark here for me, so that it will be convenient for future travel? The performance of Kasumigaoka Utaha piqued Rias's interest. She wanted to see whether Kasumigaoka Utaha had a strong learning ability or some special ability. Although the 777-page teleportation magic was a common skill in the underworld, its difficulty was definitely not less than the family secrets of some demon nobles. Even she spent a long time studying seriously. She didn't believe that Kasumigaoka Utaha could master this ability in a short time. Lin En saw what she was thinking at a glance, but he didn't stop her. Instead, he pushed her. Zul and said, Shiu. Although they had only been together for more than a day, Kasumigaoka Shiu also understood what Lin En meant. She turned the black book to page 777. Magic Cube Jump. The white feather pen did not stop at all and copied on the demon book. Lias did not have to wait too long. When the white feather pen stopped, Kasumigaoka Shiu, who received Lin En's instruction, directly released magic power. Buzz. A purple magic circle that was dozens of times larger than before rose above the demon book. The dense runes in it made people dizzy. At least Kasumigaoka Shiu did not understand what those runes meant. But it didn't matter, she didn't need to understand. This is the secretary devil. Rias stared at the magic circle of magic cube jump and was slightly lost in thought. There was disbelief in her eyes. She actually, really learned it. In such a short time? Even Himejima Akeno and Taha Konako were attracted. As Rias followers, they also mastered magic cube jump, so they knew the difficulty of this magic more clearly. A follower who seemed to be reincarnated from an ordinary person to a demon, just came into contact with the extraordinary world, and mastered a very difficult magic in a very short time. If it was just through learning, it could be described as a heaven-defying comprehension. But it was obvious that Kasumigaoka Utaha did not learn it. Rias put her eyes on the book, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. What an interesting ability. Copy, or record. As long as you record the knowledge in the book, you can master it. Lin En applauded and said, as expected of the eldest daughter of the Gremory family, you have figured out Shiu's ability so quickly. Formally introduce, Secretary Devil, Kasumigaoka Shiu. Secretary Devil. Rias murmured, and then said, it's a very vivid title. Rias took a deep breath, and then tentatively said, I wonder if Mr. Lin En can reveal the limit of this ability. Record everything, control everything. If it really has this level, Rias will mark it as a god-destroying tool without hesitation. Lin En supported his chin with both hands, and raised his lips slightly, I don't know the limit, why don't you ask Miss Rias to find out for yourself? How can it satisfy him with just a general magic use technique? It's time to explode your skills, Miss Gremory. Chapter 9 Magic power is too depleted? Can only replenish the magic. So that's why you asked Kasumigaoka-san to show her abilities. Rias suddenly realized, and then looked at Lin En with complicated eyes. Is this actually part of your plan? Lin En looked like you had discovered him. General skills alone can't satisfy his appetite at all. He flipped through the black book a few times. It can only be said that there is too much theoretical knowledge. There are also many repeated contents, which are simply boring and long. The remaining magic abilities are also very common things like automatic writing and illumination. The most valuable one is probably the teleportation magic of Magic Cube Jump. As for powerful, wide range, and practical ones, it can be said that there are almost none. Since he is here, of course Lin En wants to learn some powerful skills. So, seeing that Rias is curious about Xiu's abilities, he naturally goes with the flow. Whether there is a date or not, let's try it first. To be honest, Rias has been hooked. She really wants to know what the secretary devil Kasumigaoka Utaha can do. Rias smiled helplessly. Okay, you win. Akeno, bring the lightning magic here. Yes, Minister. Himejima Akeno did not hesitate. She never hesitates about the decision made by Rias. Lightning magic. Rias pushed a sheepskin scroll to Lin En. Super level magic, this is already the top magic I have now. Lightning strike. Lin En glanced at Himejima Akeno inadvertently. If I remember correctly, this person's ability seems to be lightning, right? Rias really took out the best stuff from the bottom of the box. Lin En opened it and took a look. I can't understand it at all. Lin En lost interest instantly and handed it to Kasumigaoka Utaha. Leave it to you, Utahaman. Kasumigaoka Utaha didn't care about Lin En's address to her this time, and took the scroll of lightning magic excitedly. Wow! Super level magic! It sounds amazing. Kasumigaoka Utaha already admired Lin En a little. 3 sentences, let the devil lady pay for a book of super level magic for her. Kasumigaoka Utaha forced herself to calm down, and then opened the scroll. The dense words made her dizzy. I don't understand it at all. Fortunately, I have had experience with the previous Magic Cube Jump, so just copy it. While waiting, Rias briefly explained what super level magic is. In short, magic that can cause the power of a demon king is called super level magic. Well, it's simple and clear. Okay, done. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at the fresh words on the demon book, eager to try. Subconsciously, she was about to release her magic power like before. Wait a minute. Rias's eyes jumped and she stopped her in time. The lightning magic is a bit powerful, let's go outside. Almost, her supernatural research department would be in trouble. Kasumigaoka Utaha also reacted, sorry. Rias shook her head, indicating that it was okay, and then walked out first. The open space behind the supernatural research department. The demon book floated in front of Kasumigaoka Utaha, and the pages kept turning, making a rustling sound. Lightning strike! Kasumigaoka Utaha shouted softly. The turning pages of the demon book suddenly stopped at one page. A blue magic circle with a diameter of 1 meter rose into the air. Crack! Without any pause, a blue lightning column as thick as an oak tree was instantly activated. Boom! The lightning column fell to the ground and immediately smashed a hole with a radius of 1 meter. The dense lightning like a snake kept jumping and making crackling sounds. So strong! Zaya's Hikihoshiu stared at the scene in front of her blankly, and she couldn't even believe that it was caused by herself. It's just... I'm so tired. Zaya's Hikihoshiu's legs softened, her body leaned back, and fell into a hard and warm embrace. Lin En looked at Zaya's Hikihoshiu in his arms, observed a little, and came to a conclusion. It should be that she used too much force and her magic power was exhausted. Ria stepped forward and said, Miss Kasumigaoka should be just a low-level demon. The attack just now probably consumed all her magic power. She glanced at Kasumigaoka Utaha and saw that nothing was wrong. She unconsciously looked at the pit not far away. She actually used it. Although the power of lightning magic was not brought into play due to the strength, the completion of the technique was very complete. There was no price or cost, just simply recording the information of the technique. And it seems that super-level magic is not the limit of this recording ability. Is this ability a bit too much? Putting the doubts in her heart temporarily, Rias looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha who had no strength and collapsed in Lin En's arms, and suggested. Why don't you, Mr. Lin En, replenish Miss Kasumigaoka's magic? It seems that this is the only way. Replenish magic? How to replenish it? Magic power was overconsumed, and Kasumigaoka Utaha didn't even have the strength to speak. She could only open her eyes with difficulty and wanted to see how to replenish magic. Then, she saw Lin En's face that kept getting closer. Wait. Is there something wrong? My mouth seems to be blocked by something. My body is so hot. It seems that something came in. Chapter 10, Chapter 10 Kitten, Senior, I want to learn street fighting. The so-called magic replenishment is a way to replenish magic power through the exchange of body fluids. Among the demons, magic replenishment is a reward from the master to his followers. So, this is why you stick out your tongue. Kasumigaoka Shiu's eyelashes trembled, her cheeks were red, and she pursed her lips. Her red eyes seemed to be looking at Lin En, and also seemed to be looking at the scenery behind Lin En. To maximize the magic replenishment effect. Lin En was righteous. He was really serious about replenishing magic. It's just that Kasumigaoka Shiu consumed too much, so the intensity of magic replenishment was a little higher. Alala, unexpectedly pure. Himejima Akeno, who witnessed the whole process, narrowed her eyes and smiled like an ant. Kasumigaoka Shiu's body stiffened slightly. Just now, all she thought about was Lin En, and she completely forgot the existence of others. It's over. Was she surrounded by people all the time? It was a social death. Kasumigaoka Shiu was a little mad inside, but she was trying to look calm on her face. She took a deep breath and suppressed all her emotions. But her heart was still beating fast. She glanced at Lin En quickly and muttered, my first kiss was a bargain for him. How is it? Rias asked with concern, how is Miss Kasumigaoka recovering? I think, not bad. Kasumigaoka Shiu smiled awkwardly. Rias looked back and forth, and then smiled, it seems that Mr. Lin En's magic replenishment effect is good. Kasumigaoka Shiu's face froze. What a joke! Rias looked at Kasumigaoka Shiu with emotion. I didn't expect Miss Kasumigaoka's ability to master even super-level magic so quickly. It's really an incredible ability. With just this ability, Kasumigaoka Utaha has great potential. Once she grows up, her strength will definitely not be inferior to Akeno. She is very envious of such a follower. After Rias said this, Kasumigaoka Utaha remembered what she had done before. Then she turned around to look at the pit caused by the lightning strike. Kasumigaoka Utaha pondered, although the power is good, I always feel that it is still far from enough. This is also the reason why she just bet all her magic power. Of course. As a lightning expert, Akeno Himejima explained. The full power of the lightning strike can affect the celestial phenomena. With Miss Kasumigaoka's current magic power, it is not enough to support the maximum output of the lightning strike. Is that so? Kasumigaoka Shiu nodded in understanding. Indeed. As a super-level magic, although the degree of completion is very high, Shiu has not fully exerted its power. However, this is enough. Lin En raised his index finger, and the black lightning snake jumped on his fingertips. At the moment when Kasumigaoka Utaha's demon book recorded the lightning magic, Lin En also quietly completed the control of the lightning magic. As a superior demon, the lightning magic in his hands can complete many operations. For example, this silent thunder. No sound, no magic fluctuation. Everything is firmly locked in this tiny black lightning. Only when it hits the enemy will it release everything. Therefore, no one present can detect Lin En's actions. Except Audiobook Himejima, who is extremely sensitive to the lightning element. Audiobook Himejima opened her eyes and stared at the black lightning on Lin En's index finger, with a flash of horror in her heart. That black lightning seemed like Rias's magic. Lightning with a destructive aura. Lin En smiled at her, clenched his palms lightly, and dissipated the lightning. Seeing this, Akeno Himejima also smiled and retracted her gaze. But her heart could not calm down. Although it was black lightning. But there was no doubt that it was a lightning technique. Black was not strange. Although I don't want to mention it. But the blood that disgusted her made her lightning unusual. What made her strange was that Lin En seemed to have only glanced at the scroll of lightning strikes twice. Why did she look so proficient? The control over lightning strikes just now was something that even she couldn't do. Lin En Valive. The only blood of the Valive family doesn't look simple. On the other side, Rias was still sighing, and said with regret, "It's a pity that even with the super-level magic, we couldn't test the upper limit of Miss Kasumigaoka's ability." Lin En smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Miss Rias can contact me anytime if she wants to try." Rias rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Forget it, this time we only put in a super-level magic, and who knows what we will put in next time." Tisk, what a pity. Lin En looked regretful. With the background of the Gremory family, Lin En didn't think that a super-level magic was all. What's more, Rias also has a demon brother with the strength of a transcendent, who will definitely explode a lot of gold coins. After squeezing Rias almost out of her, Lin En was ready to leave. Before leaving, Rias arranged for the kitten in Tachin to take them around the town of Juwang. "So, why is it the arcade?" Kasumigaoka Shio looked at Lin En and Tachin kitten in silence. "Ko. I lost again." Tachin kitten looked at the character he controlled falling to the ground, his expression slightly stunned. "Senior, you are so strong." Tachin kitten, although her tone was flat, Lin En could tell she was serious. "I say, have you finished playing? If you don't hurry up, you'll miss the bus back." Kasumigaoka Shio looked at the time, her right leg shaking constantly. For some reason, she felt a little irritated when she saw Lin En and Tachin Xiaomao playing so happily. "That's right." Hearing Kasumigaoka Shio's urging, Lin En gave up the idea of playing another game with Tachin Xiaomao. Although she had learned the magic cube jump, she hadn't placed the coordinates at home yet, so she could only continue to take the bus back. "See you next time when you're free, Xiaomao." "Senior." Tachin Xiaomao pulled Lin En's clothes, then took out a flyer, "Please accept this." Lin En took a look. "Devil summoning contract. Exclusive to Tachin Xiaomao." "Senior, I want to learn fighting." Tachin kitten looked up, her eyes full of seriousness. Lin En glanced at the street fighter next to her. "Got it. It's this fighting. No problem, if you are free, I will invite you to my house as a guest." After leaving Tachin kitten's sight, Kasumigaoka Shio hugged her arms and followed Lin En. "Call kitten." Lin En looked at her strangely, "Why do I feel that you are a little jealous?" "Hey? How could I?" Just when Kasumigaoka Shio was about to refute, her brain suddenly crashed and she froze in place. Yes, she was jealous. Kasumigaoka Shio looked at Lin En with complicated eyes, and her eyes unconsciously locked on Lin En's thin lips. Damn, she seems to be falling in love. But haven't they just known each other for 2 days? The scenes of the past 2 days flashed through her mind, and finally stopped at the so-called magic replenishment scene before, and her heart inevitably beat faster. Why don't you leave? Lin En stopped and waited for Kasumigaoka Utaha to catch up. Kasumigaoka Utaha came back to her senses, stroked her long hair that was blown by the wind, then took a few quick steps, hugged Lin En's arm, and raised her head slightly. I admit that I am a little jealous. Lin En was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, then you should restrain yourself. I am a demon who wants to open a harem. You are really a lustful demon. Chapter 11 Kasumigaoka Utaha's First Grace of Renewal. Supernatural Research Department. After Lin En and the others left, only Rias and Akeno Himejima were left. Akeno, what do you think? Rias has been thinking about Kasumigaoka Utaha's ability. Artifact user? But there is no artifact fluctuation. As a high-level demon, she is still very confident in her judgment. But can humans really awaken such supermodel abilities? As for the abilities awakened after reincarnating demons, they have never thought about this possibility. Because there is no such precedent in the underworld. The reincarnation ceremony only makes the followers become demons, and at most blesses some demon chess piece class abilities. In the final analysis, demon chess pieces are just props created to increase the population as the number of demons is decreasing. Himejima Akeno shook her head, even the minister can't figure it out, so I can't understand it either. Rias sighed and said faintly, it would be great if Kasumigaoka was my family. With such ability, before that incident, I will definitely make her grow to the point where she can defeat the Firebird family. With the background of the Gremory family, she has the confidence. Knock knock. Just when Rias envied Lin En, someone knocked on the door of the Supernatural Research Department. Sana? Why are you here? Rias was surprised. Sana looked around and said, has he been here? The news is still as well informed as ever. Rias smiled helplessly. Sana said as a matter of course, after all, he is the president of the student union. Then you also know when he left, right? Yet. Otherwise, she would not dare to come. She didn't know what she thought of, and her ears were slightly hot. Sitting opposite Rias in a familiar way, Sana asked, what is he doing here? Rias briefly explained the purpose of Lin En's visit, and Sana seemed to be thinking about something. I have some water magic, and you can help me give it to him next time. Rias was silent for a while, and then tried, Sana, don't you think you care too much about him? He is my fiancé. But don't you still want to break off the engagement? Sana was silent for a while, and then changed the subject, did you give him the key? Rias's expression froze. Stare. Sorry. Rias clasped her hands together, there were so many things to do this time that I completely forgot. Sana sighed, then let him take care of the water magic next time. Rias nodded awkwardly, and it was not good to mention that Sana was concerned about Lin En. Tokyo. Lin En's house. Lin En looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha's suitcase, suddenly said, so, are we officially living together? Having a beautiful girl like me living with you is simply a blessing for you in 8 lifetimes. On the way back, the two of them stopped by Kasumigaoka Utaha's residence. Brought some toiletries, clothes, tablets, and other electronic products. By the way, there really is a cursed spirit in that room. Kasumigaoka Utaha waved and destroyed it. After recording the lightning magic, she is now very inflated, and she no longer cares about finding evil spirits. But even so, she has no intention of staying alone in the rental house. After packing the luggage, Kasumigaoka Utaha said expectantly, next is that, right? Yes, take it off. Lin En looked serious. Kasumigaoka Utaha hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and took off her coat directly. Underwear, shouldn't be needed. Kasumigaoka Utaha's cheeks flushed, biting her lips. It's barely visible. Kasumigaoka Utaha breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay as long as it can be seen clearly. This is already the limit, if it continues. Even so, Kasumigaoka Utaha felt a little uncomfortable. So, why engrave such an important thing on the front? In that case, it's just a matter of convenience. Lin En recalled, what's more, you want me to put it on. Don't say it. Kasumigaoka Utaha quickly blocked Lin En's mouth with both hands, glared at him slightly, and her face was red as if blood could drip out. It's all because of what you said back then. Woo-woo. Lin En raised his hands high, signaling to throw. Kasumigaoka Utaha snorted with satisfaction before letting go. Using magic power to force out a drop of blood, dripping it onto Kasumigaoka Utaha, the hidden grace data suddenly appeared. Kasumigaoka Utaha. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Valiver. Strength, I0 I7. Agility, I0 I5. Durability, I0 I6. Magic, I0 I133. Inherent skills. Secretary Demon, omitted. The magic power has increased by more than 100, and the speed is not bad. After encouraging, Lin copied the ability value and handed it to Kasumigaoka Utaha. Except for magic power, the others have hardly increased much. Kasumigaoka Utaha was a little discouraged. Lin said faintly, excuse me, besides that time when you smashed the evil spirit with a book, do you have any other physical activities? Kasumigaoka Utaha was choked for a moment. It seems, indeed, that there is none. Lin En spread his hands, the truth was revealed. Except for magic, it would be great if the other ability values can be increased. Kasumigaoka Utaha fell into thought, will I become a fragile mage in this way? No. Must exercise. Apart from other things, at least the value of agility must be increased. If you encounter someone you can't beat, you can still run. Okay. Let's go to find the cursed spirits to gain experience in the night. Kasumigaoka Utaha was full of fighting spirit and pulled Lin En outside. Lin En did not discourage her enthusiasm. Although it was very weak. But Utaha's grace was renewed, and Lin En did feel a little increase in magic power. But for him, a high-level demon, it was just a drop in the bucket. But a little bit adds up to a lot. What's more, as the number of followers increases, if everyone improves a little, it will be a huge amount for him. Late at night. In an indescribable alley. Thunder. You need to train other abilities. But, damn it. Devil's Book. Kasumigaoka Utaha raised the Devil's Book with both hands and slapped it towards the evil spirit. Devil's Book, so? Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Establishing a Club, Volunteer Club? The next day. Private Shuchen Academy. Club. Kasumigaoka Utaha asked in confusion. Today is Monday. Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha came to school together. The two came together and instantly attracted the attention of the students around them. Isn't that the sophomore Kasumigaoka Senior? Why did she come with Lin En? No way, are they the two? Kasumigaoka Utaha is also a well-known figure in Shuchen Academy. She is known for her well-known beauty and figure, and her terrifying academic ability that she often sleeps in class but still maintains at the top of the grade. Although Lin En is a freshman, her handsome appearance that is not like a human, and her unique temperament, instantly made her popular among girls of all grades in Shuchen Academy. Therefore, the appearance of these two people at the same time immediately caused some sensation. But neither of them cared about their discussion. Kasumigaoka Utaha asked curiously, why do you suddenly want to establish a club? Rias reminded me. Lin En explained, she said that if you establish a clan, it is best to establish a base in a place where you often move around to facilitate clan activities. Kasumigaoka Utaha thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case. Now Lin En has only her as a clan member, so it is still very convenient for activities. Besides, she is still living with Lin En. But after the number of clan members increases, everyone lives in different places, and it is still a bit difficult to gather together. You can't go to Lin En's house for every activity, right? Kasumigaoka Utaha imagined the situation of a house full of people, and immediately supported, as expected of a devil lady, you are very thoughtful. Lin En also thought it was good. His primary goal is to recruit clan members. Because of the world of Soman, Shuchen has many talents who have the qualifications to become clan members. Establishing a club will also make it easier to gather these talents. Has the name of the club been decided? Lin En thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How about the service club? Kasumigaoka Utaha paused, then looked at Lin En with a complicated expression and said, I can only say that you are worthy of it. Service club, who to serve? Obviously. Kasumigaoka Utaha said that there is no more appropriate name than this. After all, it is a club for the devil and his servants. You agree too? Hehe. Lin En continued, in case the name of the service club is registered first, we need a backup. Kasumigaoka Utaha complained, who would name a club like this? What if there is something abnormal? This is a world full of anime. Although I haven't met her, what if Yukino Yukinashita is also in this school? Okay, the alternative name is the Supernatural Investigation Club. It's just plagiarizing Rias and the others. Lin En frowned. Should we think of another one? In case it's supernatural. No need. Kasumigaoka Utaha stopped Lin En in time, just a service club is enough. No one will call it such a strange name. Service club. There is already such a club. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Teacher guidance room. Hearing this, Kasumigaoka Utaha was like a bolt from the blue. She said in disbelief, such a strange and suspicious club actually exists? You also think it's strange, so why do 1 or 2 people want to call it this name? In front of the desk, Nangang Neiyu, who was wearing a black lolita, glanced at Kasumigaoka Utaha. Doesn't your club also want this name? Kasumigaoka Utaha seemed to read this sentence from her blue pupils. She smiled awkwardly and tapped her toes. Lin En didn't react much, but learned about the existence of Yukinashita Yukino through this information. In that case, let's call it the Supernatural Investigation Department. This club name also suits you. Nangang Neiyu stamped the club application form and reminded. It takes at least 3 members to set up a club. Remember to make up for it later, otherwise the school will take back the club activity room. Thanks, Neiyu-chan. I told you, don't add sauce at the end. Nangang Neiyu glared at the disrespectful student. Are you familiar with Nangang teacher? On the way to the approved club activity room, Kasumigaoka Utaha was a little curious. After all, she is Nangang teacher Neiyu-chan. Sex demon. Lin En glanced at the disrespectful woman and explained, one of the previous customers. Customer. Is it the exorcism business mentioned before? Lin En nodded and said, yes. Kasumigaoka Utaha suddenly realized, that's why I said that the Supernatural Investigation Department is very suitable for you. However, she overlooked a key point. Nangang Neiyu mentioned it. That is to say, in her heart, the service club is obviously suitable for Lin En. Nangang Neiyu knows that he is a demon. After all, he is a human magician. By the way, there are many cursed spirits in the school. Because they are all small fish, there is no need to clean them up. Anyway, ordinary people can't see them. Wow! Lin En opened the door of the activity room. The smell of dust hit her face. How long has this classroom been unopened? It has been used. Kasumigaoka Utaha fanned the dust, looked around, and nodded. Although it is a bit dirty, the desks and chairs are complete. That's right, it's inevitable that there are such dirty things. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked at the corner, where a cursed spirit was squatting with its back to her, looking weak, pitiful and helpless. Lin En naturally saw the small fish demon, and then announced the first activity of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Cleaning the family station. Well, clean up the small fish by the way. It's your turn, Xiamen. I knew it. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked as if she had expected it. When she heard Lin's words, her body had already started moving. At this time, it's time to rely on magic. The classroom door closed. A white light flashed across the Supernatural Investigation Department. Magic, cleaning. The next second, the classroom was completely new and bright. The small fish and evil spirits also disappeared silently. Kasumigaoka Utaha exclaimed, "Magic, it's really convenient." Sitting on a clean chair, Lin announced the second activity of the clan. Club recruitment. Okay, leave it to me. Without Lin's instructions, Kasumigaoka Utaha took over the task naturally. First, the club recruitment flyer. The Devil's Book flipped. Magic, graffiti. Putting the Supernatural Investigation Club flyer on the recruiting wall, Kasumigaoka Shia clapped her hands. It's done. Then, Kasumigaoka Shia found a black-haired beautiful girl staring at her. Supernatural Investigation Club. When Yotsuya Miko saw this club, she subconsciously thought of the evil spirits nearby. But it was useless for her to buy Buddhist beads or go to the shrine. It was just a club founded by a student, so it was even more impossible to solve the abnormality in her body. Shaking her head, Yotsuya Miko was about to leave. "Classmate, do you want to join the club?" Kasumigaoka Shia stopped in front of her. "You should need help now, right?" Yotsuya Miko. Chapter 13 Yotsuya Miko's Accident Day. Kasumigaoka Shia looked at the timid girl in front of her and smiled meaningfully. After becoming a demon, she became slightly more sensitive to some special things. If you observe this girl carefully, you can find that when her eyes are on some cursed spirits, her body will become particularly stiff. This girl can see. Kasumigaoka Shia came to a conclusion. Being able to see cursed spirits, she must be a special talent. Maybe she is the family member that Lin En needs. This person must be brought to Lin En. After becoming Lin En's family member, although Kasumigaoka Shia has a sharp tongue, she quickly took on the role. Since Lin En needs to develop a family member, she will naturally do her best to help Lin En. How about it, do you want to go and see? Kasumigaoka Shia invited Yotsuya Miko. Yotsuya Miko was a little hesitant. She subconsciously felt that this so-called paranormal investigation department was similar to the shrine she had visited before, and could not solve her problem. But what Kasumigaoka Utaha said just now made her very concerned. You should need help now, right? Why did she say that? Did she see something? When Kasumigaoka Utaha saw Yotsuya Miko's appearance, she knew it was settled. Hesitation is just thinking. It just takes someone to push her. Kasumigaoka Utaha grabbed her arm and made a decision for her. Then let's go. Swish. The door of the Paranormal Investigation Agency was opened. Director, I kidnapped, brought someone back. Kasumigaoka Utaha made way, revealing Yotsuya Miko behind her. Yotani Miko timidly looked around the classroom and then breathed a sigh of relief. It is a pure land without cursed spirits. When Lin En saw Yotani Miko, he knew that he could gain another family member today. Well done, Xiamen. Oh. Kasumigaoka Shia raised her eyebrows. What's the reward? How about a magic replenisher? Hearing the word magic replenisher, Kasumigaoka Shia's face became hot and she thought of a scene from before. But she did not refuse, but said, then keep it for now. When I need it, I will come to get it myself. Lin En looked at her in surprise. Why do I feel that Shia has become more bold when she is with him? But Yotsuya Miko was still waiting, and Lin En didn't think much about it. He took out a form and said to her, "Yotsuya classmate, please fill out the form first." Yotsuya Miko was surprised and said, "Eh? Do you know me?" "Of course. You can see the girl." But Lin En didn't what's the explanation? Yotani Miko sat on the chair and took the form. "I'm here now. It's just application form for joining the Paranormal Investigation Department." Yotani Miko was stunned. She didn't say she wanted to join the department? That Yotani Miko was struggling with how to refuse when she heard Lin En say in a low voice, "Yotani classmate, can you see it?" "Hey? Hey, 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 hey." Yotani Miko's body suddenly stiffened, and her pupils trembled visibly. Could it be that this handsome boy in front of her is a disguised evil spirit? What paranormal investigation department? Is it also a means for the evil spirit to deceive her? Yotani Miko's eyes were wet, revealing a pitiful expression, as if she was about to cry in the next second. The flesh on her thighs trembled uncontrollably, and something even seemed to leak out. She wanted to pretend not to see it as usual. But she still had the application form she had just received in her hand. "It's all over. Miko, seem to be eaten." Lin En stared at Yotsuya Miko with a strange expression. Even Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but look at Yotsuya Miko's thighs. Sometimes, the devil's sense of smell is really sensitive. "I was scared to pee. I was scared to pee." Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha looked at each other and were speechless. "Don't worry, Yotsuya-san, we are not cursed spirits." But Yotsuya Miko couldn't listen anymore. Or, she didn't dare to talk to Lin En. If he said no, then it's not. She had seen evil spirits that could disguise themselves before. "Maybe you don't know me, but you must have heard of this Kasumigaoka Utaha." Kasumigaoka Utaha? Yotani Miko was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, she felt familiar when she was on the road. It's the famous Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty. Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes twitched slightly, and her toes couldn't help moving. It was really embarrassing to be called this title in front of her. "Oh, bad. I accidentally said it out." Yotani Miko carefully glanced at Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha, and was relieved to see that they didn't transform. Maybe it was a misunderstanding? If it was an evil spirit, it would have eaten her now, no, the moment she came in to talk to it. After calming down, Yotsuya Miko also recalled some details. But she couldn't help but whispered, "Really, not Mr. Evil Spirit?" "Of course." Lin En gave her a positive answer. Seeing this, Yotsuya Miko relaxed. "We are demons, how could we be garbage like cursed spirits?" "Evil, demons?" Yotsuya Miko's body, which had just relaxed, stiffened again. She broke down in a voice that was about to cry, "Isn't that even worse?" Chapter 14. So, Yotsuya Miko decided to become a demon. Insidious, cunning, terrifying, evil. Playing with people's hearts, bewitching, and ravaging humans for fun. The initiator of the disaster. The above is Yotsuya Miko's stereotype of demons. Lin En said they were demons, and Yotsuya Miko did not doubt whether they were scaring her. But as someone who has seen the real side of the world, evil spirits exist, so the existence of demons is reasonable. "Okay, Minister, don't scare her." Seeing Yotsuya Miko trembling, Kasumigaoka Shio was afraid that Lin En would scare her into something. "It's Kasumigaoka Sr." Yotsuya Miko swore that this was the most beautiful voice she had ever heard in her life. Sure enough, they were scaring her. Demons and the like, they are really fake. Giving a grateful look to Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yotsuya Miko felt relieved. Lin En shrugged and said, "Okay. How about joining the Supernatural Investigation Club?" Yotsuya Miko calmed down and stared at the application form in her hand. When she first came, Yotsuya Miko really had no intention of joining the club. But the sentence before. Yotsuya classmate, you can see it. I care so much. That. Lin En introduced herself briefly, just call me Lin En. Like you, I'm a freshman at Shuchen. Okay, Lin En. Yotani Miko nodded, and then couldn't help asking, Lin En. Can you see it too? Of course. Lin En nodded without hesitation, and continued, otherwise, what do you think the Supernatural Investigation Department does? Sure enough. Yotani Miko's eyes lit up, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and as if she had seen hope, and asked anxiously, does Lin En have any solution? If she was accidentally discovered, something bad would happen. She couldn't live with this kind of life for even a moment. Solution. Yet. Yotani Miko nodded, staring at Lin En expectantly. Lin En smiled, of course I have. Yes. Getting the answer she wanted, Yotsuya Miko was overjoyed. Finally. Finally. Yotsuya Miko stood up without hesitation, bowed deeply and said, please, please let me return to the life of an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be fine if we just kill them? Yotsuya Miko and Lin En spoke at the same time. But the words of the two made the Supernatural Investigation Department fall into a brief silence. Lin En looked at Yotsuya Miko speechlessly. As expected of you, Yotsuya timid cowardly Miko. After a moment of silence, Yotsuya Miko raised her head stiffly, looked at Lin En with a dull expression, and stammered, kill, kill. Those evil spirits? She? No, no, no. I can't do it. It can't be done anyway. Same thing. Lin En looked at Yotsuya Miko calmly and asked, do you want to join the Supernatural Investigation Department? Or, Yotsuya-san, do you want to become my family? Yotsuya Miko was silent for a moment, then whispered, join the Supernatural Investigation Department, and you can kill evil spirits. Of course. Lin En gave a positive answer. Is it really possible? Yotsuya Miko was a little skeptical. So far, she has never encountered a situation where an evil spirit was killed by a human. But anyway, there is no other way. Why not just trust Lin En-san? Just like a drowning person, Yotsuya Miko doesn't want to miss even a straw. Besides, it was just joining a club, and there was no loss. She subconsciously ignored the meaning of the family, thinking it was just another way of saying joining the club. Okay, I'll join. Yotani Miko's eyes were firm. Lin En smiled, welcome Yotani to join the Supernatural Investigation Club. By the way, Yotani Miko was about to smile, when she heard Lin En continue, demons are real. Yotani Miko paused, then scolded, Lin En is still scaring me. Lin En didn't say anything, just grinned, and suddenly there was an irregular flutter behind him. With a tearing sound, two holes suddenly appeared in the waist and abdomen of Xiaozi's school uniform. A pair of black wings stretched out. Hula! The wings flapped, and a strong airflow rolled back in the Supernatural Investigation Club. Yotani Miko's pupils suddenly dilated, and she was dumbfounded. Demon! It's a real demon! When Lin En showed his demon wings, Yotani Miko's brain crashed. Lin En crossed his hands and put his chin on them, and his red eyes flashed with obscure colors. Yotani classmate, you can't run away after seeing my true identity. If you don't join, will you be killed to silence me? Will you? Will you? Yotani Miko's tears rolled in her eyes, and she cried violently in her heart. Then she knelt down at the speed of light, using all her life's knowledge to perform a very standard dogza. He said loudly, please give your orders, Lord Demon. The method of collecting followers is really simple and crude. Kasumigaoka Utaha gave Lin En a look. But it's effective, isn't it? Lin En shrugged and then materialized a demon chess piece. Then, choose a place on your body and put this thing in. Seeing Lin En take out the demon chess piece, Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes twitched in response. Yotani Miko looked up, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and tremblingly said, "Master Devil, please, what is this?" Reincarnation ritual. Lin En explained, "Reincarnate the devil and awaken the extraordinary power. When the time comes, a mere cursed spirit can be easily destroyed." Yotani Miko was stunned for a moment. So this is the way to kill evil spirits? Abandon the identity of a human and become a devil? She secretly glanced at Lin En's wings and sighed in her heart. It seems that there is no choice. After making the decision, Yotani Miko unexpectedly found that she didn't seem to have such difficult emotions to accept. Speaking of it, instead of maintaining the identity of a human and continuing to struggle in a world surrounded by evil spirits, it is better to become a devil and gain extraordinary power. And although Lin En is a demon, she only revealed her identity when she confirmed to join the Supernatural Investigation Department. If she had not chosen to join at that time, she would have been let go. What's more, Lin En had already reminded her once before. It's just that she didn't choose to believe it. After preparing herself mentally, Yotsuya Miko's eyes became firm. She wants to become a demon. Chapter 15, Chapter 15 The Demon Spirit Yotsuya Miko, take over. Have you made up your mind? Yotani Miko clenched her fist and nodded firmly. Lin En reminded, after becoming a demon, your life will belong to me. You must serve me for life. Serve, serve, serve. Yotani Miko's cheeks suddenly heated up and her pupils trembled violently. Here it comes. The price of making a deal with the demon. She secretly glanced at Lin En. It doesn't seem to be very difficult to accept. Although he is a demon, he is really handsome. Besides, since you have made up your mind, you can't hesitate in this place. No, no problem. Although she was determined in her heart, she was inevitably shy when she said it. After all, we talked about serving. Lin En played with the devil chess piece, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then let's start, the reincarnation ceremony. Ah, yes. Yotani Miko immediately straightened up and suddenly became nervous. What exactly is the reincarnation ceremony like? Oh, that's right. We still have to choose a place? She hurriedly looked left and right at her body, as if judging which place would be more suitable. Seeing this, Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but remind her, I suggest you choose the back. According to my experience, that is the best position. If Lin En hadn't taken the initiative, she would probably choose there. Lin En also nodded in approval. After touching Jicuo across the river, he also understood why the god of earthly destiny engraved the grace on her back. Okay, then carry it on your back. Yotani Miko followed the advice decisively, then blinked, then. Lin En smiled like a sun, and said, take off your shirt. Hey? Hey, hey, hey. Yotani Miko's eyes widened, her face inevitably turned red, and she began to dance in panic. What's going on? Has it entered the stage of sacrifice? She's not ready yet. Yotani Miko was going crazy. She knew it when Kasumigaoka Utaha slapped her forehead. Yotani Miko's state was obviously a misunderstanding. Kasumigaoka Utaha, who couldn't bear it, quickly said, don't worry, I just let you show your back. Hearing this, Yotani Miko calmed down a little. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Yotsuya Miko opened her eyes again. Although her face was still a little red, she was obviously much calmer. I understand. Yotsuya Miko slowly turned around, facing away from Lin En, and took off her shirt. Holding her in her arms, she blocked some of the spring light, revealing only her smooth and white back. Back straps, do you want to untie them? Yotsuya Miko said. The voice was a little trembling. Showing your back in front of a boy you met for the first time. It was really embarrassing. Lin En thought about it and felt that it might affect your vision, so he said, untie it. Yotani Miko's body trembled, and she took a deep breath, and then slowly stretched her hands behind her. With a click, the strap slipped off. If you look closely, you can still see some of the side parts squeezed by her arms. Lin En didn't let her stay in this state for too long, and directly pressed the demon chess piece on Yotani Miko's back. The cold touch made Yotani Miko tremble. Like the rippling surface of a lake, the demon chess piece slowly sank into Yotani Miko's body at the moment of contact. Boom! Yotani Miko's pupils dilated, and the sound of her heartbeat resounded throughout the classroom. Something is coming out. At the same time, Yotsuya Miko's back also changed. Data emerged one after another. Yotani Miko. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Valiver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Yin-Yang Eyes. Psychic vision. Increase in magic power growth rate. Psychic demon. Special attack on spirit creatures. Force to drive spirits. Spirit devouring. Demonization, closely related to soul devouring. After demonization, the power of the spirit in the body is completely detonated. Psychic demon, very consistent with Miko's situation. After taking a glance, Lin was in a good mood and copied the data by the way. The second family, get it? And it is another special demon. Kasumigaoka Utaha also came over to take a look. Summoning demon. It seems that his skills are much richer than hers, but secretary demon is not inferior to humans, not inferior to demons. What concerned her was the skill on summoning demon. Summoning demon is awakened by reincarnated demon. But Yin-Yang Eyes is probably the skill of Yotsuya Miko herself. Thinking of secretary demon who was awakened when she only had one reincarnated demon, she couldn't help but feel a little complicated. He is a person with more talent than her. Thinking of this, Kasumigaoka Utaha was a little depressed. But after seeing Lin En's smile, she was relieved. At least this person was brought by her. She should be considered to have helped Lin En, right? Thinking of this, Kasumigaoka Utaha's mood also became cheerful. After the reincarnation ceremony was over, Yotani Miko was a little dazed, and clenched her fists tightly, and could clearly feel that her strength was much stronger than when she was a human. And her waist and abdomen were a little itchy. Yotani Miko guessed that it should be the same devil wings as Lin En. Not only that, there was also an itch at the coccyx. Maybe, the devil's tail? It's going to be exposed. Kasumigaoka Shiu saw that Yotani Miko was busy experiencing the changes in her body, causing the top blocking the front to start to slide down, and she couldn't help but remind her quietly. Ah! Yotani Miko exclaimed in her heart, hurriedly hugged the clothes, and then began to put on the clothes in a hurry. Kasumigaoka Shiu saw this, sighed, reached out her hand, and with a click, helped her buckle the straps. After putting on the clothes, Yotani Miko blushed and bowed to Kasumigaoka Shiu to thank her. Kasumigaoka Shiu waved her hand. From now on, you will be a member of the family, and it is only right to help each other. On the other side, Lin En also received a reminder. Ding! You have obtained the family member Yotani Miko. Ding! Your family member Yotani Miko has been reincarnated as a special demon, psychic demon. Ding! You have obtained the skills Yin-Yang Eyes and Psychic Demon. Ding! Your strength has been improved. Chapter 16, Chapter 16 Yotsuya Miko's excitement. Lin opened the panel. Lin Valive. Race, Demon. Level, Advanced Demon. Power, None. Family, Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yotsuya Miko. Skills, Devil Chess Piece, Devil Contract, Magic Release, Secretary Demon, Yin-Yang Eyes, Spiritual Demon. The panel did not change much, except that Yotsuya Miko was added to the family column, and yin-yang eyes and spiritual demon were added to the skills. Yin-yang eyes. Except that his eyes were a little clearer, Lin En did not feel that this skill brought any changes to him. As a demon, he could easily see creatures such as spirits. However, through this skill, he understood that Miko's yin-yang eyes was of a very high level. Lin En turned his sight and focused on summoning demon. This skill is simply the nemesis of cursed spirits. It is enough to show how much resentment Jianzi has accumulated against cursed spirits. As for the level column, there is no change, and it is still a high-level demon. Although the system prompts that the strength has improved. But Yotsuya Jianzi is only a low-level demon, and the improvement is not obvious enough. When Jicuo was reincarnated, it was also because Lin En's own level had reached the critical value of the intermediate demon, which broke through the high-level demon in one fell swoop. If you want to improve your level, you probably still have a long way to go. If you take Nau Ejiang as a family, I don't know what will happen. Lin En suddenly thought of this. Although the grace system given by his demon chess piece is similar to the system of Jicuo, they are two products after all. The level alone is obviously different from Jicuo. Jicuo is LV1, LV2, etc., but he is a low-level demon, a mid-level demon, etc. The two are different power systems. Although the ability value is I0 at the beginning, the level of Lin En's favor system does not always start from the low-level demon. If Nau Ejiang is accepted as a family, Lin En feels that her level will most likely be a high-level demon, or even higher. By then, Lin En's strength will be greatly improved. However, it is not easy to accept Nau Ejiang as a family. We still have to take it step by step. What's more, although Jicuo and Jianzi are now at a lower level, with his favor, they will sooner or later improve their strength. Putting his thoughts together temporarily, Jianzi tidied up his clothes, and Lin En asked, "How is it? How do you feel?" "Better than ever." Yotani Jianzi's eyes lit up. After reincarnating as a demon, her body became stronger, her spirit became better, and she even became more confident. She was now eager to find an evil spirit to test her strength. Seeing this, Lin En handed her the copied data. Yotani Miko took it with a puzzled look. "What is this?" "Your grace data." Lin En briefly explained what grace was. After she understood, she carefully checked it. Low-level demon. Well, it should be the lowest level demon. At least there is a lot of room for improvement. Yotani Miko has a good attitude. She also understands strength and so on. She knows that everyone starts from I0, so naturally there is nothing to see. Then she moved her eyes downward and saw the skill of yin-yang eyes. So, it is the culprit that allows me to see evil spirits. Yotani Miko stared at the introduction of yin-yang eyes with mixed feelings. Thanks to it, she has lived a very exciting life. If she hadn't been reincarnated as a demon, she didn't know how long this life would have lasted. Shaking her head, Yotsuya Miko continued to look down. When she saw the introduction of the skill, her eyes lit up like two big light bulbs. Psychic Demon. I like this skill. Yotsuya Miko was eager to try it out, and she was more eager to find a ghost to beat up. Master Lin, when are we going to level up? Yotsuya Miko looked up, her eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, and she looked at Lin like a kitten. The way she addressed Lin naturally changed from classmate Lin to Master Lin. Very smart. Lin En raised his hand and performed a head-patting move, then pointed to the sun outside which had not yet set and said, "If you are not afraid of your identity as a demon being discovered by humans, you can do it anytime." Feeling the temperature above her head, Yotsuya Miko's ears felt slightly hot, and her urgency subsided. Hesitantly, "Then, let's wait until no one is around at night." On the other side, Kasumigaoka Utaha, who was writing something in the demon book, saw this scene of love between the master and the servant, and her hand movements paused for a moment, and then she continued to write as if nothing had happened. It's just that the force of the pen was much stronger than before. Demon book. Failed. After Kasumigaoka Utaha finished recording, she seemed to inadvertently insert herself between Lin En and Yotsuya Miko, and handed the demon book to Lin En for inspection. Lin En took it. The 2 skills of Yotsuya Miko were recorded on it. Lin En wanted to try whether Utaha's skill book Devil could record these 2 skills. The result was obvious: Utaha failed. It really doesn't work. Lin En had expected this result, and even Kasumigaoka Utaha had expected it. After all, the skill description of book Devil is to record magic, fairy arts. And the common point of these skills is that they can be mastered through acquired learning. Similar to Yin Yang Eyes, or even Psychic Demon, the awakened abilities after reincarnation are not within the scope of Secretary Demon's record. Lin En also gave Kasumigaoka Utaha a head pat. It's okay, even so, Secretary Demon is already very strong. I don't need comfort. Although she said so, she still enjoyed Lin En's head pat. On the other side, Yotsuya Miko didn't care about the interaction between the two, and looked at the contents of the demon book curiously. What is this? Secretary Demon, my awakened ability. Kasumigaoka Utaha didn't hide it. After all, she had seen Yotsuya Miko's skills, so she also told her the ability of her skills very frankly. So powerful! Yotsuya Miko exclaimed. Kasumigaoka Utaha remained silent. Secretary Devil, indeed amazing. Next, Yotsuya Miko filled out the previous application for joining the Supernatural Investigation Club. Then she exchanged contact information with Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha. When Lin En pulled Yotsuya Miko into the clan group, Yotsuya Miko stared at the dazzling group chat name, her eyes became subtle. She is also one of the harem. But what she didn't expect was that after the master Lin En, there were only her and Kasumigaoka Sr. in the clan. So, when the clan grows stronger, she will also be a veteran. While thinking about all sorts of things, she discussed with Lord Lin En and Kasumigaoka Sr. to go out and test her abilities in the evening. But I feel like I forgot something. Yotani Miko muttered. At the main entrance of the teaching building, Yurikawa Hana asked curiously, "Where is Miko?" Chapter 17, Chapter 17 Swallowing Spirits? No, it's the experience of alchemy. Jianzi, sorry, something happened suddenly and I forgot about you. Ziahua, humph. Jianzi, you are bad. Jianzi, I will treat you to a daifuku tomorrow, please forgive me. Ziahua, too. Jianzi, no problem. After apologizing to Ziahua online, Yotsuya Jianzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's do it here. Lin En stood in front of an empty alley. Yotsuya Jianzi heard this and put her phone into her bag. It was a dark and windy night, a good time to kill evil spirits. Lin En looked around and picked the weakest cursed spirit for Yotsuya Jianzi to practice with. Let's do it that one. Lin En pointed to the front right. Yotoko Miko looked over. Yes, it was a greasy evil spirit with a big belly. Yotoko Miko took a deep breath, and then walked towards the direction of the greasy evil spirit with firm steps. Although she was mentally prepared, Yotsuko Miko was still inevitably nervous when she got closer. Even her breathing became subconsciously lighter, and her scalp was slightly numb. For her, evil spirits were once nightmare-like existences. It is not easy to overcome that fear. All kinds of emotions flashed through Yotsuko Miko's mind. Finally, she stood in front of the greasy evil spirit. Can you see it? Can you see it? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Let's make a break. Mr. Evil Spirit. Yotoko Miko looked at the greasy evil spirit with a firm gaze. The greasy evil spirit was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, and his face was visibly excited. You can see it. You can see it. Yes, I can see it. I wanted to say this a long time ago. Yotani Miko's mammary glands instantly became transparent. The greasy evil spirit was obviously stunned again. It had never met such a brave human. But it didn't think much about it, and immediately bared its teeth and claws, roaring, "Eat you! Eat you! Eat me! Or eat my shoulder bag!" Yotani Miko didn't want to dirty her hands. With a strong swing, she threw the shoulder bag directly over, and attached magic power to it. Chi! The moment the greasy evil spirit touched the shoulder bag, it was like it had encountered a natural enemy. It only had time to join in and disappeared instantly. Yotani Miko was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "So easy. Special attack on spiritual creatures." In just a moment, the evil spirit was completely annihilated. She didn't even use too much magic power. She looked at her bag and muttered, "Evil spirits, are they so weak? It's just that this one is weaker." Lin En reminded, "There are also levels between cursed spirits, this one is obviously it's just the lowest level cursed spirit." "Is that so?" Yotani Miko scratched her cheek and retracted her inflated mind. "Of course, with your current strength, it is not a problem to deal with most cursed spirits." Lin En did not discourage her and continued, "Next, try the other abilities of the psychic demon." "Yes, Lord Lin En." Forced to drive the spirit, Yotani Miko calmed down and began to release magic power. Soon, a nearby evil spirit had a dull look in its eyes, and Yotani Miko successfully took control of it. Success! Yotani Miko was delighted, and then controlled it to attack another evil spirit. Roar! The two evil spirits immediately started to bite each other. Seeing this, Yotsuya Kenko controlled several more evil spirits and rushed towards the attacked evil spirit. The evil spirit was stunned. Under the righteous beating, the evil spirit successfully ascended to heaven. Yotsuya Kenko panted slightly and said, "With my current strength, I can only control 10 evil spirits at the same time." Low-level evil spirit. Lin En silently added the word low-level in his heart. "Very good, it's already very good." Lin En clapped his hands and encouraged him. Jitsi could only control 10 low-level evil spirits at the same time, but he could do more. After all, he was a high-level demon. After letting Jitsi rest for a while, he continued to test another ability of Psychic Demon. Yotani Jitsi controlled the 10 demons to gather together, then his eyes flashed slightly and his lips opened slightly. Soul Devourer! Ah! The moment Yotsuya Miko finished speaking, the bodies of the 10 evil spirits suddenly twisted and let out a terrifying roar. Their center seemed to be a black hole, twisting and compressing them until they became a crystal-clear purple bead. Yotsuya Miko picked up one. Soon, the purple bead seemed to be weathered and blown away by the wind like sand. Yotsuya Miko blinked, felt it carefully, and then said uncertainly, "It seems, no change." After absorbing the remaining 9 beads one after another, Yotsuya Miko said, "I still don't feel anything." Lin En saw this and thought about it. "Okay, let's stop here today." As soon as the voice fell, the magic circle of magic cube jump flashed under Lin En's feet, instantly covering Yotsuya Miko and Kasumigaoka Utaha. Yotani Miko only had time to exclaim, and the next moment, the 3 people disappeared in the alley. At the same time, Lin En's house. A flash of purple light passed by. The figures of Lin En and the other 2 suddenly appeared in the living room. Yotani Miko's eyes widened, "Wow, so awesome." In a flash, they arrived at a strange place. Kasumigaoka Utaha was not surprised. After all, she had been to Kaohu Town, so she was considered an experienced demon. By the way, she also gave Yotsuya Miko some popular science. But Yotsuya Miko's attention was focused on other places. "So, this is where Lord Lin En lives." Yotsuya Miko looked around curiously. "Kasumigaoka Utaha. She said a lot of teleportation magic, but you only remembered that this is Lin En's house?" Lin En brought Yotsuya Miko back, obviously not to let her visit his room. Miko, take off your clothes. Again? Yotsuya Miko was surprised, but her body took off her clothes very skillfully. After all, she had experience. Kasumigaoka Utaha guessed, is the grace updated? Drop blood on Yotsuya Miko's quilt. The grace appears. Yotsuya Miko. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin En. Strength, I0I1. Agility, I0I2. Durability, I0I1. Magic power, I0I9. Inherent skills. Yin Yang Eyes, omitted. Spiritual demon, omitted. Sure enough. The ability value increased by 13 points. Of which 10 points should be the result of swallowing the soul. And the ability values such as strength also increased. Random experience pill? Lin looked strange. Isn't this ability a bit too much? If you catch a high-level cursed spirit and feed it to Miko, wouldn't it be able to ascend directly on the spot? It shouldn't be that simple. I guess there is some upper limit. Lin En thought. It still needs to be tested. After copying the data, Miko Yotsuya put on her clothes and checked it. The data is improving so fast. Miko Yotsuya was a little surprised, and the strength and other things have also increased. But I don't feel like I've used any strength. She moved her arms up and down in confusion. Is it because of the time when she threw the bag out? It should be soul-devouring. Kasumigaoka Utaha also saw Miko Yotsuya's data. After all, Miko Yotsuya didn't carry her on her back. She was smart and saw the essence of Yotsuya Miko's ability value increase at a glance. She also came to the same conclusion as Lin En. Random experience pills. What an enviable ability. Kasumigaoka Utaha muttered softly. If she wanted to improve her ability values other than magic power, she would need to throw evil spirit books at her. Yotsuya Miko was fine, she only needed to eat evil spirits. She explained to Yotsuya Miko after learning about the soul-swallowing ability. Yotsuya Miko suddenly realized it, and then immediately expressed that her appetite had increased. However, a phone call interrupted her appetite. Oh no! I forgot to report it to my mother. Chapter 18, Chapter 18 The Devil Lady and Her Loyal Servant. Please send me back, Master Lin. Yotani's house. Yotani Miko thanked Lin at the door. Lin said, it's okay. I'm going to come here to set the coordinates anyway. That. Yotani Miko hesitated for a moment, then whispered, would you like to come in and sit down? Lin glanced at the half-open door behind her and said, I think you'd better explain the current situation to your mother first. Ah, this. Yotani Miko turned her head stiffly and saw that her door was slightly opened. Yotani Miko said in a frustrated tone, okay. Then, see you tomorrow. Lin waved her hand, found a place where no one could see her, and used the magic cube jump to disappear. Kenkeo. Yotani Kenko's neck shrank suddenly. Yotani Keiko stood behind her and said faintly, so Kenko came back so late because she went on a date with her boyfriend. Poor mom, I waited for Kenko until the food got cold, and I'm still hungry. I'm so sorry, mom. Yotani Kenko apologized decisively. Okay. Bring your boyfriend back next time, and I'll forgive you. Hey. The next day. Supernatural Investigation Department. Yotani Kenko came a little late. Yesterday, she left Xiahua alone and said that she would treat Xiahua to a Daifuku restaurant today, so the two of them went out for a walk. After she separated from Xiahua, she rushed back from outside. It seems that I need to learn the magic cube jump. Yotani Miko thought of the way Lin En used the magic cube jump to travel yesterday, and couldn't help but envy him. During the daytime class, she secretly used her mobile phone to ask the Lin En family harem group about how to use the magic cube jump. When Senior Kasumigaoka sent a lot of dense theoretical knowledge, Yotani Miko decisively gave up. She is not a good student at all. Standing at the door of the Supernatural Investigation Department, Yotani Miko couldn't help but wail in her heart. With a clatter, Yotani Miko pushed open the door of the Supernatural Investigation Department. What came into view was Lin En sitting with his back against the window. He closed his eyes slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Beside him, Kasumigaoka Utaha's slender fingers were frantically clicking on the tablet. Of course, what attracted Yotsuya Miko the most was the ghost in the classroom, who seemed to be tied up by something, but whose body was so big that it was about to break the ceiling. The bloated ghost made a sharp and piercing explosion. Yotsuya Miko quickly walked into the classroom and slammed the door. It was so fast that it seemed like I was afraid that the roar of the evil spirit would resound throughout the entire Shuchen. Don't worry, ordinary people can't see or hear it. Lin En opened his eyes. Although Yu Zhong might file a complaint against him for disturbing the public online. Subconsciously. Yotani Miko also remembered the setting of Mr. Evil Spirit, scratched her face awkwardly, and then said, "This Mr. Evil Spirit." She was a little confused about the situation. Why would the Supernatural Investigation Department kidnap an evil spirit? Her expression was a little subtle. If it was before yesterday, she would never have imagined this scene. This is a second-level cursed spirit. Lin En explained, and then said, "Use soul devouring on it, Miko." Yes. Yotani Miko reacted. It turned out that they wanted to test the extent to which soul devouring could be achieved. She took a deep breath, then raised her hand, pointed her palm at the bloated evil spirit, and shouted softly, "Soul Devourer!" Buzz! The magic power was completely released by her. The evil spirit began to gradually produce fluctuations. It seemed to have sensed a hint of danger, and began to get anxious, twisting its body frantically, trying to break free. But it seemed that was all. Lin En looked at Jianzi, who began to pant, and made a judgment in his heart. Second-level curse spirit. Although it can still have some effect, it is obviously too strenuous for Jianzi now. And the second-level curse spirit has no tendency to turn into experience pills. That's enough. Lin En stopped Jianzi from releasing magic power, otherwise he would be like Xia before, and would be separated because of excessive consumption of magic power. Although he didn't mind removing the negative state for his family by replenishing magic. Yotani Jianzi stopped the output of magic power, and looked at the cursed spirit that didn't change much, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "I'm sorry, Lord Lin En, my strength is too weak, and I can't shake it at all." Lin En comforted, "It's okay. Rather, this is the normal situation. If there is really no limit, then Lin En will catch a special stunt cursed spirit for Yotani Jianzi to absorb, and its level will soar like a rocket." Lin En walked in front of the evil spirit and patted him. "Okay, you're useless now." As soon as the words fell, the magic ropes tied to the evil spirit tightened instantly. The difference is that Lin En's way of swallowing souls is not limited to compressing evil spirits and forming purple beads for absorption. Lin En experienced it carefully. The power has indeed increased. But not as much as when Xiu and Jianzi became the reincarnated demons of the clan. And the growth of the clan will also give him feedback at any time. If you want to improve your strength, the most important thing is to recruit clans and upgrade them as soon as possible. If it is a first-level cursed spirit, or even a special-level cursed spirit, it may make his strength increase rapidly. But this level of cursed spirit is not so easy to appear. It depends on fate. Well, tell Nau Ejiang a word and ask her to help keep an eye out. Although Nau Ejiang's main focus is not cursed spirits, doesn't she have a colleague who specializes in cursed spirits? Of course, Lin En was not sure about the special grade cursed spirit. Although summoning demon has a special attack effect on spiritual creatures, Lin En was not sure to what extent it could do it. It is better to be cautious. Is it over? Kasumigaoka Utaha asked, then put down the tablet and stretched her body. That old woman Machida Wanzi. It was just that she forgot to write and didn't submit the manuscript these few days, but she could say such harsh words. She must have reached the age of menopause. What's more, the sales of Love Metronome were dismal, and there was no need to continue. If it was before, she might have been sad for a while. But since she met Lin En, it has been completely different. Not only her life or becoming a demon, etc. Even her writing has a new direction. If it's a new book, why not call it The Devil Lady and Her Faithful Servant? Kasumigaoka Shiu stared at Lin En, her eyes moving. If Lin En knew what she was thinking, he would probably say reverse the Tian Gang. Thinking of this, Kasumigaoka Shiu couldn't help laughing. Seeing Kasumigaoka Shiu like this, Lin En knew that this woman had fallen into some kind of fantasy of her own. Shaking his head, Lin En shook his phone and said, I sent a file in the group, remember to take a look when you have time. File? Chapter 19, Chapter 19 Utaha the Beast understands the Great Master. Basic knowledge of the Underworld. Docs. The Underworld. When Yotsuya Miko saw these two words, she subconsciously exclaimed. Kasumigaoka Utaha was much calmer. After all, she had learned something from Rias before. But that was all. She only knew that it was the base camp of the demon race. But she was still very unfamiliar with the details. Lin En said, Rias sent this to me, saying that it was made to help reincarnated demons learn some common sense about demons as soon as possible. If you are interested, you can take a look at it, just treat it as a pastime. It's really interesting. Both Kasumigaoka Utaha and Yotsuya Miko were very interested in this file. While the former was learning about demons, she might also be able to collect some materials that could be used for her new book. Yotsuya Miko was simply curious. What's more, it's too outrageous that she doesn't know anything about demons even though she's already a demon. Kasumigaoka Utaha and Yotsuya Miko sat in their seats and quietly checked. Demons' weaknesses, other races besides demons, demon chess pieces, ranking games, the current 4 demon kings, etc. Sirs X Gremory. Seeing this name, Kasumigaoka Utaha paused. Gremory. Same last name as Rias, could it be? Yes, one of the current demon kings is Rias's brother. Hiss. Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes widened, and she said in astonishment, I didn't expect that the approachable young lady actually had such a background. Rias? Yotsuya Miko looked up at Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha. Is he a friend of Lord Lin En and Senior Kasumigaoka? The Demon King. Kasumigaoka Shiu sighed a little, but she didn't feel anything. After all, such a powerful person was too far away from her, and she didn't know what the Demon King could do. After all, she was just a weak and pitiful lower-level demon. Well, she had seen the strength division of demons from above. After confirming her level of cannon fodder, she felt very subtle. Reincarnated demons and demon chess pieces, so this is how they came about. Kasumigaoka Shiu sighed, it's obviously a demon, but I didn't expect that there is still a shortage of population. But do demon chess pieces have a class? Kasumigaoka Shiu recalled carefully, and it seemed that she didn't feel that there was any so-called class bonus when she was reincarnated as a demon by Lin En. You don't need to worry about this. Lin En explained, you should have seen the inventor of the devil chess piece. Kasumigaoka Utaha nodding, he said, one of the 4 current demon kings, Jicuo Beelzebub. That's right. Lin nodded and continued, but the demon chess piece of our family was created by me. Lin raised his hand, and the light between his thumb and index finger sparkled, and a brand new demon chess piece was created immediately. Kasumigaoka Utaha's beautiful eyes widened, and her pink lips subconsciously opened a little, muttering, no wonder. Ever since she saw the information about demon chess pieces in the files of basic common sense in this underworld, she has been very curious. Because the demons reincarnated through the demon chess pieces created by Jicuo Beelzebub, in addition to the blessing of the class. They did not become special demons with awakened exclusive abilities like her and Yotsuya Miko. Before this, she thought she was special. But on the day when Yotsuya Miko became a member of the family, she saw her grace, and Kasumigaoka Utaha began to have some doubts. Is she really special? Before becoming a demon, she was just an ordinary human being. People like Miko are special, right? But today, she finally understood everything. The special one is Lin En, their master. The grace system should also be created by the master. Kasumigaoka Utaha said affirmatively. You can say that. Master, you are really amazing. You easily did something that even the Demon King couldn't do. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at Lin En, her eyes shimmering, and it seemed that she could vaguely see the admiration and love hidden deep in her eyes. Yes, something that even the Demon King couldn't do. If she were to be bolder, Kasumigaoka Utaha would even think that, except for Lin En, there would be no other existence in this world that could compare to Lin En. Although they are both called demon chess pieces. But it is obvious that the demon chess pieces of Jicuo Beelzebub are many levels behind the demon chess pieces created by Lin En. Just a grace system, the demon chess pieces created by Jicuo Beelzebub are not as good as them. Through the basic common sense of the underworld, she also has a clear understanding of the level division between demons. Lower level demons, middle level demons, upper level demons, top level demons, etc. Each level is a huge class. The improvement of strength is even more difficult. For example, she and Jianzi can improve their strength only through training and fighting monsters. Once other people know about it, I am afraid that they will be envious. They will even rush to become Lin En's family. But it might also attract the covetousness of some beings. Gulp. Kasumigaoka Shiu swallowed her saliva. She never knew that becoming a follower of Lin En would be such a great opportunity. It is even an invisible benefit of becoming a demon. She also read the basics of the underworld today. Common sense knows. Extended lifespan, slowed aging, etc. Even if it is just a low-level demon, it can live for hundreds of years. Not to mention that she can upgrade through the grace system. Who? Kasumigaoka Shiu let out a long breath and began to reflect. At the beginning, Lin En wanted to take her into the family, and she was a little reluctant. Although at that time, I felt that Lin En was just a lecher who wanted to play with her body in exchange for a favor. But now thinking about it, I should have hugged Lin En's thighs at that time, crying and begging Lin En to take her into the harem. Duan! 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 Kasumigaoka Shiu began to hit her forehead against the table. Lin En looked surprised. What kind of shape is this? What are you imagining in your mind again? Voila! Kasumigaoka Utaha suddenly stood up and came to Lin En, holding Lin En's face with her slender white hands. The reward we agreed on last time. Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes were serious. Replenish mana. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 Summoning Contract from Another World. This is the bulletin mo? Yotani Miko covered her face with her hands, but her eyes were wide open, staring at Lin En and Kasumigaoka Utaha through her fingers. Kasumigaoka Sr., so bold. Yotani Miko's cheeks were red, her face was very hot, her thighs twisted unconsciously, and she felt a little hot all over. After a while, Kasumigaoka Utaha left Lin En's thin lips. Her eyes were blurred, with a hint of spring, as if she was still immersed in the touch just now. Very moist. Lin En gave a two-word evaluation in his heart. Kasumigaoka Utaha blinked, came back to her senses, and then her hands holding Lin En trembled violently. What did she do? Reserved. The reserve of a girl. Kasumigaoka Shiu suddenly retracted her hand, straightened her body, and stroked her hair as if nothing had happened, and said with some stammering. Don't get me wrong, I just think that giving the master some benefits appropriately is the basic duty of a follower. Lin En looked at her with a playful look, watching her performance quietly, and then reminded, wasn't it the reward I gave to the follower just now? After all, you said it's to replenish magic. Kasumigaoka Shiu's body stiffened slightly, and then she said angrily, there was no magic power flowing in just now, it doesn't count. Wait until next time, I'll come to get it. After the voice fell, Kasumigaoka Shiu walked towards the door with her hands and feet, her body stiff. I suddenly remembered something, I'll go first. Bang! The door of the Supernatural Investigation Department was slammed shut. Kasumigaoka Utaha leaned against the wall beside the door, feeling her heart was about to jump out. My body! So hot! Kasumigaoka Utaha exhaled, hugged her other arm with her right hand, and her eyes were slightly blurred. Too impulsive. Suddenly, she made such a move. It was like instinct. She raised her hand, touched her mouth, and suddenly showed a silly smile. The second kiss. The feeling was much stronger than the last time. And this time she took the initiative. Hee hee. Kasumigaoka Utaha fell into an irresistible reverie. Suddenly, her ideas flowed, and she had the urge to record it. Source. It was source. Kasumigaoka Utaha realized it. Oh no! I forgot to bring my tablet. Supernatural Investigation Department. Sure enough, she is surprisingly innocent. Lin En thought of the evaluation given by Akenohime Jima before. Very appropriate. On the other side, Yotsuya Miko was in a dilemma. She had just witnessed a scene that seemed like the kiss of the century. Before she could digest the shock just now, Kasumigaoka Senior's words caused her to crash again. Appropriate. Is it the duty of a follower to provide benefits to the master properly? Is this right? Is it a lifestyle unique to demons? Yotani Miko's hands trembled slightly as she frantically flipped through the basic common sense of the underworld. Damn, there is no knowledge about this at all. But Kasumigaoka Senior just did that. As a follower, shouldn't she also show some appreciation? If she doesn't do that, nothing bad will happen, right? Being disliked by Lord Lin En? Yotani Miko thought of the introduction about stray demons she had just seen. Demons who have lost their masters or been abandoned by their masters have become street rats in the underworld. Don't do that! Yotani Miko suddenly stood up and walked in front of Lin En with firm steps. Lin En. Why does this scene have a sense of déjà vu? You. Without waiting for Lin En to say anything, Yotsuya Miko suddenly leaned down and pecked Lin En's face like a dragonfly touching the water. It's a benefit for Master Lin En. Yotsuya Miko hurriedly said, then ran out with her bag and red cheeks. Slammed the door. Yotsuya Miko breathed a sigh of relief, but her cheeks were still red. Then, she felt a scrutinizing gaze. Yotsuya Miko turned her head and immediately met a pair of wine-red eyes. Ahaha, Kasumigaoka Senior is here too. Yotsuya Miko greeted awkwardly, and then said, well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yotsuya Miko ran away. Kasumigaoka Shiu narrowed her eyes, is she also in trouble? On the other side. Feeling the wetness on her right face, Lin En was obviously stunned for a moment, and then rubbed her chin. Muttered, Shiu beast, you are such a good woman. Seeing the words left by Jianzi, Lin En knew that she must have misunderstood something. But it doesn't matter, Lin En decided to make this misunderstanding a reality. Immediately afterwards, there was an announcement in the harem group of Lin En's family. It is the duty of a family member to give the master some benefits appropriately. After thinking about it, Lin En deleted the 3 words appropriate and changed some to send. The announcement suddenly became: it is the duty of a family member to give benefits to the master. So, the first rule of Lin En's family was born. Lin En nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, Lin En's eyes fixed on the panel. The skill of devil contract flickered. Finally, Lin En's red pupils glowed slightly. A flyer that crossed the world in the name of completing the contract. The real purpose is to facilitate the demons to invade the world and plunder resources. Born with talent. Finally got fooled. Chapter 21, Chapter 21 Mr. Devil, can you save the world? Fujimi Academy. Busujima Saeko took the newly acquired bladed knife and cut off the head of a corpse cleanly. What has this world become? Busujima Saeko shook off the blood on the knife and held it horizontally in front of her, reflecting her deep blue pupils and the corpses behind her who were trying to surround her. Teacher Shizuka, squat down. The blonde beauty with an explosive figure looked a little confused, but when she heard what Busujima Saeko said, her body was one step faster than her brain. Who? Busujima Saeko acted decisively, and the blade with a cold light drew a semicircle in the air. Bang bang bang! The three corpses had no advantage and fell straight to the ground. Wow! Busujima-san is so awesome! Marikawa Shizuka squatted on the ground, her eyes shining, and clapped her hands in front of her body, applauding Busujima Saiko's actions just now. Busujima Saeko looked at her helplessly, put her index finger in front of her mouth, and signaled her not to make too much noise. Marikawa Shizuka quickly covered her mouth with both hands, blinking and staring at Busujima Saeko. You can get up now, Teacher Shizuka. Yet. Marikawa Shizuka nodded quickly, then carried the medical box brought out from the school infirmary and followed Busujima Saeko. Busujima Saeko was thinking while cleaning the corpses in the corridor. These corpses are not difficult to deal with, but there are too many of them. She slightly side-glanced, looking out through the window in the corridor. The dead bodies swarmed towards the school. In this scene, the first floor must have been occupied by them. Busujima Saeko clenched the handle of the knife, her fingers slightly white. Although she has mastered the superb sword art, she is still a human being after all. She will get tired and hurt. But the dead bodies are completely unreasonable. The school is not a place to stay for a long time. But how can we escape? Busujima Saeko looked at the endless dead bodies and fell into deep despair. But waiting for death is not the style of the women in the Busujima family. Teacher Shizuka, do you want to move forward with the determination to die? Busujima Saeko asked for Marikawa Shizuka's opinion. Marikawa Shizuka put her index finger on her lower lip, and then as if she suddenly remembered something, her eyes lit up and she reached into her groin. Ah, I found it! Marikawa Shizuka took out a black parchment that looked ominous. Why don't we ask Mr. Devil for help? She handed the parchment to Busujima Saeko like offering a treasure, her eyes full of expectation. Busujima Saeko. It was her fault for counting on this innocent teacher. But looking at Marikawa Shizuka's eyes, she still took it silently. Devil contract summoning document. It looks quite good. Busujima Saeko thought. Hehe. Busujima-san, don't underestimate this document. Marikawa Shizuka looked mysterious. This parchment appeared in the school infirmary before, but every time I threw it out, it would return to its original position. Even if you use fire, you can't burn it. This must be a devil's prank. Marikawa Shizuka looked convinced. Is it possible that it was a student's prank? Busujima Saeko wanted to say that, but a pen had already been handed over. She silently glanced at Marikawa Shizuka's shaking sphere and complained, is that a dimensional pocket? Forget it. Just think of it as playing games with a child. Saeko Busujima took the pen and signed her name at the bottom of the parchment. Okay, let's play house. Before Saeko Busujima finished her words, the empty corridor suddenly flashed with dazzling light. With a buzz, an obscure black magic circle instantly appeared under Saeko Busujima's feet. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and she subconsciously tightened the handle of the knife in her hand. Click! Footsteps sounded. Are you my contractor? Saeko Busujima looked up speechlessly, and Lin En, with black hair and red eyes and a noble appearance, came into her sight. Really, a demon? Saeko Busujima couldn't believe it. But the magic circle that just appeared couldn't be an illusion. Tear. The black wings tore through the school uniform of Shuchen and stretched out from the waist. The goods are genuine. Fukushima Saiko's pupils shrank suddenly. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Snap! Lin En's devil wings slapped back the sneaky hand. Ugh, it hurts. Marikawa Shizuka squatted behind Lin En, covered her hand and blew hard, as if to blow away the pain. Fukushima Saiko's nerves jumped, took a deep breath and said, Teacher Shizuka, what are you doing? He he he. Marikawa Shizuka smiled awkwardly and whispered, I want to touch it and see if it's real. Fukushima Saeko. Can you maintain the most basic respect for a devil? Be careful, he will turn the world into purgatory. However, the world seems to have become purgatory. It is this world. While Saeko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa were communicating, Lin En was also thinking. When he saw Saeko Busujima, he knew without a doubt that he had come to that world. One of the standard low-level copies for time travelers, an old trick. But for him, and even his family, this world is really good. It is a good place to gain experience. Especially when the level of the family members is very low. In fact, Lin En has been thinking about the leveling points of Kasumigaoka Utaha and Yotsuya Miko these days. There are many inconvenient places in the modern human society. Although cursed spirits are everywhere, they often gather in crowded places. If you don't want to cause a sensation in the human world, you can only wait until after dusk. The efficiency is too low. But this cross-world contract summoning solves this problem. The dead world is simply a natural low-level experience-generating dungeon. Future club activities have a place. After 3 o'clock, come to the dead world to grind. Besides, this world also has the qualifications to become a family. Lin En looked at the skill devil chess piece flashing on the panel. He had a feeling that it would be much easier to recruit the clans in this world than in his world. So, Lin En stared at Saeko Busujima and gave a vague smile. Contractor, what is your commission? Saeko Busujima took a deep breath. It was beyond her expectation that the parchment could really summon the devil. Even her worldview was vaguely like being knocked away. After all, who would have thought that there were actually devils in the world? But the world suddenly became like this, and the appearance of the devil seemed to make sense. Anyway, the devil has already appeared. Then let's give it a try. Fukushima Saiko's eyes flickered slightly, and then she said cautiously, well, this devil. Can I ask you to save the world? Chapter 22, Chapter 22 Busujima Saeko, now come, I'm yours. Save the world. Sure. Lin En agreed to Saeko Busujima's commission without any hesitation. No matter what the commission is, agree to it first. Anyway, when and how to complete it is still up to him. A warm smile rose on his face, and he said very considerately. I have 2 plans here, one is more radical and the other is more conservative. Which one do you want to hear first? Can it really be done? Save the world? Saeko Busujima looked surprised. She was just trying to see how Mr. Devil would react to this commission. The result? I didn't expect that Mr. Devil would give 2 plans. It seems that the doomsday crisis that is enough to destroy humans is just a trivial matter for Mr. Devil in front of him. Mr. Devil's strength is probably more terrifying than she imagined. By the way, Mr. Devil is much easier to talk to than she imagined. And he is not the ugly image in mythology at all. It is very different from the impression of the devil. Putting aside the messy thoughts for the time being, Busujima Saeko thought for a while and said, let's listen to the radical one first. The crisis in your world now should be these corpses, right? Lin En walked to the window and stared at the crowded corpses swaying downstairs. That's right. Busujima Saeko nodded and said in a low voice, this afternoon, the crisis suddenly broke out. She turned her head, stared at Lin En, and said seriously. I don't know the specific situation in the world now, but this highly contagious virus, once it breaks out, the speed of spread will definitely not be low. In the worst case, it may affect the whole world. As a young person, she also knows about zombie movies. But she didn't expect that something imagined by humans would become a reality one day. When she thought of the world full of wandering corpses, Busujima Saeko was silent for a while. In addition, even if this crisis occurred, no army has appeared until now. She has made plans for the worst. It's okay. Lin En said easily, even if the whole world becomes like this, as long as I clean the surface, won't it be enough? Well, with Lin En's current strength as a superior demon, I'm afraid it can't be done. But if it can't be done now, it doesn't mean it can't be done in the future. There is no time limit for saving the world. He can wait until he becomes a demon king, a transcendent or even a stronger existence to save the world. Before that, this dead world should just become the nourishment of his clan. Wash the surface? That's what she understands. Is that what you mean? The corner of Busujima Saeko's eye twitched, and she stared at Lin En silently. There was no sense of joking at all. Even if it was the ultimate weapon of mankind, it would not be possible to clean the surface, right? But Mr. Devil's words, maybe it could be possible? However, if that were to happen, Busujima Saeko said faintly, the human survivors might also die, right? Together with those corpses. Lin En shrugged, then it's none of my business. This kind of behavior is indeed a demon. Obviously, the appearance is the same as that of a human, and even. Busujima Saeko glanced at the nameplate on Lin En's clothes. Private Shuchen Academy. Demons, do you want to go to school too? Putting this question in her heart, Busujima Saeko decisively gave up this more radical plan. Let's talk about the conservative plan. As expected, she would choose this one. Lin En's smile became warmer. This is even simpler. He turned his head to look at Busujima Saeko, with a slight smile on his face. I will give you the power to grow enough to save the world. When the time comes, you can naturally think about how to save the world based on your own preferences. Lin En has only two goals in this world. The clan members regularly brush the experience dungeon. Recruit the clan members. Busujima Saeko is naturally an indispensable talent. Hearing the second plan, Busujima Saeko was stunned. To be honest, she actually didn't want to save the world at all. At least that's the case now. After all, her primary goal now is to survive. So the second plan, the power to save the world, attracted her. She needs power. She needs the power to survive in this world. And the power to protect others. Busujima Saeko silently glanced at Marikawa Shizuka, who served as the mascot. Marikawa Shizuka, meow meow meow. She is still confused now. Busujima is discussing with Mr. Devil, how to save the world. Devil? Save the world? Put these two together. Are you sure it's not a joke of the century? The key is that Mr. Devil actually gave a serious plan. Mr. Devil, he is a good person. Marikawa Shizuka suddenly realized. Busujima Saeko. If she hadn't taken care of her, even if Shizuka-sensei didn't die in the pile of corpses, she would probably have died at the hands of the surviving humans. Perhaps at that time, it would be better to die in the pile of corpses. The end of humanity. Busujima Saeko sighed, and then said firmly, then let's go with the second plan. Being able to grow strong enough to save the world should allow them to survive. So soon. Don't you want to ask what the price is? Busujima Saeko's eyes were calm, and she didn't even waver when she heard the word price. There is no such thing as a free lunch, she already understood this when she was 5 years old. Not to mention making a deal with a legendary devil. Marikawa Shizuka was surprised. Do I have to pay a price? Well, she knew this when she was 5 years old, but some people don't understand it when they are almost 30. Busujima Saeko automatically ignored Marikawa Shizuka, looked directly at Lin En, and said solemnly. If Mr. Devil likes it, you can take everything from me. Whether it's my body, soul, emotions, or memories. She just needs power. Then live with her friends. Even if she has to pay everything for it. Maybe I have really grown up to the point where I can save the world, and I can save the world by the way. Lin En was silent for a while, then grinned. What a good realization. But don't worry, all I need is you. Busujima Saeko was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thank you for your favor. From now on, I am your property. Chapter 23, Chapter 23 The Devil of the Blade, Busujima Saeko takes the battle. Busujima Saeko sold herself very straightforwardly. There was no hesitation at all. After all, he was a demon. The kind of demon who casually said something as scary as cleaning the floor. If he really wanted to do something, she couldn't resist at all. If he took the initiative, he might have left a good impression. Rather, she was surprised that the demon could seriously discuss the commission with her. Even for a seemingly rude commission like saving the world, the demon seriously gave a plan. It completely overturned Saeko Busujima's stereotype of demons. She didn't have any resistance to entrusting everything to the demon in front of her. Besides, she could get some power. For her who had nothing, this deal was already a good deal. I will accept everything you have without hesitation. Lin En was not polite at all. One of his goals was to take Saeko Busujima as his family. Since she is so cooperative, why shouldn't I take her? He raised his hand, and a black chess piece condensed. Saeko Busujima asked in confusion, what is this? Demon chess piece, as long as you bury it in your body, you will be my family, and you will also be reincarnated as a demon. I see. Saeko Busujima suddenly understood. So, reincarnation demon equals gain power? Family equals servant? Saeko Busujima roughly understood. She nodded and said, I understand, so what should I do next? Staring at the chess piece in Lin En's hand, Saeko Busujima looked a little strange. She was thinking, is the word bury a verb? No hurry. Lin En smiled slightly and took back the demon chess piece, replacing it with a tiny black lightning jumping on the fingertips. It's a bit noisy here, let me clean it up first. Busujima Saeko opened her eyes wide, staring at the black lightning on Lin En's fingertips. Her heart was awed. Extraordinary power. Even if she is just an ordinary person, she can feel the horror contained in it. Lin En flicked her index finger and pointed to the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, countless corpses were climbing up the stairs. There were also a few corpses swaying towards Lin En and others. Lin En chuckled and said, go. After the voice fell, Lin En flicked his fingers. The black lightning bolt rushed to the right along the corridor like a wild horse. Busujima Saeko's eyes followed subconsciously, but before she turned her head, a roar entered her ears first. Boom! The whole teaching building shook violently, causing Marikawa Shizuka to stagger slightly. She squatted by the wall subconsciously and stammered. What happened? Earthquake. Busujima Saeko ignored her, and when she turned her head, her pupils shrank suddenly. There were some carbonized corpses scattered in the corridor. The stairs at the end had completely disappeared, and instead, there was a huge skylight. The area around the skylight was even charring, trying to make the skylight bigger. Busujima Saeko stared at the tragic scene that seemed to be swept by lightning. Just a trace could cause such severe damage. End. She slightly retracted her sight and focused on the carbonized corpses in the corridor. The black lightning was not targeting them, but it cleaned them up when it passed by. What a great power! Busujima Saeko was filled with excitement. When she looked at Lin En again, her eyes were filled with a hint of fanaticism. Lin En withdrew his index finger with satisfaction. Lightning strike, indeed a super-level magic. Just a casual strike could actually cause such power. Lin En felt that if he released his full strength, he could turn this academy into a scorched earth in an instant. Okay, now it's quiet. Lin En used his magic to sense it. They are now on the 3rd floor. There is no dead body at present. Well, there are no humans either. The corridor was also physically separated by him. If the dead bodies want to come up, it will probably take some time to stack up. Hearing Lin En's words, Busujima Saeko's eyelids twitched. The 3rd floor was much quieter, but... She looked out through the window. The violent roar just now seemed to have attracted all the dead bodies around. But as long as Mr. Devil is happy, that's fine. Lin En took out the devil chess piece again. Now, let's start the reincarnation ceremony. Yes. Busujima Saeko's eyes became serious. I don't know what the reincarnation ceremony is like. How to bury that chess piece into the body. First step. Busujima Saeko listened carefully. Take off your shirt first. Busujima Saeko blinked, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Take off, clothes? Busujima Saeko thought about it carefully, and after making sure that she had heard it correctly, she was silent for a while. Then she started to act. After a few seconds, Saeko Busujima grabbed her shirt and asked, "Do you want to take it off?" Lin En nodded and said, "Just unbutton the back and turn your back to me. That's all." Saeko Busujima breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was also embarrassing, at least it could cover some important parts. But if you turn your back to me, what will Mr. Devil do? What? When she turned around, she couldn't help but think more. Then she saw Shizuka Marikawa, who was still squatting on the ground and curled up. Saeko Busujima. Teacher Shizuka, the vibration is over. Shizuka Marikawa looked up blankly, and then saw Saeko Busujima, who was only wearing a black lingerie. She asked in confusion, "Busujima classmate, are you hot?" When will this confused teacher figure out the situation? Saeko Busujima sighed, then reached out and unfastened the back buckle. The two roundnesses lost their restraints and bounced forward a few times. Seeing this, Lin En did not hesitate and directly pressed the devil chess piece on her smooth back. Saeko Busujima trembled slightly and her face was a little hot. No matter what, she is also a woman. We just met, and she's already naked like this. Will Mr. Devil mistake her for a shameless woman? Should I have been more reserved just now? It would be better if I wasn't so straightforward. When the demon chess piece completely sank into Saeko Busujima's body, a clear and pleasant sound also rang in Lin En's ears. Ding! You have obtained the family member Saeko Busujima. Ding! Your family member Saeko Busujima has been reincarnated as a special demon of the sword. Chapter 24, Chapter 24 Slaughter of Dreams. Boom! Boom! Busujima Saeko had no room for random thoughts. The moment the demon chess piece entered her body underwent drastic changes. Her heartbeat quickened, her blood boiled, and her muscles, bones, etc. all underwent significant changes. What concerned her most was the itching in her back, waist, and coccyx. Busujima Saeko panted softly, it seems that something is coming out. She did not suppress the itching in her body, but let it grow freely. Chi! The white and tender skin squirmed. The next second, a pair of black wings broke out of her body. A tail with a heart-shaped tail tip squeezed out from the skirt, swayed in the air, and then poked Lin En's face. Lin En grabbed it in his hand and rubbed it subconsciously. Ah! Busujima Saiko's legs softened, and her hands subconsciously supported on the wall. Her underwear slipped slightly, revealing some pink. She panted, her eyes blurred. Seeing this, Lin En released her tail. Without Lin En's restraint, Busujima Saiko's tail hurriedly and shyly retracted into her skirt. Hey! Busujima Saeko breathed a sigh of relief. It feels good. Lin En gave an evaluation. It was the first time he saw a reincarnated demon with all its wings and tail exposed. When Qiu and Jianzi were reincarnated, they both suppressed the impulse. Busujima Saeko looked at Lin En with a charming look, and then retracted her wings and tail into her body. Lin En then focused on her favor. But he was thinking about something else. Showing the tail for the master to stroke should also be written into the clan announcement. Busujima Saeko. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Walifer. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Yearning for killing. The higher the desire for killing, the faster the ability value increases. Limit breakthrough. Sword demon. / Innate swordsman, the ability to easily master sword-related skills with just one glance. Solid strength growth speed up. Agility growth speed up. Demonization, body weaponization. The third family, get. And it is also a special demon. Lin En doubts whether the so-called probability problem of demon chess piece does not exist. I have collected 3 families, all of which are special demons. Or, whether you can become a special demon depends on the family's talent. Putting these speculations aside for the time being, Lin En looked at Busujima Saeko. Killing admiration. It was actually a skill similar to one-heart admiration. Lin En was a little surprised. But when he thought of the hidden nature of Busujima Saeko, Lin En was not surprised. He looked at Sword Demon again. The natural swordsman is also good. Whether it is sword skills or sword skills, as long as you take a look, you can get the magic skills. As for the first ability, / there is no additional introduction, only these 2 lonely words. According to the law that the fewer words, the better the ability, Lin En has a hunch that this ability is not simple. After making a copy of the favor, Lin En asked Busujima Saeko to put on her clothes. While Busujima Saeko was tidying up her clothes, Lin En also looked at the panel. Nothing else has changed, except that the skill column has 2 more abilities, Yearning for Killing and Demon of Sword. After Busujima Saeko had put her clothes in order, Lin handed over the copy of the grace data. What is this? Busujima Saeko took it, looking puzzled. After explaining the functions of some graces as usual, Busujima Saeko suddenly understood. They are all young people, and they are still very familiar with the set of fighting monsters and leveling up. No wonder it can grow to the power of saving the world. With a sigh, Busujima Saeko looked down and checked. Her eyes stayed on the master column for a while. Lin Walifer. Is this the master's name? Busujima Saeko silently repeated it several times until the name was deeply imprinted in her mind, and then she continued to look down. All the ability values are I0. She saw her own skills. When she saw the first skill, her hand holding the paper with the grace data tightened, and she subconsciously looked up at Lin En. Lin En saw the panic and helplessness in her eyes, and smiled at her. Don't worry, Saeko, we are demons. Busujima Saeko was startled, and then smiled brightly. Yes, she is already a demon. The moral standards of humans are no longer applicable to her. What's wrong with a demon who likes killing? As long as the master doesn't hate her like this. The master shouldn't hate her, right? She was a little worried. After reading the skills with worry, Busujima Saeko sighed in her heart. All the skills are very suitable for her. Poke. Suddenly, Shizuka Marikawa poked the soft flesh of her waist from behind. Saeko Busujima looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Shizuka-sensei?" Shizuka Marikawa finally came out of her offline state. She stared at Saeko Busujima's waist, and the pair of wings that just appeared in her mind was at this position. Marikawa Shizuka whispered, "Is Busujima no longer a human? Didn't teacher Shizuka just see it? Then I am not a human either." Saeko Busujima. Marikawa Shizuka put her hands on her hips and said loudly, "I want to become a devil too." Saeko Busujima. Teacher Shizuka, do you know what it means to become a devil? Saeko Busujima looked serious. To be honest, if Marikawa Shizuka also chooses to become a devil, she will definitely be able to live well in this world. She has just been reincarnated as a devil and has a lot to say. Becoming a devil has already given her extraordinary power. Strong body, quick reaction, and the magic power in the body. This is an extraordinary power that she once did not have as a human. With just these, those clumsy corpses can be easily dealt with by her. Not to mention the grace system and those powerful awakened skills. Marikawa Shizuka's choice to become a demon with her is definitely the right choice. This is a chance to reach the sky in one step. Step into the extraordinary, break through the limit, and step into the upper level. Then, she will be much more relaxed. Marikawa Shizuka, who does not have to worry about ordinary people all the time, can also go out to kill at any time. Ability value improvement. Thinking of this, Busujima Saiko's breathing became heavier. Besides, she can also sense that the master is not opposed to recruiting followers. Or, it is just what the master wants? But as a friend, Busujima Saeko feels that there is something that this innocent teacher still needs to understand. Teacher Shizuka, do you understand what it means to be a demon? Busujima Saeko repeated it again. Of course. I'm smart. Marikawa Shizuka looked up proudly, then jumped to Lin En's side and hugged his arm tightly. Lin En suddenly felt his arm sinking into a vast ocean. Marikawa Shizuka tiptoed, approached Lin En, and said confidently, "Becoming Mr. Devil's pet, I'm right, right." Busujima Saeko. Chapter 25, Chapter 25 Resurrect the Devil, Greed. In a sense, Marikawa Shizuka is right. Okay, you know it yourself. Seeing that she knew the consequences, Saeko Busujima said nothing. But although the master has the intention to take in a family, he should not take in all the people, right? I wonder if the master would look down on Shizuka-sensei. Master, what do you think? Saeko Busujima asked for instructions. Master? She quickly took on the role. Lin En looked at Saeko Busujima with satisfaction. Marikawa Shizuka also knew who was the key to the decision. She hugged Lin En's arm and shook it. Please, please take me in as a pet, Mr. Devil. It was the first time that Lin En heard such a request, and of course there was no reason to refuse. The devil chess piece on the panel was flashing. This proves that Marikawa Shizuka is also qualified to become a member of his family. No problem. Lin En agreed decisively. Great. Getting a positive answer, Marikawa Shizuka jumped up happily. Tokushima Saeko also breathed a sigh of relief, and then became happy for Marikawa Shizuka. Lin En condensed another demon chess piece, and before Lin En could say anything, Marikawa Shizuka let go of Lin En's arm and began to unbutton her shirt one by one. The proficiency in the process made Tokushima Saiko's eyelids jump. She couldn't help but complain, "Why are you so proficient?" Hey! Marikawa Shizuka was confused for a moment, and then said, "I remember that Tokushima classmate is like this, right?" She looked at Lin En with a look of verification. "That's right, keep taking it off." Lin En nodded and gave her affirmation. Seeing this, Shizuka Marikawa took off her white shirt neatly, leaving only her pink lingerie. "Okay, turn around." Shizuka Marikawa hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can it only be put on the back?" "You can choose it yourself, but the back is the most reasonable position." "Is that so?" Shizuka Marikawa thought for a moment, then patted her smooth and tender belly, "Then please put it here." Lin En. Now it was Lin En's turn to be silent. "Is this woman doing it intentionally or accidentally?" he said faintly. "Is there hair?" Shizuka Marikawa was stunned. Saeko Busujima covered her embarrassed face. She reminded, "Shizuka-sensei, after becoming a family member, the place where you put the chess piece will display the information of the favor, so it's best not to block it." "And?" Fukushima Saeko said faintly, "You put it so low, because you want to take off your fat pants every time you update the favor. Times. Is this woman really a natural idiot?" Busujima Saeko began to doubt her. "Putting it on the lower abdomen, what is the intention? Has she already thought about how to win favor before joining the clan? If she had known that she could choose by herself, she would have put it in front." Busujima Saeko blushed and muttered in her heart. "No way." Marikawa Shizuka loudly refuted, then hesitated for a few times, and said awkwardly, "Then, can it be a little higher?" "I think so." Lin En was not sure either. If the skill information is too long, it might have an impact. But anyway, it was her own choice. If there is an impact, let her shave it all off. Lin En is happy to help her with this. "Then come on." Marikawa Shizuka straightened up. Lin En pressed the devil chess piece on Marikawa Shizuka's upper abdomen. "So cold." Marikawa Shizuka shuddered, making Lin En a little dizzy. The devil chess piece was completely inserted, and Marikawa Shizuka also felt the same feeling as Saeko Busujima before. Her breathing became much heavier, and the breath she exhaled had the scent of orchids, and her body became hot. Like Saeko Busujima, Marikawa Shizuka also had no restraint at all. Near the waist, two black light wings broke out of the body. A tail with a heart-shaped tip swayed out. Marikawa Shizuka stretched the tail in front of her and curiously reached out to touch it. Her body trembled slightly, her face instantly blushed, her thighs clamped together, and rubbed gently. But her hand did not let go, but instead increased the speed. As a person who had experienced it, even Lin En's reward was a little bit, and Busujima Saiko's eyelids twitched. This innocent teacher really doesn't know the occasion. "Remind you, Shizuka teacher. There are two people in front of you." Marikawa Shizuka's body froze, and she quickly let go of her tail. Looking at Busujima Saeko eagerly, she pretended to be innocent and said, What's wrong, Busujima classmate?" While saying this, he secretly retracted his wings and tail. Seeing the evidence disappear, Busujima Saeko curled her lips and could only say, "It's all right now." "Who?" Marikawa Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. Lin En did not pay attention to their movements, but stared at Marikawa Shizuka's grace data and fell into deep thought. Empty. Empty. Race, Demon. Master, Lin En Valiver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Recovery Demon. Body fluid recovery, blood and other body fluids can restore life, physical strength, etc. Status recovery, can restore abnormal status to normal stage. Stamina growth acceleration. Demonization, juicer mode. Lin. Good news, there is enough space to display the grace data, and there is even some space below. Bad news, the top is blocked, and the name and level are not visible. But what makes him even more confused is this skill called Recovery Demon. It looks like a special demon of the nurse system, and it also fits the role of Marikawa Shizuka. But what the hell is the last demonization? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill Recovery Demon. Lin. He actually doesn't want this skill very much. It's juice for Marikawa Shizuka, so what about him? Hiss. I dare not look at it, I dare not look at it at all. Lin En decided to put this skill in a corner and let it collect dust. After calming down his heavy mood, Lin En prepared to print out the data of Shizuka Marikawa's favor. But he stopped at the first step. He said faintly, lift your fierceness to cover the name and level. Ah! Shizuka Marikawa reacted for a while before lifting it up with an O. Okay. After Lin En finished the rubbing, he handed it to Shizuka Marikawa. Yet. Shizuka Marikawa nodded while looking at it, and muttered, so Mr. Devil is called Lin En. Recovery Devil? It's just me. Seeing the name and effect of this skill, Shizuka Marikawa's eyes lit up. She loves to cure diseases and save people the most. But, what is the juicer mode? Marikawa Shizuka looked at Lin En with a puzzled look. Well, you'll know later. Lin En wasn't sure if this natural idiot really didn't understand or was just pretending not to understand. This guy often uses the name of a natural idiot to do some incredible things. For example, the location of the engraved favor. Busujima-san, do you know? Marikawa Shizuka looked at Busujima Saeko again. No, I don't know. Busujima Saeko answered firmly. Okay. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Establishing a Clan Base. After collecting 2 followers, Lin En's strength has increased again. He has a feeling that he is not far from a breakthrough. This skill devil contract is really good. Just crossing the world once, he has gained 2 followers in a short period of time, plus this leveling copy. It's a huge profit. After Marikawa Shizuka put her clothes in order, Lin En briefly introduced some of the situation of the followers to the 2. After a while, Busujima Saeko nodded and said, so that's it, the headquarters of the followers is actually in another world. As she said that, she couldn't help but look at Lin En. Master, you can even cross the world. You are worthy of being the master. Another world? Marikawa Shizuka blinked, so curious. Don't worry, I'll take you there if I have a chance. Yet. After hearing the answer she wanted, Marikawa Shizuka nodded like a puppy, her eyes full of anticipation. Before that, let's finish the things in this world first. Busujima Saeko's face straightened. Master, please give me your orders. Don't be so serious, Saeko. Lin En looked relaxed, and then said, I plan to make this world a fixed place for the clan to gain experience. What do you think? Busujima Saeko was stunned for a moment, then thought seriously and said, our world is indeed very suitable now. The strength of the corpse is not high, and there are many of them. It is very suitable for low-level followers like them to gain experience. Then it's decided. Lin En clapped his hands and decided on the next plan. First, we need to establish a safe settlement for the clan. It can not only be used as a residence for you and Shizuka, but also a place for the clan members to rest after they come. Now there are not many people in our clan, so the settlement does not need to be too big. It just needs enough rooms, complete facilities, and comfortable living. Busujima Saeko nodded and carefully wrote down all of Lin En's requirements. As for the other members of the clan, she had heard about it from Lin En before. They are also 2 girls. This made her feel a lot more at ease. After all, they are people who may live in the same settlement, and it is better if everyone is a girl. For men, it is enough to have a master. Ah! I thought of it. Marikawa Shizuka raised her hand. The house in Nangxiangli completely meets the owner's requirements. Busujima Saeko asked in confusion, Nangxiangli? Yet. Marikawa Shizuka nodded, my friend is a female police officer, very powerful. Lin En made the decision, okay, let's go there first, Shizuka leads the way. Great. Lin En also had an impression of that place. The house was nice, and it seemed that there were some guns hidden there. But I'm afraid that this batch of guns there is no place for it. Demons, of course, have to use demonic methods. With a plan, the three of them immediately prepared to leave Fujimai Academy and head to Nang Xiangli's home. Tokushima Saeko also planned to kill more corpses on the way. While training her ability value, she could also test her current strength and skills. Of course, the most important thing is to satisfy some desires. Nang Xiangli's home is still a distance away from here, why don't we drive there? Marikawa Shizuka suggested, and by the way, she took out a car key from her mouth. Didn't you take off all your clothes just now? Why can you still take out something? Tokushima Saeko couldn't help but complain. Hee. Tokushima Saeko wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a voice coming from the end of the corridor. Why did the stairs disappear? SHH. Keep your voice down, Takashiro-san. Are you trying to attract all those guys here? Is it a girl? Fukushima Saeko felt that one of the voices sounded familiar. Master. Lin En understood what she meant and said, it's okay, let's go together. We have to leave anyway. The stairs that Lin En destroyed. Fukushima Saeko saw the people on top. Miyamoto-san. Fukushima-senpai. Both of them were stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that I could meet someone familiar in this situation. Lin En also looked up. It was indeed a character from the original protagonist group. But it seems that two people are missing? If Lin En remembered correctly. The male protagonist and a little fat guy? Did something happen to change the plot? Lin En thought about it, and then reacted. What happened? Lin En looked at the scene in front of him. Isn't this the biggest change? A lightning strike killed the male protagonist in a supporting role? Precision strike? Not necessarily. Perhaps it was because of the huge noise that attracted more dead bodies than in the original book, causing them to be separated. Even if he was alive, it would not be easy to face so many dead bodies, right? But it doesn't matter. He is not interested in men. Pink and white. Standing in Lin En's position, he can clearly see the bottom of Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya's skirts. Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya obviously reacted too. When she found that there was a boy below her, she quickly lifted her skirt. Busujima-senpai, what's going on now? Miyamoto Rei asked in a low voice. She looked at the ruined surroundings with a dazed look in her eyes. The stairs are gone, how are they going to get down? Chapter 27, Chapter 27 Miyamoto Rei, humanity evolves, but forgets her. Hey! Miyamoto Rei jumped down from above. She fell into Lin En's arms like a pigeon returning to its nest. Lin En's fierce words were immediately met with the shock of the girl. Thank you. Miyamoto Rei got off Lin En and bowed deeply. She couldn't help but secretly look at Lin En's arm, and her ears were slightly hot. What a strong arm! It seemed very easy, so he took her down. Next was Takagi Saya. She was a little timid, and she kept her eyes closed when she jumped down, not daring to open them. She felt at ease only after her feet landed on the ground. I survived. After unanimous discussion, they decided to jump down directly. I thought I would be injured to some extent, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. She felt a little magical. They thanked Lin En as well, and finally gathered together. But after one level, there is still another level. Miyamoto Rei looked down. Dead bodies. All dead bodies. Although the stairs disappeared, these dead bodies gathered together and unconsciously piled up. If they don't find a way to leave, these guys will climb up sooner or later. What should I do? Miyamoto Rei subconsciously cast her eyes on the only man here. Lin En was too lazy to even look at the dead bodies that were very scary to Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya. Saeko, I leave it to you. Hey? Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya were stunned for a moment. Byakushima-senpai? What should I do? Yes. Master. Master, Master, Master. When Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya heard Saeko Busujima addressing Lin En, their eyes widened. Could it be some kind of erotic play? They looked at each other and couldn't help but guess. What is the relationship between this man and Senior Busujima? Boyfriend? On the other side, Saeko Busujima couldn't help licking her lips, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. When she saw these dead bodies, she couldn't hold back. But Lin En didn't say anything, so she kept enduring. Now it's finally here. Just in time to try out the ability given to her by the master. Clang! The blade was unsheathed. The evening sun shone on the blade, giving it a dazzling golden color. Holding it in her hand, Saeko Busujima had a flash of enlightenment. As if by instinct, he swung it downwards. Tear! The sound of the air being cut through exploded in my ears. A white light instantly rushed towards the corpses. Puff! The corpses stacked on top of each other were cut off instantly. Blood gushed out. If you look closely, you can even see that the cut parts are extremely for a smooth incision. Whew! Seeing the blood gushing out, Saeko Busujima's breathing became heavier. But Lin En frowned slightly. Saeko Busujima, who was always paying attention to Lin En, calmed down immediately and looked at Lin En cautiously. Remember to cut off the head next time, otherwise the efficiency will be too low. That's the bad thing about corpses. If you don't blow up your head, you won't die easily. The visual effect of Saiko's slash just now was very good, but it was obvious that the corpse without the head cut off was still active. Yes. Master. Saeko Busujima breathed a sigh of relief. Great, she's not hated. The little killing just now aroused her excitement and exposed a little bit of her true nature. Lin En's frown scared her so much that she thought she was hated. She took a deep breath and restrained herself a little. She swung the sword again, and the slashes were accurate on the head of the corpse, and she never slashed anywhere else. On the other side, watching Busujima Saeko show her power, Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya were both shocked. Sword energy? Busujima Senior slashed out sword energy? Is this still neon? Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya looked at each other again, and both sides could see the shock. Could it be that in this corpse crisis, humans have evolved? Wow! Busujima classmate is so powerful. Teacher Marikawa, are you not shocked at all? X2. That's sword energy. Supernatural. It's totally supernatural. Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya were shouting wildly in their hearts. They were full of questions. They wanted to ask Busujima Senior. But seeing Busujima Saiko's smile becoming more and more perverted, Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya had to swallow their questions. Scared? 10 minutes later, Busujima Saeko panted slightly and finished swinging the knife. The downstairs looked like a meat grinder. How does it feel? Lin asked. Spiracy. Busujima Saiko's voice began to become perverted. It looks like she's in good shape. Lin judged. 10 minutes of continuous slashing. She just looks a little out of breath. From this point of view, the slash consumes less energy. However, Saeko probably didn't realize that when she released the slash, there was no need to use the knife. Even if she waved her hand or raised her foot, as long as she wanted, she could release the slash through various parts of her body. After all, she is the sword demon. Lin En didn't remind her for the time being, but encouraged, well done. Busujima Saeko instantly stopped killing. Break out of the state of desire. The master just praised her. Busujima Saiko's eyes were bright, and her thighs suddenly clamped together. What's there? It came out. Since there are no dead bodies, let's leave. After Lin En finished speaking, he did not go down the stairs where he disappeared. There were corpses and blood below, which made him feel disgusted. Besides, it was originally for Saeko to gain experience. Otherwise, they could have jumped out of the window long ago. Crashed. The third-floor window was knocked lightly by Lin En and shattered instantly. He glanced at Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya, who were trembling with fear because of Saiko's previous perverted appearance. He didn't care about their emotions, and stood on the edge of the window with one hand each, like holding a chicken. Wait! Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi realized something, but before they could refuse, Lin En jumped from the third floor. Ah! Chapter 28, Chapter 28 The clan crosses the world chat group? Fujimi Academy. Lin En and his group walked leisurely towards the parking lot. When they encountered corpses on the road, they were all beheaded by Saeko Busujima, and they could not get closer than 3 meters to Lin En. Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya followed them like quails, shrinking their necks. The eyes drifted to Saeko Busujima from time to time, then to Shizuka Marikawa, and finally fixed on Lin En. It is obvious that Senior Busujima and Teacher Marikawa are already superhuman. Even Senior Busujima is terribly strong. But the two of them actually took that man as their leader. What exactly is he? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. No one will tell them. Even now, they don't even know Lin En's name. They don't dare to ask. Parking space. Ah! Found it! Marikawa Shizuka waved at Lin En, and there was a yellow-green school bus next to them. Let's go! Several people got on the bus. The corpses around were cleaned up by Saeko Busujima, and the area was very quiet. Hey! Marikawa Shizuka sat in the driver's seat, looking at various keys, and was a little confused for a while. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside the car. Quick! There's a car here! Soon, the school bus suddenly sank. The first person to get on the bus was a man in a purple suit. It was him. Miyamoto Rei looked at him with disgust, and then saw Komuro Takashi behind him, and her eyes widened immediately. How could Komuro Takashi get together with this disgusting man? It seems that he is not a good person either. He had been pestering her a few years ago, but fortunately she ignored him. She glared at Komuro Takashi with disgust and simply closed her eyes. When she saw Shido Koichi, she was furious, but she didn't say anything. This school bus has an owner. Perhaps because of her acquaintance with Senior Busujima, she and Takashiro took this safe and reliable school bus. She didn't want to annoy the owner of this place because of something and be kicked off the bus. Of course, she was also a little worried. Could Shido Koichi, this disgusting man, have evolved? Shido Koichi looked around and found that there were only a few students on the bus. The only teacher was a female teacher, and she immediately felt confident. Ahem! Shido Koichi cleared his throat and prepared to make some inflammatory remarks to seize control of the school bus. Saeko! Yes! Master! Saeko Busujima flashed and appeared in front of Koichi Shido. Koichi Shido's pupils shrank suddenly. Before he could say anything, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen and flew out of the school bus. Rei Miyamoto's eyes flashed with joy, and at the same time she felt relieved. Koichi Shido still he is an ordinary person. Lin En's eyes were calm. He had already discovered Shido Koichi and his group. The sound caused by the lightning strike had obviously caused the butterfly to change. Several times more corpses than in the original swarmed towards Fujimi Academy, but he was able to survive. It really is a scourge that has been left for thousands of years. However, when he saw Komuro Takashi, he understood. It turned out that he had taken advantage of the protagonist's luck. Hiss! Shido Koichi covered his stomach, took a breath, and looked at Busujima Saeko in doubt. He said sternly, I am a teacher at Fujimi Academy. You openly attacked teachers, which is simply contempt for etiquette. Takashi Komuro frowned and said, This senior, Please apologize to Teacher Shido. Teacher Shido was able to unite so many people in the crisis of the end of the world, which made him admire him very much. Takashi Komuro believed that as long as they were led by Teacher Shido, they would eventually overcome the difficulties in front of them. Originally, as long as the people on the bus handed over the control of the school bus, they could also join Teacher Shido's team and survive successfully. In the end, they attacked Teacher Shido indiscriminately. This made him very angry. Especially when he saw Bai Yueguang, whom he had a crush on the bus. What if Li lost the opportunity to join the team because of this incident? Takashi Komuro became anxious. Busujima Saeko glanced at him coldly, then walked past him and stood in front of Shido Koichi, looking down at him. Clang! The blade was unsheathed. Shido Koichi stopped abruptly, a drop of cold sweat dripped down. I didn't kill you on the school bus because I was afraid your blood would stain it. Wait! Shido Koichi's eyes suddenly widened. The next second, a line of blood emerged from his neck. Bang! Shido Koichi's head hit the ground, and he died with his eyes open. Others were suddenly silent, and the enthusiasm for Shido Koichi in their eyes turned into confusion. Komuro Takashi was stunned. Teacher Shido, dead? Look at what you have done. He glared at her and went up to grab the collar of Busujima Saeko. But before he could touch her, Busujima Saeko cut off his arm with a knife. Snap! Ah! Xiao called her by her name, which made her feel sick and had goosebumps. They were not familiar with each other, but he dared to call her so intimately. Miyamoto Rei said coldly, we were in the same class, so we are not very familiar. Hearing this, Busujima Saeko raised her knife and slashed. Komuro Takashi, dead. Lin En was thoughtful. It seems that there are some problems in the relationship between Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei in this world? Busujima Saeko wiped the blood off the blade, looked at the others, and said coldly, who else wants to step forward? Seeing that no one responded, Busujima Saeko sheathed the knife. Get on the bus and close the door. Until the school bus started and left the school gate, no one made trouble again. The effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkey was very good. Busujima Saeko did not feel uncomfortable about killing two humans. Whatever your identity, you should do what you do. This is one of her principles. Now that she has become a knife in the hands of her master, she naturally has to clear some annoying flies for her master. Those people obviously have bad intentions, and Saeko Busujima will naturally not be lenient. Besides, considering that they were once human beings, it is already very merciful to just kill two and let the rest fend for themselves. On the other side, Miyamoto Rei secretly glanced at Lin En. The death of Shido Koichi completely dissipated the depression in her heart. She felt grateful to Senior Busujima. But she also understood that everything Senior Busujima did was because of this man. Looking at Lin En's handsome face, Rei Miyamoto's heartbeat began to speed up. He is a man worth relying on. Saya Takagi sat next to Rei Miyamoto and didn't dare to breathe. The pride and arrogance of the past are long gone. On the way, Saeko Busujima sat on the seat, patted her thighs, and smiled at Lin En. Master, do you need a knee pillow? That gentle look was completely different from before. Lin En was not polite and lay down directly, and the back of his head suddenly felt soft. Saeko Busujima had tenderness in her eyes, and her fingers gently pressed Lin En's head to massage it. Lin En enjoyed Saeko Busujima's service and took out the mobile phone he brought with him. Two worlds, different signals, the mobile phone naturally lost the internet function. But Lin En can still receive the signal. This is naturally the reason for the skill Devil contract. As long as Devil contract anchors the world. Through this skill, Lin En can transmit the signal source of his world. It is equivalent to a transit station. So it can realize cross-world chat. It can also be regarded as a chat group of all heavens. Unfortunately, I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring 2 more mobile phones. Otherwise, I could have pulled Saeko and the others into the family group. Write this down and prepare in advance next time, and then Lin En Willie at Ed Kasumigaoka Shiu in the group. Sigma Man at Kasumigaoka Shiu, I won't be back at night. Kasumigaoka Shiu? Chapter 29, Chapter 29 Utaha, Lap Pillow? Me too. Chat group of Lin En's family harem. Sigma Man, picture. Lin En took a picture of the scenery outside the school bus window with his mobile phone. Desolate streets, messy vehicles, blood everywhere, and the dead bodies with hideous faces running towards the school bus that made the sound. Xiaoxizi? Main world. Xiaoxiu clicked on these pictures that looked like stills from some zombie movie. New zombie movie? Xiaoxiu couldn't help but think about it. Is Lin En inviting her to go to the cinema together? But soon, she realized that she was overthinking. Sigma Man, people are in another world and have just recruited 2 new family members. Sigma Man, knee pillow, massage.jpg. Xiaoxizi. Kasumigaoka Shiu subconsciously ignored the above sentence and clicked on the last picture. Great enemy. This woman is a great enemy. Kasumigaoka Shiu held the phone tightly, staring at Lin En and the pair of plump thighs under his head. It was only an afternoon, and he didn't know where he went. He also recruited 2 followers. It was only the first day of becoming a follower, but he was already lying down openly. Kasumigaoka Shiu, so this is why you don't come back at night? Kasumigaoka Shiu bit her lip lightly. If you don't come back, will you spend the night with that woman? Thinking of this, she felt a little lost. Although she had been prepared since the first day of becoming Lin En's follower. Lin En also said without hesitation that he was destined to be a man with a harem. Even the name of the clan chat group is simple and clear. She even thinks that a man like Lin En is destined to be admired and pursued by women. Isn't she? It's only been a few days, and she wants to get closer. Has she ever been like this before? But it was obviously her who came first. At least the first time. Kasumigaoka Shiu bit her lip, took a photo of her thigh, and posted it in the group. Kasumigaoka Shiko, blacksilk.jpg. Kasumigaoka Shiko, does it look good? Sigma Man, thumbs up. Kasumigaoka Shiko, come back tonight, you can use it at will. Just a knee pillow, she can do it. Hiss. Yotani's house. Yotani Miko secretly peeked at the screen with her mobile phone. Senior Kasumigaoka, how bold. Ding dong. The phone rang with the notification sound of the chat group message again. Yotani Miko looked over hurriedly. Sigma Man, that's a pity. We need to determine a temporary clan base in this world tonight so that you can level up after you come here. No, you are worthy of being Master Lin. Seeing Mr. Lin En's message in the group, Yotsuya Miko exclaimed, full of admiration for Lin En. You can actually resist such temptation. Not moved by beauty, Mr. Lin En, you are destined to do great things. On the other side, Kasumigaoka Shiu held her mobile phone with a dull look in her eyes. Rejected? She felt a little upset. Has she become less attractive? Lin En is for the development of the clan, yes, that's right. Kasumigaoka Shiu's eyes were firm, it must be like this. Obviously he is their master, but he took the trouble to cross the world to find a suitable place for them to level up. It must be very hard to cross the world, right? Kasumigaoka Shiu suddenly realized, that's why I had to lie on that woman's legs to rest. As for other information about the other world, she had long forgotten it in the corner. Dead body world. Lin En put down his phone and enjoyed the massage of Demon Busujima with peace of mind. Chatting in the group was to confirm whether Shiu and the others in that world could still be contacted. Secondly, it was also to tell Shiu that I would not go back tonight, so as not to worry her. As for Shiu's black silk stockings, people belong to him, and he can play with his legs whenever he wants. Suddenly, the school bus braked suddenly, causing the people in the car to shake. Lin En, lying on Saeko Busujima's thighs, faced a wave of shaking visual feasts. What happened? The car suddenly stopped, causing Takagi Saya to panic. Marikawa Shizuka said in some distress, the road ahead seems to be blocked. The others in the car looked ahead. The road was full of vehicles. It seemed that there was a traffic jam here when the dead body crisis broke out. Without a route to move forward, the school bus was stuck in place. Busujima Saeko said helplessly, it seems that we can only walk the rest of the way. Her skill / only cut off the obstacles, but they still blocked the road. Shizuka's recovery demon didn't seem to be of much help. In fact, with their current physical strength as lower-level demons, they can also move these vehicles, but it would take too much time. No one in the car had any objection, but Lin En said, it's okay, just rush over. Hey! Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi, who had just left their seats, were stunned for a moment. Rush over? They looked at the endless vehicles with a blank look on their faces. But after hearing what Lin En said, Saeko Busujima had no objection at all. The master said rush over, so rush over. Yahoo! Shizuka Marikawa did not hesitate, and was even a little excited. Bumper car. Start. The school bus started again, and even made a roaring sound when Marikawa Shizuka stepped on it. Wait! Miyamoto Rei wanted to say something anxiously, but the school bus started with a catapult. Crazy, crazy! Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya looked at the car that was about to hit, and immediately closed their eyes, instinctively shielding their faces with their arms. Day! Lin snapped his fingers lightly, and a black magic circle completely covered the moving school bus. A semicircular black protective shield rose up, covering the school bus. Boom! The school bus crashed directly into the car in front, making a violent sound. But under the protection of the protective shield, the school bus did not receive any damage, and there was not even any shock after the collision. After a while, Miyamoto Rei opened her eyes first, and then saw the scene of the school bus running rampant. This! Miyamoto Rei was dumbfounded. After a while, she sighed with envy, supernatural power is really unreasonable. After a small episode, the school bus continued to drive on the right road. When it was almost late at night, Lin En and others finally arrived at Minami Rika's house. Lin En took a look at the fairly spacious house and said with satisfaction, not bad, enough for the family to use for a while. After sensing the magic power and seeing that there were no dead bodies inside, Lin En said, Shizuka, take them in to clean up first, Saeko and I will clean up the dead bodies around. Yes, Master. X2. Chapter 30, Chapter 30 Saeko, my determination, can you feel it? Bang! On the street under the moonlight. After cutting off the head of the last dead body nearby, Busujima Saeko's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. She rubbed her thighs, her face flushed, and said vaguely, my body has become sticky. Lin En leaned against the wall and watched Busujima Saeko's solo dance quietly. What a beautiful feast of killing! Lin En clapped his hands and gave Busujima Saeko affirmation. Busujima Saeko lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, the master saw my unbearable side. It's okay, I like the way you looked just now. She is born to fight monsters and upgrade her holy body. His clan needs talents like Busujima Saeko. And with the existence of yearning for killing, Busujima Saeko's level will only increase faster. Not only that, her upper limit is also higher than other family members. What a rare talent! Busujima Saeko's eyes suddenly became moist. The depression in her heart also disappeared. The master said that he liked her true appearance. In the excitement, her body suddenly spasmed and she almost couldn't control her moans. Let's go, it's time to update your favor when we go back. Lin En was very interested in the updated favor data of Busujima Saeko. He wanted to know how much Saeko, who had the skill of killing vision, could achieve in one night. Yes. Busujima Saiko's voice was a little distorted, and she forced her trembling body to follow Lin En. Minami Rika's house. Lin En and Busujima Saeko entered the living room. Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi are counting the ingredients in the kitchen and preparing dinner. They are very clear about their positions. In terms of fighting corpses, they cannot be compared with Lin En and the other two who have mastered supernatural powers. So they can only focus on logistics. At least they should be useful to Lin En and others. If they just eat and drink for free and enjoy the protection of Lin En and others as a matter of course, they will not be able to get over it. They will be abandoned by Lin En and others sooner or later. For them at present, Lin En's three-person team is definitely the safest place in the world. They definitely don't want to leave. When Saeko Busujima saw Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi actively preparing dinner, a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Even though she has become a demon, she is not a cold-blooded person in nature. She has a good relationship with Miyamoto Rei, and she is worried about her living alone in this world. But if she is not sensible, Saeko Busujima will not say anything to Lin En on their behalf. She is now Lin En's dependent and servant, so she should naturally follow her master. That's good. Saeko Busujima's heart said. Doing logistics can be considered useful to the master's family. If the master is willing to recruit them into the family, maybe they can become demons like her and gain extraordinary powers. If it really doesn't work, it's also good to be able to relieve the loneliness of the master. Saeko Busujima planned the arrangements for Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi in her mind. Second floor. Find a clean room. Saeko Busujima skillfully took off her school uniform and exposed her inner clothes. Sorry, master, I just sweated a lot, and the smell may be a little strange. Well, it may not just be the smell of sweat. It's okay, it will be over in a while. Saeko Busujima breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the master doesn't mind. She lay on the bed, unbuttoned her back, revealing her smooth back. Lin En used his magic power to force out a drop of blood and dripped it on Saeko Busujima's back. After a ripple, the grace appeared. Saeko Busujima. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin En Valiver. Strength, I0E435. Agility, I0G289. Durability, I0F306. Magic power, I0E411. Inherent skills. Slaughter vision, omitted. Sword demon, omitted. Growing really fast. With only half a day's harvest, she has completely surpassed Xiu, who entered the clan the earliest. It feels like Saeko Busujima will be able to upgrade in less than a month. Even the ability value can break through the limit of S and reach SS or even SSS. Saeko, I guess you will be the first one in the family to upgrade. Lin En copied down her grace data. Really? Busujima Saeko was a little surprised. Hurriedly took over her grace data, even forgetting to tidy up her clothes. The maximum ability value has reached E. After the grace update, it seems that her physical fitness has improved a little. It's just that today's harvest, being able to achieve this level has surpassed most people. Lin En was afraid that she didn't have a direct impression of the data, so he explained it. Because there was no comparison, Busujima Saeko really didn't know what the data meant. But if the master said it was good, it was good. Then, Lin En mentioned the data after the first grace update of Kasumigaoka Utaha. So that's how it is. The senior of the clan only had a 100+ ability value increase for the first time. Busujima Saeko now understood how terrifying her own improvement speed was. She did a quick calculation and found that her total ability value had reached an astonishing 1,500. It was about 10 times that of the senior of Kasumigaoka. Kasumigaoka Utaha? Busujima Saeko's beautiful eyes flickered, and her eyes were on the skill-killing vision. It was because of it. Busujima Saeko had mixed feelings. She had tried her best to hide her essence, but she didn't expect that after becoming the master's family, it would become the biggest help for her to become stronger. Even now, she can release her essence to her heart's content. All this is the change brought to her by the master. Busujima Saeko's eyes were firm, and her heart was full of confidence. She held Lin En's broad and slender palms with both hands, and looked at Lin En with a serious look. "Master, I will definitely become the sharpest knife in your hand." Busujima Saeko guided Lin En's palm with both hands, past the inner clothes hanging on her shoulders, and placed it near her heart. "Do you feel my determination?" Lin En felt it hard. Busujima Saeko panted slightly, her face was a little red, and she looked into Lin En's eyes with her eyebrows and eyes. "I think I need to feel it more deeply." Lin En looked serious. Busujima Saeko's words fluctuated violently, and she did not refuse Lin En's application for in-depth study. From the moment she became Lin En's family, she belonged to Lin En. "Saeko is a little dirty, please let Saeko serve you to bathe first, master." Chapter 31, Chapter 31 Busujima Saeko decides to become a sheath first. Before becoming Lin En's knife, Saeko Mushima decided to become Lin En's scabbard first. However, before the knife is sheathed, it is still necessary to maintain it carefully. Saeko Mushima's eyes were full of concentration. The cleaning work is over, and then sharpen the knife. Anyone who has used it knows that if the knife wants to maintain a long life, it needs to be polished frequently. As the head of the Kendo ministry, Saeko Mushima has also learned a little about this. "This time, I finally had the opportunity to practice." Call. The sharpening process consumes physical strength abnormally. Fortunately, the preliminary preparations have been completed. Saeko Mushima had her dense purple hair spread on the bed in a mess. She turned her head, not daring to look at Lin En's eyes. Saeko Mushima's brain became a little blank. The brand new scabbard is a little narrower and needs to be run in. Outside the door, Miyamoto's hand that wanted to knock on the door stopped in mid-air. "I wanted them to go downstairs for dinner, but I didn't expect to encounter an important knife-sheathing ceremony." Her skin instantly crawled with pink. "I wanted to leave quietly as if I didn't know, but my feet seemed to have nails and I couldn't move them no matter how hard they were." As time progressed, Miyamoto's breathing became rapid. After a while, Miyamoto Ri tweaked a little, and Miyamoto Ri left in a hurry. Downstairs, Saya Takagi stared at Miyamoto Ri, who was blushing, and said suspiciously, "Why have you been there for so long?" "No, nothing." Miyamoto's eyes dodged a little, and he hurriedly said, "You're hungry, let's eat first." "Where are them?" Gao Changshe frowned slightly, feeling that they were not good at eating first. "Well." Teacher Jicuo was confused when taking a bath and fell asleep. "Where are the seniors of Poison Island and Lin En?" They had known Lin En's name from Teacher Jicuo before. "They are discussing some issues about knife, and they are very dedicated and probably won't come down." Miyamoto's awkward explanation. Yet, Jo Kengsaya always feels something is wrong. The next day, it was just dawn. The first ray of sunlight in the dead world shone in through the gaps in the curtains. Lin En opened his eyes and looked at Saeko in his arms. Having seen Saeko's desire to kill is rising, and looking at the face now, there is a sense of contrast. After all, no matter how happy Saeko likes killing, she is still a woman. "Owner." As if he noticed Lin En's gaze, Saeko Mushima murmured softly. Lin En touched her smooth long hair and did not rush to get up. He picked up the phone that was placed aside. "Open line." Last night, every half an hour, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu had to see him in the group. But at that time he was busy with the sheathing ceremony and had no time to pay attention to her. "Sigma Man at Xiaoshizi, Please ask for leave from me and no Yuejiang. I have been waiting for Lin En news, and I haven't slept much all night and Xiu's heart is cold. It was so quiet last night that the message I sent seemed to sink into the sea. As a result, she asked her to help ask for leave early in the morning. What happened is self-evident. Xiu's hand holding the phone turned a little white, and her heart was very stuffy. Call. She took a few deep breaths to calm her mood. Then he started a message. Xiaoshaizi, number. Lin En chuckled and ignored it. Main world. Xiuzia's Haikyuu went to school with dark circles. Along the way, he muttered like stealing cat, shameless woman, clearly she was the first, etc. Please leave? Just ask for nothing. Zihu Ziwan. Teacher guidance room. That's it, Teacher Nangong. Okay, I get it. Nangong Neihu did not ask too much about Lin En's leave and directly approved it. Xiuzia's Haikyuu left the teacher guidance room and fell into depression. Really bored. She scolded herself. Then he took out his phone and clicked on the shopping platform. Search, bunny girl costume. War. This is a war for women. He picked one that made people blush, and Xiu decisively placed an order. There seemed to be a fierce fire in her eyes. You rolled it first. I'll let you take a step first this time. Xiao's Haikyuu gritted her teeth and said the defeated dog with tears in her eyes. The second one. At least the second one. Are you the only two? Jicuo Shizuka was wearing only one shirt and yawned downstairs. Ri Miyamoto and Saya Takagi were sitting on the sofa and were stunned when he saw Jicuo Shizuka's appearance. Gao Chengshe blushed and stuttered, old teacher, convex and convex. Jicuo Shizuka was puzzled for a moment, then she looked down and suddenly realized. She knocked on her head and said distressedly, there is no way, the only thing that fits the one I wore yesterday. By the way, where is Saeko and the master? When Miyamoto Ri's eyelids couldn't help but jump when he heard Jicuo Shizuka calling Lin En so naturally. There are also senior sisters from Poison Island. But that kind of relationship between senior sister Poison Island and Lin En should be? Yesterday. Thinking of this, Miyamoto's face turned a little red, and then hurriedly said, it shouldn't be up yet, yesterday. They slept quite late. The more she said, the less her voice became. Jicuo Shizuka noticed their abnormality and trotted to Saiko's room. Wait. Miyamoto Riki opened his mouth. Now, isn't it better not to bother? Crazy. Jicuo Shizuka opened the bedroom door of Saiko Twajima. Saiko, the sun has already shined her butt. Jicuo Jingxiang's voice came to an abrupt end. She blinked, and as she looked at Saiko Mushima's appearance of eating, she bulged her cheeks like an angry puffer fish. Saiko, bad. I actually ran away from me. Saiko Mushima raised her head, wiped her mouth, and smiled softly. Teacher Shizuka, you're here just in time. Saiko Mushima initiated an invitation to form a team. Chapter 32, Chapter 32 Supernatural Investigation Department's first cross-world construction team. That day, the noon sun is particularly dazzling. Lin En walked down from the second floor with a refreshing spirit. Shizuka's demonization is indeed very strong, but he is still slightly better. First floor living room. When Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya met Lin En, their faces became weird. There was a flush on his face and he didn't dare to look at him. Three people. It's actually so long. 2 win-win. It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin En returned to the main world and used the world anchor left by the demon contract to set up a channel to the dead body world in the Supernatural Investigation Department. Of course, this channel will only be started with the consent of Lin En. Under normal circumstances, it looks like a dimensional door for decoration. Even if you are seen by people outside the family, you will not feel that there is any problem. Even if you pass through it, it will only appear on the other side of the door and will not travel through the world. After setting up, Lin En at all members in the chat group. Let them gather after class. Then Lin En used the rude cube jump to the commercial street. I took 2 mobile phones and registered 2 more mobile phone numbers. This is for Saeko and Shizuka. When you enter the family chat group, it will be convenient for you to contact if you have any questions. When we returned to the supernatural survey department again, Shiba Kazunaki and Miko Shitani had arrived. Syazuhiki Yoshida looked at him resentfully and said quietly, "Are you willing to come back?" Lin En touched his chin and said, "Actually, I will still live in that world tonight." The expression on Syazuhiki Yoshida's face froze, she opened her mouth, and then her whole body lost its color like a leaking balloon. "Senior Syazuhiki, cheer up." Shitani saw Zi shaking the clouds of Shiu, afraid that something would go wrong with her. "By the way, I'd better tell my family that you'll live there soon." Shitani Miko paused and stood there in a daze. When Syazuhiki Yoshida heard this, her whole body was filled with color and was resurrected with blood. "What? It turns out that they also want to live in the world over there. As long as you don't get too far from Lin En." Syazuhiki Yoshida quietly clenched her fist, and her fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. "You must never let the fishy cat fall too far away from her. Lin En is preparing to give them a training camp." At 3 p.m., we set out from the Supernatural Investigation Club and headed to the world of Dead Body. Then kill all the way. When I was tired of killing at night, I would just rest from the Dead Body world, and then traveled over to the school in the morning. It's simply perfect. Lin En was mainly afraid that they would be left too much by Saeko, and she felt unbalanced. It's okay to see me, Shiu's temperament is still a bit competitive. But some gaps cannot be made up by competing alone. But at least in the early stage, don't leave too much before Shiu recognizes herself. Besides, with the very useful Jicuo on Shizuka, it is quite easy to get his family out of grade. Today I am experiencing juicy girl mode. Lin En has the usage of Jicuo on Shizuka. Especially those terrible amounts of milk. Lin En tasted half of it at that time, and the effect was outstanding. And it is sweet and delicious. With half left, Lin En was about to wait for Shiu and the others to fight the monsters, and he had no energy, so he took a sip. Complete reply to keep your physical fitness. Of course, this thing cannot be used too much. Although the body will not be tired, the spirit will still be tired. Once a day, it's almost done. After Miko and Miko's mother explained, they said they would stay at a friend's house for a few days. Lin En took them to stand in front of the piercing world marked as Dead World. Shiba Kazunaki and Miko Shitani looked at the Tunjaman with curious eyes. When chatting in the group before, Lin En said that they had no real feeling when they traveled to another world. After all, I haven't experienced it myself. Especially Shiu, Syazuhiki, was trying to figure out how to he at that time, and didn't care about Lin En's time travel. Until now. Only when I knew that I was going to go to another world did I feel a little nervous and excited. Another world. Although judging from the pictures posted by Lin En before, it seems that it is not such a wonderful world. But the first time in life, cross-world travel, started. Are you ready? Lin En asked. Shiu Kazumi and Miko Shitani took a few deep breaths, then looked serious. Ready. X2. The Supernatural Investigation Department flashed dazzling white light. Then it became empty. Dead Body World. Nanli Xiang's house. The temporary residence of the Lin En family's Dead Body World. A white light flashed, and Lin En and others suddenly appeared in the living room. Miyamoto Ri and Saya Takagi, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at each other, and their eyes were still full of incredible. When Lin En left, this sudden disappearance shocked them. Looking at it now, it's still full of shock. The key is that when Lin En left, he was talking about going to other worlds to bring 2 people back. This is even more thrilling. Lin En can actually travel through the world? At that moment, they thought a lot. Does Lin En's ability to travel through the world mean that Lin En may not be a person from their world? It can even be said. The supernatural power in their eyes is what Lin En brings? After all, there is no other supernatural power except Lin En, Poison Island Senior and Jicuo. At that moment, they seemed to have grasped the truth. No wonder Senior Poison Island and Mr. Jicuo respect Lin En so respectful. And, he also called him the master. The case is solved now. Through this, Miyamoto Riki and Takagi Saya also discovered a detail. That was when we met at Tengmei Academy. Lin En is not wearing a school uniform from Fujimai Academy. This testimony further confirms the credibility of their speculation. If the supernatural powers in the Senior Poison Island and Mr. Jicuo are given by Lin En, so do they have a chance? Call. When they thought of this, their eyes at Lin En were filled with heat. I even wish I could call Master Lin En like the Senior of Poison Island, Mr. Jicuo. The white light dissipated. Shiba Kazunaki and Miko Shitani looked around curiously and muttered in a low voice, "It seems nothing special. Welcome two seniors to the temporary residence of the family's Dead Body World." The name Dead Body World was obtained by Lin En as the code name of this world. Saeko Mushima also thinks it is very appropriate. After all, their world is full of dead bodies. Attracted by the sound, Shiba Kazunaki's eyes naturally fell on Saeko Mushima. It's the smell of a fishy cat. She looked around and put the appearance of the four girls into her eyes, and then her eyelids twitched. Do people in this world eat well? What happened to Ruhi, who is comparable to Rias and Akano Himejima? Shiu, Xiao's Haikyuu, was once again defeated by reality. Hehe. The world is so unfair. Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu fell into self-doubt. Miko Shitani hurriedly said, "Misko Shitani, just call me Miko. I have only joined the clan for a while and I can't be called a senior." Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu also came to his senses, and said indifferently, "Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu, call me Shiu. Saeko Mushima, just call her Saeko." Jishuan Shizuka. Several people introduced each other and it was a preliminary understanding. Shiu Kazunaki and Miko Shitani also understand their identities. Although there are 4 people, only Saeko Mushima and Shizuka Jicuo are members of the family. The other 2 are considered non-staff members. But it's probably only temporary, right? Look at Lin En's eyes, and I want to be immediately overwhelmed. Well, this is Shi's subjective imagination of women in this world. What's wrong with them just trying to gain strength? We know almost everything. Lin En clapped his hands and attracted everyone's eyes. He could see a little awkward atmosphere between them. But fighting together is the easiest way to enhance feelings. Let's go and get the experience first. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Shiu, Master, the magic is not enough. Bite. Saeko Morojima joins the group chat. Bite. Jicuo Shizuka joins the group chat. Before going out to try his experience, Lin En handed over the phone he brought from the main world to Saeko Morishima and Shizuka Jicuo. The dead body world is also a modern world. It's no stranger to things like mobile phones and chat groups. But their mobile phones in this world no longer have the internet. After entering the group chat, the first thing they noticed was the conspicuous chat group name. Saeko Mushima smiled and thought the name was very appropriate. Everyone in the family is the master's wings. Okay. I'm one of the master's harems. Jicuo Shizuka reacted fiercely, obviously very happy to join the big family of Lin En harem. These 2 women. Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu held the fierceness and kept examining them. Do they have any normal concepts of modern people? When she saw this name, she was speechless for a long time. Women in the end of the world really cannot treat them with normal thinking. Leave the family's residence. The desolate street scene immediately came into view. Shiu Kazumi and Miko Shitani paused, and an unspeakable feeling arose in their hearts. What caught my eye was the blood all over the ground, and the dead body. The smell of fishy smell hits the face, making the air turbid. Shia Kazunaki and Miko Shitani felt physical discomfort. Saeko Mishima and others did not respond much. They had seen many such scenes yesterday. Even Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya, who are in charge of logistics, are used to this kind of scene. What, is it okay? Lin En walked in front and asked about the status of Shia Kazunaki and Miko Shitani. Breathe. Ahem. The two of them took a few deep breaths, hoping to relax in this way. Then I was choked by the pungent smell. They covered their noses and forced themselves to say, "No, no problem. You can't be compared by Saeko and the others." This is what Shiu thought about Zaya's Haikyuu. Don't let Lord Lin En down. This is what Shitani Miko thought. Seeing this, Lin En ordered, "Saeko, create some movement and lead some dead bodies to come." Yes. Master. Saeko Mishima drew her sword, and she swung her a slash and slashed it on a nearby building. Boom! A 3-story building not far away was instantly cut into a slender gap, and the wall fell off and hit the ground, making a huge sound. The lower-level demon can only do this. Lin En thought. Shiu Kazunaki paid a little attention to Saeko Mishima's abilities. That flying slash should be her ability, right? It seems nothing. It's still her secretary demon better. This time, it was her victory for Xiaoshizi. With this sound, the originally pure streets welcomed dead bodies again. Are these, living dead bodies? For the first time, Shiu Kazumi and Miko Shitani felt chills. It's completely zombies. Okay. The battle is about to begin. Saeko Mishima licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement, and then rushed out first. Hateful. Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu is not to be outdone. Although she was facing a dead body for the first time, she was a little hesitant. But I have beaten the curse spirit and other things, just dead bodies. What's more, she didn't want to be compared by that cat. Thinking of this, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu also walked towards the dead body. Book of Summoning Demons. Thunder Strike. Boom. A blue lightning flash fell from the sky and slashed to the ground neatly. The dead bodies gathered together fell down straight and couldn't get up again. Seeing this, Shiu Kazunaki's nervous mood relieved a lot, and even pretended to take a look at Saeko Mishima inadvertently. How about it, lightning strike, isn't it handsome? Seeing this, Saeko Mishima smiled and praised, he is very capable, and she is worthy of being the first senior to join the clan. Shiu felt like she was hit on cotton. This woman doesn't accept it at all. Saeko Mishima reminded, the weakness of the dead body is the head, and it will be easier if the head is taken. Thank you for the reminder. Although she had some opinions about the fishy cat, Saeko Mishima thanked her for her kindness reminder. She was just a little awkward. She obviously came first. Whether it is the first time meeting Lin En or becoming the first Lin En family. Shiu, don't forget the exercise of other abilities. Lin En's voice came. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu sighed, I understand. She slammed and closed the Book of Demons. Book of Demons. In the evening. Bang. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu smashed a dead head with the Book of Demons. She stared silently at the demon book. Can you still want this book? Book of Demons at number %, yuan. Anyway, it may be very dirty. Shiu is just thinking about it. Wrapped in magic, the Book of Demons didn't touch anything dirty. It's just a bit disgusting visually. Another dead body walked towards her. She was about to repeat the previous move, but suddenly staggered. Magic, some are overexploited. Call. A bitter slash suddenly swept across, killing all the dead bodies on a line ahead. Shiu turned around and it was indeed the fishy cat. Thank you. After the battle, they were familiar with each other. But stealing a fishy cat is stealing a fishy cat. Her eyes moved downward, and then she saw the sin that was about to shake 7 or 8 times in a second. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu complained, "You can apply for the fastest record of this weird jitter frequency." Saeko Mushima. Shiu, let's take a break first and restore your physical strength. Call. Xiao's Haikyuu. Shiu breathed, she was indeed a little tired. The body is okay. But keeping the Book of Demons opens will continue to consume magic. She looked up at the dark sky. Today is her biggest activity in her life. A steady stream of dead bodies. As long as you make a sound, you will gather monsters. More than the spell spirit. It's simply a natural level training field. This kind of monster-sucking method made her lose herself for 3 hours. Use this. Saeko Mushima handed over a can of milk. This is. After taking the milk, Xiao's Haikyuu. Shiu said in confusion. Well, restores physical strength. Saeko Mushima's expression is a bit subtle. She enjoyed it with Lin En during the day. It can only be said that the effect is outstanding. Shiu paused for a moment. When you show this expression, you always feel a little uncomfortable. No need, I'll just go and repair the demon. Replenish the demon. Saeko Mushima was a little confused. What is to replenish the demon? Shiu, Zaya's Haikyuu, looks for Lin En's figure. Found. She exhaled. She had to hold it in for a whole night last night, and she had to collect some interest first today. Snort. Let this fishy cat look at it carefully. Lin En observed the movements of each family. Silently analyze in my heart. There is a swordsman, Saeko Mushima, and a mage, although there is currently a combat mage, Shibakanoki and Miko Shitani. There is no shortage of nannies. Lin En glanced at Jicuo and Shizuka, who was also active. Then there is logistics supply. He glanced at Miyamoto Riki and Takagi Saya. I still have a meat shield, but I just have a qualified team to play. The family is developing very quickly. In just a few days, it has developed into this shape. The future is promising. The next second, he saw Shiu standing in front of him, tilting his head, and his burgundy eyes exuding an inexplicable color. Master, there is not enough magic. Chapter 34, Chapter 34 Saeko Morojima, the posture of a big wife. Master, there is not enough magic. Although it was to regain some advantage in front of Saeko Mushima, this please kiss posture still made her cheeks a little hot. Lin En looked at the cans of milk on Rimi Miyamoto and Saya Takagi who were in charge of the logistics. He looked at Shiu again, showing his puppy-like expectant look. Forget it, he'll come in person. Anyway, his saliva has the same effect. Lin En increased the dosage and turned on the effect of body fluid recovery in reply to Demon. Woohoo! Shiu's eyes widened a little. Not only magic, but also physical strength, are also replying? Lin En's magic replenishing skills have been upgraded? Shiu, who was full of state, was full of doubts. But she didn't forget what was more important to her. Shiu Kazunaki wiped his mouth and came back to Saeko Mushima again. The destruction of a dead body was completely eliminated without showing any previous decline. How? Shiu Zaya's Haikyuu showed off, isn't it very useful to replenish the demons? Saeko Mushima suddenly said, so that's the one who repairs the demon. She remembered that last night, when she was obviously too tired, she started another fierce battle under the injection of her master. Is that also a kind of replenishment? Saeko Mushima agreed with her face, it's really easy to replenish the demon. Shiu, Xiao's Haikyuu. Hateful. She suddenly thought that this woman had climbed onto Lin En's bed yesterday. Just to replenish the devil. She and Lin En, something like this. This woman. Xiao's Haikyuu. Shiu gritted her teeth. Shiu. Saeko Mushima suddenly said, I have felt it since just now. Inexplicable hostility towards her. Not that kind of enemy feeling. More like a rival in love? Do you like the master? Saeko Mishima smiled gently. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu was stunned and then said calmly, that's right. Then don't worry. Shiu, Xia's Haikyuu. What does this fishy cat mean? Saeko Mishima smiled and said, I'm here to join you, not to destroy you. Shiu was stunned for a moment. This fishy cat is definitely the one that men like. He was able to say such words openly. But one thing is that she seems to have made a mistake. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu said depressedly, you made a mistake, I should be joining you now. Now Saeko Tomojima has a question mark. You and the master. Yes, you're ahead. So, she is the first one? Saeko Mishima subconsciously showed a excited expression. Cut. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu glanced at her mouth unhappily. I knew that after she knew this information, it would become like this. Although everyone will eventually be eaten by Lin En. No one can enjoy Lin En exclusively. But you can still win things like order. She had completely missed the opportunity. But it's no wonder that others are not taking the opportunity. After the two of them spoke, they became much more familiar than before. Then Shiu learned about the bad news. What? The second position was also taken away. Plop. Xia's Haikyuu Shiu knelt on the ground and was defeated. Miko Shitani, who witnessed the whole process, commented like this. Saeko Morojima, the posture of a big wife. Shiu, the clouds of clouds, is a defeated dog. Late at night. The girls were so tired that they were panting. Tonight, I really enjoyed a lot of experience. Xia Kazunaki and Miko Shitani experienced the beauty of this world. What kind of reply prop was that milk before? Miko Shitani had some aftertaste. I was already so tired that I was exhausted, but after a can of milk, I rejuvenated. The battery life was directly sustained. Hearing Miko Jinoko's questioning, Jicuo Shizuka blushed and subconsciously hugged her dumpling. Saeko Mishima's eyes also became subtle. Miko Shitani wondered, what's wrong? No, nothing. Saeko Mishima shook her head, that's really a kind of replies prop. As for how it came about, she should wait for her to discover it herself. Lin En bedroom. This is the room Saeko Mishima specially reserved for Lin En. It is the largest room in this house. Not only is the room wide, but the bed is also large, suitable for multiple people. Well, it's suitable for everyone to update their favors together. Hey! Jicuo Shizuka took the lead in taking off all her body, and she could only get a pink fat chubby. Then he jumped to the bed, and the soft flesh on his body was trembling. Burying her face in the comfortable large bed, took a deep breath before turning around, facing up, waiting for Lin En to renew her favor for her. Saeko Mishima did not hesitate, and only left a fat man. Well, purple. Both of them and Lin En have done everything they should do, so naturally there is no need to cover them up. He revealed everything to Lin En openly. Of course, seeing Xia Kazunaki and Miko Shitani look dumbfounded, Saeko Mishima feels it is still necessary to explain. When you kill the body, your clothes are a little dirty, and it is easy to get your master's bed dirty if you don't take it off. Dirty? Xia Kazunaki and Miko Shitani glanced at the clothes that were almost stain-free. Hee. I believe you. Xia's Haikyuu Shiu's eyes became erratic, that's right. The clothes seem to be a little dirty. Her voice trembled, but her hands didn't pause at all. Take off your top. It was not until his hands touched the back buckle behind him that he started trembling a little. But he looked at Saeko Mishima and Shizuka Jicuo, gripping his teeth and stomping his feet. Take off. The black underwear slipped off. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu felt that her face seemed to burn. Of course, she is not as bold as Saeko Morishima and Shizuka Jicuo, and can show herself. She blocked her arm in front of her and took off her skirt with one hand. As for the black stockings, she kept them. Saeko Mishima and Shizuka Jicuo both have bare legs. This is her advantage. Senior Zayas Haikyuu, you. Miko Shitani's tone became complicated. Didn't we agree to be together? Why did you rebel? What should she do? Miko Shitani stared at the three people on the bed, always feeling out of place. Didn't it be a good update favor? How did it become like this? And isn't favor on your back? Teacher Shizuka, why do you have to face upward? When choosing a position first, where did you choose? Resisting the desire to complain, Shitani Miko thought about it, but she only took off her top, lay on the bed, and unbuttoned her back. Lin En saw that they were ready and began to renew the favors in turn. Ju Chuan Jing Xiang. Level, Lower Demon. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Wall Ivor. Strong Strength, I-89. Agile, I-77. Durability, H140. Magic, I-63. Inherent Skills. Reply to the Devil, omitted. Saeko Moroshima. Level, Lower Demon. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Wall Ivor. Strong Strength, D546. Agile, F389. Durability, E467. Magic, D532. Inherent Skills. Killing Aspirations, omitted. Demon of the Sword, omitted. Next, it's Xiu's turn. Lin En was speechless when she saw her lying on the bed like an ostrich. This guy, shouldn't he forget that his favor is ahead, right? Lin En raised his hand and slapped her beautiful black wrapped a. Xiu, it's time to turn over. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. What will happen after seeing you? A crisp sound came from the bedroom. Xiu felt the burning heat on her buttocks and couldn't help but tremble. Then I remembered that my favor was forced to be engraved in front of me. He twisted his body around. On the way, he met Miko Shitani's incredible eyes, and Xiu's eyes were erratic and a little embarrassed. What a shame! Miko Shitani didn't expect that Senior Xia's Haikyuu, who recommended her to carve the favor behind her, actually chose to carve the favor in front of her. Senior Xia's Haikyuu. Miko Shitani's eyes became complicated. Hand, blocked. Lin En reminds again. Xiu shook again, then turned her head, closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly put her hand down. The two dumplings that had lost their restraints suddenly fell to the sides. During the process of renewing the favor, Lin En inevitably enjoyed a unique beauty. Although I have seen Saeko and Shizuka. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But Xiu's dumplings still have a unique flavor. It can only be said that each has its own merits. Xiu. Level, Lower Demon. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Wall Ivor. Strong Strength, G255. Agile, H146. Durability, H159. Magic, F361. Inherent Skills. Secretary Demon, omitted. Then there is Saeko. Miko Shitani. Level, Lower Demon. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Wall Ivor. Strong Strength, H103. Agile, H146. Durability, I-89. Magic, G274. Inherent Skills. Yin and Yang Eyes, omitted. Psychic Demon, omitted. Rubbing all their favor data, Lin En said, it's okay. Hearing Lin En's words, Miko Shitani and Shiba Kazunaki hurriedly put on their clothes. Saeko Mishima and Shizuka Jicuo still looked the same, but Shiba Kazumi and Miko Shitani were no longer available to care about them. The four women took the favor data from Lin En and looked down. Seeing this, Lin En also analyzed their respective situations. Needless to say, Shizuka is a supportive demon, and it is reasonable that the ability value is not improved quickly enough. Besides, it was only the first day. However, as a demon, he has combat power, but it is not obvious enough. It's not as good as Saeko Moroshima. Saeko needs no more killing aspiration. It can make her ability naturally ahead of most people. Jicuo also killed many dead bodies tonight. Well, worthy of praise. The improvement in ability value is already very good compared to before. Although as Lin En's family, it was sad that he was soon surpassed by Saeko Mishima. As for Jianzi, although her ability value tonight is still okay, her ability Psychic Demon has almost no effect. In comparison, as expected, Jianzi is more suitable for a world with the existence of a mantra. But in the main world, the brushing efficiency is not high. Let's talk about improving the foundation in this world first. After reading their favor data, the girls were very satisfied. It's not in vain that they're working so hard tonight. However, when Shiba Kazunaki checked her favor data with Saeko Mishima's consent, she suddenly fell into deep suspicion. Sure you became Lin En's family yesterday? Saeko Mishima smiled and nodded. Jicuo, Zaya's Haikyuu. Ah! Miko Shitani exclaimed, Senior Kazujikiki seems to have lost his color again. Jicuo Zaya's Haikyuu said sadly, killing aspiration, how could there be such a foul ability? It's over. Isn't this completely defeated? In various senses. The next day, Jicuo came out of her room yawning. She is so stupid, really. She just thought about staying in this world and being closer to Lin En. I never expected that this would be the case last night. Jicuo Kazunaki felt that the whole house was last night with the cow Saeko Mishima and Shizuka Jicuo last night. She almost bit her teeth. What's even more annoying is that she actually listened to that voice and fantasized about Lin En. Jicuo Zaya's Haikyuu shook her head vigorously and threw out the dirty scenes. It's all because of Saeko Mishima's fault. Jicuo, do you want to be together? Who wants to be with her? Although she was disgraceful at that time, her reserve as a woman made her calm down quickly. At least, her first time, can she enjoy Lin En's exclusive? Jicuo Kazumi thought of the bunny girl costume that she ordered online before. I don't know when the goods will arrive. Squeak. Miko Shitani pushed open the door, and the dark circles were clearly visible. Jicuo Kazumi and Miko Shitani looked at each other, and they inevitably smiled awkwardly. Obviously, there are more than one victim. Miko Shitani was a little distressed. The scene of the favor updated last night was enough to shock her. But the entertainment activities after the benefactor update really shattered her worldview. This family. Is it too much? When he thought that he was also a member of the family, Shitani couldn't help but sigh. Mom, what will your daughter become in the future? Can you not guarantee that she will be? Chapter 36, Chapter 36 The first meeting between the angel girl and Mr. Demon. For the next period of time, Lin En's family lived a 3-and-1-line life. Eat, sleep, and kill the body. Of course, Kazunaki Shiba and Shitani Miko need an extra option to go to school when it is not a weekend. It is worth mentioning that Miko Shitani just stayed in the dead world for a few days and chose to return to this world before the evening. After all, there is a mother at home. I stayed out for a long time at night, and saw my son's mother was very worried. And because I saw Lin En sending my Anza home last time. Miko's mother mistakenly thought Miko was living with her boyfriend. If I don't go home, my mother who sees me feels that it won't be long before she might be holding her grandson. Today. Supernatural Investigation Department. As usual, Shiba Kazumi and Miko Shitani prepare to go to the world of dead bodies. Since both of them were familiar enough with the dead body world, Lin En was not ready to go to the dead body world with them. Lin En's original words to them were, as a mature family member, you must learn to go to the dungeon world to get experience. As the master of the family, Lin En naturally cannot accompany them to gain experience all the time. He also has his own things to do. For example, Senior, I'm still very strong. Lin En home. Living room. The Tachin kitten leaned in Lin En's arms, looking at the defeat on the TV screen, with a little disappointed in his eyes. No matter how hard you try, you can't surpass your predecessors. Lin En touched her head and comforted her, it's okay, it's already amazing. I'm just a little bit too much to beat me. The Tachin kitten leaned back and stared at Lin En's chin, saying quietly, Senior, you have said this sentence many times. Haha, is that? The Tachin kitten looked at Lin En, who seemed to be unable to remember, and sighed. Forget it, I'm already very happy that Senior can play electric with me. The Tachin kitten stood up and was about to jump and teleport back with the Rubik's Cube array. Before leaving, I seemed to remember something, and suddenly paused, and then said, just. She took out 2 things from her pocket. When the minister knew I was coming, I asked me to hand these 2 things over to my senior. It is said to be. What President King gave it to you? Kang Nasidi? After the Tachin kitten left, Lin En checked. A scroll of keys and water magic. He was a little surprised, not sure what Kang Nasidi meant. To be honest, his first meeting with the so-called fiancé was not pleasant. And after that day, the two of them had no intersection. Kang Nasidi never came to him to talk about participating in the ranking game again. Lin En thought there was no follow-up. As a result, Kana City asked Rias to deliver things through the kitten again. Forget it, just care about her. All the delivery is here, don't be idle. Just hand over the water magic scroll to Xiu and copy it into the demon book. As for the other, he picked up the key with the address on it. It seems to be the key to a high-end apartment. He looked up at the sky outside. It's a little gloomy and it feels like it will rain in a while. After thinking about it, Lin En still decided to go and have a look. On the way, it was already drizzling in the sky. But for the demon Lin En, as long as the magic is attached to the outside, the falling raindrops cannot be approached by him. Shiki apartment. Lin En took out the key and glanced at the location. It should be here. He was a little uncertain. I looked around and was about to ask someone. Then I saw a beautiful blonde girl sitting in a nearby park. Well, this familiar sense of déjà vu makes him look a little familiar. It should be a character in a certain anime? Lin En opened the panel and took a look. Then I saw the skill demon chess pie flashing wildly. Okay, it's a solid news. Lin En turned and walked towards the park. I've come here, let's take a family first. Pick. Situated on the swing, Masaru Shina was in the rain, saw a pair of shoes parked in front of him, and was slightly stunned, then looked up. The handsome boy with black hair and red pupils came into view. She didn't feel throbbing at all, but just subconsciously said, it's because of interest, I won't catch a cold, thank you for your concern. Lin En. How skillful are you? After this silky combo, Lin En didn't know what to say. It seemed that Lin En's complicated eyes were noticed, and Sheena Mahara was also a little embarrassed. Some people came before, and subconsciously refused. What to do? Wouldn't it be bad to do this? While Sheena Masaki was struggling with what to do, Lin En spoke, it seems you need some help. No, Sheena Mahara subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Lin En interrupted her. Maybe I've said it better. Lin En's eyes were deep, and it met Sheena's caramel-colored pupils. Do you need a demon to help you? Sheena Masaki was stunned. She, who is called an angel by everyone, meets the gentleman who calls herself a demon today? Chapter 37, Chapter 37 Sheena Mahara, please teach me to be a bad boy. Demon. Sheena Masaki didn't know what to react. Second disease? No, will it embarrass Mr. Demon feel unwilling to say anything? Sheena Masaki was a little worried. Wow, it's really Mr. Demon. Lin En. If you add some emotion to your reading, the effect will be much better. Feel sorry. Shina Masaki bowed her head and apologized. Ah, it seems to be screwed up. Lin En shook her head, knowing that she didn't believe her demonic identity. But it's normal. He has recruited Qing Shan Qi more than once in a convenience store, but he has been perfunctory. How could a normal person, or a person who has not seen the extraordinary world, believe in the existence of a demon? After thinking about it, Lin En took out the long-clogged demon leaflet. This is a prop made by the demons in this world to complete their performance. If customers need any help, they can summon the corresponding demons through the flyer to entrust. The demons will naturally receive a reward of the same value as the entrustment. If you encounter any problems, just call my name with this. Sheena Mahara subconsciously took the flyer and then suddenly said, so it's a salesperson. Lin En ignored her words and said, remember my name, Lin En. Leave the flyer and name, Lin En is ready to leave. But just as soon as he walked out of the park, Lin En retreated. Shina Masaki looked at Lin En who had returned, with a little puzzled look in her eyes. Do you know how to get to Shiki apartment no 5011? Shina Masahara, I'll take you there. This address is next door to my house. Shiki apartment 5011. Please trouble you, Shina. Shina Masaki shook her head, nothing. Then he walked into the room next door. Seeing this, Lin En also entered the room of 5011. Open the door with one push. Lin En felt a sense of wealth. Tisk tisk, I am worthy of being the eldest lady of the Sidish family, I am really generous. What comes into view is luxurious decoration and luxury brand furniture. As for other facilities, they are all available. I don't know if it was like this, or if I handed over the key to him, I sent someone to prepare carefully. Anyway, he is not polite in this apartment. Well, set a coordinate for this apartment first. On the other side. Because of the rain, Shina Masaki planned to take a shower first to avoid a cold tomorrow. Take off all your clothes into the clothes basket. The leaflet that Lin En handed her floated out inadvertently. Shina Masaki was stunned for a moment. Then he held it in his hand. Bathroom. Shina Masako sat in the bathtub, staring at the flyer in his hand in a daze. The devil, will it be true? She suddenly smiled. I feel ridiculous about my own idea. How could it be true? Silently recite the name to summon. Only children will believe it. She remembers that it was Lin En, right? Let me expose your trick. Shina Masaki stared at the demon leaflet and silently said, show up, Mr. Lin En. As soon as she finished speaking, she laughed out loud. Laugh at your childishness. But soon, she couldn't laugh. Oh. The dazzling light flashed in the bathroom. A purple magic circle rose from the demon leaflet. The next second, Lin En's figure appeared and landed in the bathtub with a thud. Lin En met the naked Shina Mahara, with eyes facing each other, and said in a complicated tone, your summoning place is really unique. Ah. There was a sharp explosion in the apartment of 5010. After a while, 5010 living room. Shina Mahara, who had already put on her clothes, gave Lin En a cup of hot tea with red eyes. His eyes dodged and he didn't dare to look at Lin En's eyes at all. Been seen. Sitting on the sofa opposite Lin En. Shina Masaki's heart screamed in his heart. After taking a sip of tea, Lin En said, so, what help do you need to summon me so quickly? Shina Mahara smiled awkwardly. Can she say that she just wanted to confirm that the flyer was fake and wanted to give it a try? Who would have thought that that flyer could really summon people? And Shina Masaki hesitated and said, Mr. Lin En, is he really a demon? Real. Lin En shrugged, besides, have you seen it all? It's just. I can't believe it. Shina Masaki is in a complicated mood. The devil is real. But Mr. Lin En seems to be different from the legendary demon? Shina Masaki was a little confused. Logically speaking, aren't demons all evil? Mr. Lin En is not only handsome, but also doesn't seem to feel dangerous. How, have you thought about it? What? Shina Masaki was stunned for a moment. Trust. Lin En glanced at her speechlessly. What exactly is this woman trying to summon him to come? Just to let him appreciate her taking a bath? Satisfied her exposure? Shina Masaki reacted too. Entrustment. She fiddled with her hair awkwardly. What to do? It wouldn't be nice to just let Mr. Lin En go for a waste of time like this, right? Ah. When it comes to commissioning, there is indeed one thing. Not sure what he thought of, Shina Mahara's eyes became dimmed. Today, I was taught by my mother again. She is obviously trying to be a good child, so why can't she get the love of her mother and father? She took a deep breath and looked at Lin En with a firm look. Mr. Lin En, please teach me how to be a bad boy, please. Angels or something are enough. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Become a Demon, Angel. Bad kid. Lin En thought about it. There are many ways to learn bad things. But Shina Masaki may not have to bear it anymore. A bad one is easy to break, right? Not as good as. Lin En's red pupils flashed slightly. How about bad boys trying to be a demon? Shina Masaki was stunned. As the same, devil as Mr. Lin En. That's right. Lin En nodded. When it comes to bad things, the demon is very suitable, right? It's a professional counterpart. Shina Masaki thought. I was also eager to try it out. He has always been called an angel. If he really becomes a demon, what will it become? But Shina Mahara worried, if you become a demon, you won't look strange, right? Do you look strange when I look? Lin En stared into Shina Mahara's eyes and asked her to look carefully. Some could not bear Lin En's sight. Shina Mahara looked slightly. Okay, then I'm going to be a demon. Ah, it was very simple and agreed. Lin En was a little surprised. Generally speaking, it is normal for Miko to react when she hears it's a devil's words, right? Even if you are scared to pee, it is possible. Because Mr. Lin En doesn't look like a demon at all. Shina Mahara smiled and gave the answer. Although Mr. Lin En calls himself a demon, he is completely different from the legendary demon image. And as a human, she has hardly been happy. If you change your identity, will your life be different in the future? Shina Mahara wants to know. But speak in advance. After being reincarnated as a demon, you will be a member of my family. Family. Shina Masaki tilted her head in confusion. Lin En explained the family and family a little. I see. Shina Mahara blushed slightly. Is it meant to hand over everything to Mr. Lin En? She hesitated a little. Leave everything about yourself to a man who has just met for less than a long time? Still a demon. I don't know what will happen. Shina Masaki asked, does Mr. Lin En need a family? That's right. Even if I am like this. Shina Masaki is a little inferior. She has been in an environment that is not needed by her parents for a long time, and she doesn't know what kind of talent she has, so she will be needed by a demon. Seeing her hesitation and anxiety, Lin En said without hesitation, of course. Shina, I need you. Shina Masaki was stunned. For a moment, she felt her heart be hit. First, the feeling of being needed. She gasped slightly, put her hands on her heart and felt it carefully. Heartbeat, so fast. She couldn't help but think of what her mother said before. You know one wants a child. No, mother, from now on, Matsushita is the child that someone wants. After being reincarnated as a demon, that kind of unhappy bloodline will be cleansed completely, right? Mr. Lin En, I will entrust my future life to you. Lin En's mouth curled. The family again +1. This time, it was a surprise. Lin En didn't know that Sheena Mahara's mother played a very critical role. A small rebellious heart arises. Lord Angel, want to fall. Sheena Masaki's bedroom. Sheena Masaki lay on the bed, blushing her face and exposed her back. Why does the reincarnated demon have to reveal his back? Well, or can you choose the front too? Lin En feels he is still very democratic. Sheena Masaki refused decisively, no, there is no need for this. She buried her face in the quilt, her ears were so red. For a moment, I doubted whether my decision to become a demon was correct. Is this family really a serious family? But when the demon chess piece entered her body, it was too late to regret it. Change, felt it. My body was very hot and a force surged out. And Pucci. 2 black wings stretch from the waist position. A heart-shaped pointed tail stretched out slowly. This is... Sheena Masaki's eyes were flashing with curiosity, she couldn't help but touch it, and then her whole body trembled. The white and tender skin instantly turned pink. She breathed a little heavier, then hurriedly blushed and took back her tail and wings. He glanced at Lin En and said with some concern, Mr. Lin En probably didn't notice what happened just now, right? Lin En's attention is being attracted by Sheena Mahara's favor. Sheena Masaki. The lower-level demon. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strong strength, I0. Agile, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Demon of the Fallen Heaven. Obtain the attributes of Sacred, Light and Dark. Fallen Sky Wings, displaying the Fallen Angel's wings, able to release the wing attack of Light and Dark attributes. Agile growth accelerates. Demonization, Chaos Mode. Seeing Sheena Mahara's favor. Lin En's expression is a bit subtle. He is worthy of being called an angel. Unexpectedly, he became a demon and fell into heaven directly. Demon of Fallen Heaven. Fallen angels and demons. The skills of synthesis of these two species are really abstracted no matter how you look at them. But... Bite. You have obtained the skill Demon of the Fallen Heaven. Lin En raised his hand and released a trace of magic. A ray of magical silk thread with light attribute emerged. Lin En reached out and touched it, without the burning sensation I imagined. His face was strange. So, he, a demon, not only does he lose the debuff of the light attribute special attack, but also has the power to attack the demon? Hiss! Lin En gasped. A skill actually erased his weakness as a demon. Energy such as light, divine attributes, can be said to be the enemy of the demon. Under the same strength, if the demon meets a priest or an angel who has the light attributes and other techniques, he will naturally be weaker. Now, Sheena Mahara's existence has completely erased this defect of the demon. Okay. Good angel. Angel is amazing. So, can he pretend to be a fallen angel now? What's wrong, Mr. Lin En? Sheena Masaki was a little strange. Masaki, you are really my lucky star. Sheena Mahara blushed a little when she was praised by Lin En, but she was also a little happy. After the favor is printed, Sheena Mahara dresses well and checks her favors. Mr. Lin En has just given her science to popularize the matters of the Eucharist system. So she checks her skills directly. The Demon of the Fallen Heaven. Seeing the name of the skill, Sheena Mahara almost couldn't hold back. Falling into heaven. The Fallen Angel. Sheena Masahara. Seeing her speechless look, Lin En almost couldn't help laughing. But I still gave her some insight into the importance of this skill. I see. Sheena Masaki suddenly realized, her eyes bent and she smiled, it's good that it's useful to Mr. Lin En. What's wrong with falling into heaven? Fallen heaven is amazing. She didn't care whether the demon of fallen heaven was powerful or not. But since it can help Mr. Lin En, this ability is a good ability. As usual. Lin En pulls Sheena Mahara into the chat group. Bite. The fallen angel entered the chat group. Sheena Masaki glanced at Lin En with a angrily look. It's really a badass Mr. Lin En who actually asked her to give such a title. And the name of this chat group? Lin En Family Harem Chat Group. Sheena Masaki stared at the name slightly trance. So, is she now considered to be Mr. Lin En's reserve wife? Thinking of this, Sheena Mahara felt a little hot. But, harem? Mr. Lin En's family is indeed not serious, right? Bite. It happened that a message popped up in the chat group. Xiaoshaizi? Chapter 39, Chapter 39. Did the angel invade the devil's lair? Lin En Family Harem Group. The most traditional woman in the Poison Island family, fallen angel? Can see the girl, angels invade the demon chat group? Miko Shitani, who was trying to get experience in the dead body world, looked confused. The angel actually entered the demon's lair. Oh, okay. I read one word less. But the fallen angel is also a bad thing in all senses. She still remembers the 3-tribe war recorded in the basic common knowledge of the underworld document in the group. Lord Fallen Angel, no, I am a newly acquired family member of Mr. Lin En, but Mr. Lin En wants me to call this online name, so. Sheena Masaki's face turned a little red. She knew that this name would cause some unnecessary sensation in a chat group full of demons. But Sheena Masaki glanced at Lin En's side face. Mr. Lin En's words. There is no way to refuse. Mr. Lin En, are you going to have supper together? Sheena Masaki is somewhat looking forward to it. She hasn't had a meal with anyone at home for a long time. Lin En had no intention of rejecting the family's request for feeding. It's delicious. Lin En gave the highest rating on the dining table. Compared to the instant noodles made by Xiu, it is 10,000 times more delicious. Sheena Mahara curled her eyes happily. Dead body world. Xiu stared at the news in the group. So, when she worked hard here to upgrade, Lin En didn't know where to go and kidnap a woman back. Lin En Family Harem Chat Group. Xiaoshaizi at Sigma Man, Master, I need to repair the demon. Hey! When Miko Shitani saw the message from Senior Kazuki in the group, she got goosebumps all over her body. Then I received Xiu's death gaze from Kazumiki. Miko Shitani. Ahaha, Senior, I've gone there to get my experience. Shitani Miko ran away in a flash. Humph. Xiu snorted lightly. It's just a little pink around the neck. It's not that there is another woman in the family, which makes her feel a little crisis. She couldn't help but think of the set of war uniforms she ordered before. Then the face became even hotter. The war uniform has arrived long ago. But she sealed it in the cabinet again. At that time, I was just placing an order and didn't check it carefully at all. Who would have thought that under the war uniform could be opened directly? Who designed such a convenient thing? Bite. The news from the chat group made her wake up. Then he hurriedly checked. Sigma Man, isn't Shizuka's milk still left? Xiaoshiki Xiu's mouth twitched. After updating the favor together, Jicuo on Shizuka's skill reply to demon was also completely exposed. Who wants to drink that kind of thing? It's completely incomparable to Lin En's saliva. No, no. How could she think so? She is so shameless. On the other side, Miko Shitani, who had just escaped from Xiaya, saw the news in the group and her face became subtle. I remember that she also commented. It's obvious that drinking mother RU or something happened before the age of 2, why is it becoming like this now? Otherwise, she would also drink Lord Lin En's saliva instead? Forward. Both of these things seem to be very subtle. Miko Shitani fell into trouble. Main world, Lin En looked at the message sent by Shi Yu in the chat group, a little speechless. Is this woman getting more and more greedy for him recently? Forget it, I'm going to take Masayuki to try her demon of fallen heaven anyway, so I'll go there by the way. Shina Masaki was stunned. Another world. After hearing Lin En was about to take her to another world, Shina Masaki was stunned. Is it so exciting right from the beginning? Reincarnate as a demon, and then head to another world? Shina Mahara never expected that just because she had just become a demon, she seemed to be completely out of her previous life. Her life seems to have gradually gained other colors. It's great to be a demon. Shina Masaki's caramel-colored eyes became brighter and brighter. By the way, you can even do something like traveling through the world. Mr. Lin En, it's incredible. Under Shina Mahara's worshipful gaze, Lin En releases magic. The Rubik's Cube jumps. A purple light flashed. Lin En and Shina Mahara disappeared in place. Supernatural Investigation Department. Shina Masaki's eyes were dazed. It's teleportation. Here it is. The Supernatural Investigation Department, the family's residence at the school. Lin En briefly introduced it and let Shina Masaki join the club tomorrow to report. That's right. Shina Masahara is also a student of Hyde Toshi, and she is also a student of the Pure Institution. Although her parents are not very good to her, the family is undoubtedly a wealthy family. Before stepping into the piercing world of death, Shina Masaki asked, are all the family members upgraded in another world? That's right. Okay. Then I have to work hard too. Shina Masaki clamped his fists to cheer himself up. She is needed by Mr. Lin En, and she wants to be needed more. Dead Body World. Lin En just arrived not long ago. Shiu seemed to have installed navigation and noticed Lin En at a glance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. What? It was enough to have Shizuka's milk, but it still came. Humph. Everyone knows new members of the family. Shina Masaki bowed slightly and smiled and said, hello everyone, I am Shina Masaki. Please give me some advice in the future. Shiu's face froze. Well, it doesn't seem to be entirely for her. She was a little depressed. Lin En brought the newcomer over and she knew what she was here to do. Conventional newcomer ability test. But all are here. Chapter 40, Chapter 40 Shina Masaki, fallen into the form of an angel. Bo. Shiu's eyes were blurred. She pursed her lips, swallowed all Lin En's saliva, and worked hard to maximize the effect of replenishing magic. Shina, who had just joined the Lin En family, had her eyes wide open and her pupils trembled violently. As a new member of the family, she saw such a stimulating scene as soon as she came up, which made her little heart unable to bear it and she kept thumping. When Shiu's Haikyuu saw her exaggerated expression, she looked away from her eyes and muttered in a low voice, it's rare and strange. It's just to make up for the devil. Yes, replenish the demon. Shiu's Haikyuu quickly became calm and even explained the meaning of replenishing demons to the newcomer, and taught her experiences. Turn out to be. Is that true? Shina Masaki's eyes were strange. But why do I feel that her purpose is not pure? Curiosity still prompted her to continue listening. Etc. The popular science of Shiu and Zai's Haikyuu has come to an abrupt end. What's the point? She explained to the newcomer. What if I use the excuse of using the magic to harass Lin En in the future? Lin En is busy with all kinds of things every day, so let him have a good rest. Shina Masaki looked at Shina's paws in confusion. Why not continue? She hasn't heard enough yet. Lin En didn't care about the small theater between them. Masaki was able to get along with the people in his family quickly, and he was happy to see him. Lin En glanced at his Caesar not far away and raised his eyebrows and said, what, Caesar, you need to replenish the demons too? No, no. I. Shitani suddenly became panicked and waved his hand wildly. But Lin En clearly saw that her condition was a little tired and walked straight over. This is not possible. If you don't restore your physical strength and magic, how can you upgrade well? Miko Shitani's eyes suddenly widened. The lips instantly touched a piece of softness. A touch of pink climbed up onto his cheeks. Although I was shy in my heart, my body had no intention of avoiding it. Just at a loss, he put his hand on Lin En's fierce mouth. Is this kissing? Her eyes began to get blurred. Strangeness. It seems to have the smell of orange lipstick. It's the taste of Senior Xia's haiku. It didn't last long. Lin En quickly let her go. But Shitani Miko still felt a little lack of oxygen and touched her lips blankly. I felt something strange in my heart. The feeling of the first kiss. Not bad? On the other side, when Xia's haiku Shiu saw this scene, she rolled her eyes helplessly. His right foot kicked the air unconsciously and muttered in a low voice, I know I can't hide from you even if I see you. If this continues, she will not be walked in front of Jianzi, right? Thinking of this possibility, Shi's face froze slightly. No. I have to find a chance to send myself to Lin En's bed. Shina Masaki was slightly surprised. I also understand the value of the names of the family chat groups. She murmured in a low voice, it's a real harem. Then, I inevitably thought of myself. Her face turned slightly red. I will not have to. Can't think about it anymore. Let Miko experience the feeling of replenishing the demons, and Lin En checked the situation of the family clan in the dead body world. Half a month has passed since Lin En came to the dead body world. The environment around the family residence of the dead world has been almost fully developed. It can be said that the dead bodies around were a little too small to kill Saeko and the others. Shiu and Miko are okay. When it is not a weekend, you are basically leveling up at night. But Saeko and Shizuka themselves are the indigenous people of this world, and now the end of the world is not necessary to go to school or work. The two of them who had nothing to do naturally had to kill and kill. Of course, it is mainly because Saeko has been killing and killing. Before the end of the world, he had been suppressing his nature, and now he can finally be released. Saeko feels like she ignores her. As a result, Shizuka, who has been pulled to kill, complained. But the effect is also very good. Shizuka won't mention it for now. Saiko's growth is very fast. When it was updated a few days ago, the muscle strength had even exceeded the SS and officially reached the SS level. But with it is the rapid decline in the increase in ability value. Lin En judged that Saeko was at the level of the lower level demon, this value was almost at the limit. If you continue, don't think of any breakthroughs unless it takes a few years. If there is still no improvement today, just upgrade for her. Lin En had a plan in mind. Of course, he did not forget the purpose of bringing Shina Mahara to the dead body world. Matsushi, prepare to try your abilities. Yes. Shina Masaki straightened his waist, his expression a little nervous, and his hands subconsciously held them together. Is it finally coming? I don't know what her ability is. Just looking at the text, you can't imagine what situation is. Saeko. Yes, Master. Hearing Lin En's voice, Saeko Mishima knew what Lin En meant. With his footsteps, the whole person rushed out like an arrow that was riding the string, leaving only cracks on the ground. The improvement of various attributes has almost made her reach the limit of a lower-level demon. The physical fitness has become stronger than before. In less than a few minutes, Saeko Mishima attracted some scattered zombies from a distance. Is this a dead body? Shina Masaki shook his hands and took a few deep breaths. When she came, Lin En had already shared the situation with her in the dead body world. But for the first time facing this creature, I inevitably had the same emotions as before. Lin En pondered Shina Mahara's ability. After thinking about it, he ordered, Miyamoto, Go get a pistol. Ah, yes. Miyamoto Ri was stunned for a moment, then hurried to get the gun. The guns in Nan Lixiang's room had long been discovered. However, Lin En's family has never been used. I had a little experience of the gun before, so I put it in the corner and ate it ashes. But the words of Shizuki may be useful. Needless to say, the wings of the fallen sky should be a large-scale group attack. But the consumption should not be small. With the demonic power of Jinyu, it is impossible for the wing of the falling heaven to be unfolded all the time. Therefore, a method of small consumption and single attack is necessary. The precise attack of the attribute magic attached to the bullet is also a means of attack. Naturally, I can't be idle before waiting for Miyamoto Ri to come back. Masaki, let's try the wings of the falling heaven first. Shina Mahara nodded seriously, then closed her eyes, silently guiding the power in her body. It seems that something is coming out on the back. Call. Black feathers slid across the night sky. A pair of black wings spread nearly 3 meters wide, stretching out from Shina Masaki's shoulder blades. The dark and dark colors add a unique and depraved sense of temptation to Shina Mahara's holy appearance. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Is there such a benefit in practicing guns? Staring at the black wings behind Shina Mahara, a hint of surprise flashed in Shizuki Shiu's eyes. He couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Is this guy really a fallen angel?" That pair of wings was obviously different from their demonic wings. It seems that the newcomer this time is not simple. Saeko Murajima came over and gave an evaluation. Stealing cat. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu rolled her eyes. The resentment in my heart can fill a bucket of water. I fell asleep every night when I listened to her playing music, and it would be strange if I had no resentment. On the other side, Shina Mahara flapped her wings and reached out to touch her curiously. It's warm. And when touched on the wings, she would also have a sense of touch. Just like the tail before, it feels like her organ. Thinking of that tail, Shina Masaki blushed a little. The tail is an inappropriate organ. Lin En walked to her neighborhood and started to touch her. Well, it feels like petting a cat. Shina Masaki's eyes were a little flustered. Mr. Lin En's hand gave her a strange feeling. I didn't feel this way when I touched it myself. Why is Mr. Lin En different? Very comfortable. I had the urge to lie in Mr. Lin En's arms and be touched by him. Masaki, try to attack those dead bodies. Lin En's words made her wake up instantly. Ah, yet. Shina Masaki suddenly became busy. Lin En said speechlessly, "Wings, use your wings." At Lin En's reminder, Shina Mahara calmed down. Call. The black wings swung forward under her control. The strong airflow blew her blonde hair into a mess. The black feathers suddenly flashed with black and white light. Chi. It seemed like the sound of shaking through the air was galloping under the night sky. Like black and white light arrows. Boom boom. Feathers penetrated the dead body and shot into the dirty ground, creating potholes of pot size. It's pretty powerful. It's just that the lower level demon can have this power. Lin En retracted his vision from the ground and placed it on the dead body. What he cares more about is the light and dark attributes of true day. The dead body penetrated by the light attributed feathers slowly melted, as if burned by the hot flames, and wisps of white smoke rose. What was penetrated by dark feathers was swallowed up by a mass of energy that looked like sludge. Burning and erosion? Masaki's attribute seems to be able to attach a debuff to the enemy. And the light attribute is indeed a natural enemy to the demon. Lin En turned his head and looked at Shiu and the others who had already left Matsushita at some point. When he met Lin En's gaze, Shiu Kazumi smiled awkwardly, touched his arm uneasily, and looked at Shina Mahaka with fearful eyes. Master, are you sure Shina is not a real fallen angel? Shiu's expression is complicated. Lin En, could it be that the real angel was devastated? Otherwise, How can I explain the light attributes of Shina Mahara and the sacred feeling? When the light attribute appeared just now, Shiu, who seemed to have met a natural enemy, her hair stood up. Even Saeko and the others were not spared. Shina Masaki's movements are said to be a demon, but who would believe it if he said it? Masaki, expose your demon wings to them. Lin En has no nonsense and shows evidence directly. Shina Masaki quickly exposed the demon's wings. She didn't want to have a gap with everyone in her family because of her ability. In her opinion, since everyone is a family member of Mr. Lin En, they are family-like existences. She cherishes her family very much. So I don't want to have any misunderstandings with them. Okay, it's really a demon. Shiu's tone is complicated. On a demon, there are actually characteristics that only fallen angels have. Even the sacredness of an angel. It's hard to evaluate. Lord Lin En, gun. At this moment, Miyamoto Ri ran over panting, and the ball in front of him kept shaking due to running. Lin En takes the gun. Well, it's the Desert Eagle. It feels a bit inconsistent with Masatsu's petite body, and it also has a lot of recoil. But no matter what, Jinyu is also a demon. Inject light attributes into it and try to see the effect of the shooting. Shina Masaki took the gun, looked serious, and slowly injected light attributes, and then bang! Ah! I missed. Shina Masaki bent her toes awkwardly. It was my negligence. I forgot that you never touched the gun. Lin En thought for a while, stood behind Shina Mahuru, and held her right hand holding the gun. Shina Masaki bit her lower lip and subconsciously put the wings behind her back so that Lin En could fit closer. Lin En was not polite either, holding her hand and said, "Continue to inject light attribute magic." Yet, Shina Masaki's tone was not right. Mr. Lin En's breathing. Ear. Her weakness was touched. Her mouth was getting bigger and bigger, her body became slightly weak, and she subconsciously leaned into Lin En's arms. Shiu, Zaya's Haikyuu. Is there such a benefit to pistol? Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Saeko Mushima's eyes circulated, it seems that I need to learn shooting, too. Shiu Kazunaki followed Saeko Mushima's words and said, then I can't be compared by you. I am the most diligent and studious person. Miko Shitani. I don't see it. Do you want to learn shooting? Bang bang bang. While they were each ulterior motive, Lin En held Shina Mahuru's hand and shot the bullet on the dead body. The effect is average. Lin En frowned. But it shouldn't be the problem of Shizuki. The weapons of ordinary humans cannot carry too much magic. But it can be used barely. It seems that I have to find a way to prepare a suitable weapon for Matsushita. And the dead body cannot reflect the effect of the real daylight attribute on the special attack of the demon. You should find an outlier demon. Lin En let go of Shina Masaki's hand. Shina Mahara suddenly felt a little empty. After a while, I remembered that I was still leaning in Mr. Lin En's arms. Hug, sorry. Shina Masaki quickly straightened her body and her face turned red. It's okay, if you want to rely on it, it doesn't matter if you keep relying on it. Lin En's mouth slightly raised, and she wanted to tease this angel-like girl. One by one? Chi. Shina Mahara felt like her brain was about to burn. Chapter 42, Chapter 42 Level Sublimation, the highest level demon. After testing Shina Mahara's ability, Saeko asked her to take her to experience it for a while. After the end, Shina Masaki had no intention of going back. That kind of home with only one person is nothing worth going back to. She said seriously, since I have become Mr. Lin En's family, of course I have to take responsibility for taking care of Mr. Lin En. So, let me leave the housework and cooking, etc. Shina Masaki rolled up her sleeves and was full of energy. Ah, what a strong woman! Shiu Kazumi and Miko Shitani have subtle eyes. Miko Shitani began to reflect on herself. She really didn't take care of her master. I decided to ask my mother for cooking when I go back. As for Xiu, she took care of her when she lived with Lin En before. But it was not taken good care of at all. Lin En even completely deprived of the right to enter the kitchen. Thinking of these unpleasant memories, Xiao's Haikyo Xiu was decadent and disgusted. Saeko, start upgrading. Yes, master. Saeko Mushima took off her clothes and lay on the bed, waiting for Lin En to level up for her. Drop the blood on Saeko Mushima's back, and the favor appears. Saeko Moroshima. The lower level demon. Race, devil. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strong strength, SSS 1378. Agile, SS 1096. Durability SS 1035. Magic, SS 1028. Inherent skills. Killing aspirations, omitted. Demon of the Sword, omitted. The change in the numerical value has almost been frozen. No matter how hard you try, there will be no fluctuations. Lin En praised, it's great, it's already very good to be able to do this. More than just good. Except for Saeko who can do this, it is impossible for other people in the clan to do so. Moreover, the speed of growth is not the same. Killing aspiration it's really useful. Yet. Saeko Mushima snorted lightly. My mood fluctuates. Just a compliment from Lin En can make her happy for a long time. Okay, the next step is to upgrade. Lin En's eyes narrowed and he placed his hand on her smooth back. This was also the first time he upgraded for his family, and he didn't know what would happen. Level sublimation. Lin En thought silently in his heart. The skill devil chess pie on the panel suddenly lit up. A light appeared on Saeko Mushima's back at the same time. Oh. The light lasted for a while before gradually fading away, revealing the favor that had been upgraded on his back. Saeko Moroshima. Intermediate Devil. Race, Devil. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strong Strength, I0. Agile, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent Skills. Killing Aspirations. The higher the desire to kill, the faster the ability value is increased. Breakthroughs. Demon of the Sword. / Swordsman of Nature, you can easily master the ability of sword skills by just one glance. Blade Dress. The growth rate of muscle force is accelerated. Agile growth speed accelerates. Demonization, body weaponization. Development ability. Sword Hero, the attack power increases when using sword weapons I. Developing ability. Lin En was surprised. Unexpectedly, after his favor system was upgraded, he actually had the ability to develop. The level has also been upgraded to the intermediate level demon. And. Lin En narrowed his eyes. Demon of Sword has actually undergone subtle changes. Blade Dress? Put it down temporarily, Lin En has more important things. Because of this level sublimation. It's not only Saeko who has upgraded. As the master, the moment he received feedback from Saiko's upgrade, his level also broke through from the superior demon to the highest demon. The system prompt sound kept ringing. Bite. Your family member, Saeko Mushima, has been upgraded to intermediate demons. Bite. Your strength has increased. Bite. Your level has exceeded. Bite. Your skill devil has undergone a slight change. Lin En stared at the last system prompt and frowned. Devil is his most core skill, and I don't know whether this change is good or bad. He opened the panel and checked it out. Lin En Walliver. Race, Demon. Level, the most highest demon. Power, none. Family, Shiba Kazumi, Miko Shitani, Saeko Mushima, Shizuka Maki, Shizuka Shizuna. Skills, Demon, magic power release, secret demon, psychic demon, demon of sword, reply to demon, demon of fallen heaven. The level has indeed changed. The superior demon became the superior demon. With the accumulation of 5 families and Saiko's upgrade, his strength finally changed again. In less than a month, I was promoted to 2 levels in a row. If others knew about this, I would not know how much I would envy him. Especially for those who have been stuck in the superior demon for a while. The breakthrough in strength made Lin En happy. But the most important thing is indeed the change in the skill demon chess pie. He thought and clicked Devil's chess pie to check it out. In a blink of an eye, Lin En seemed to enter the endless starry sky. His eyes wide open, a little confused. This is... He touched his chin and observed it carefully. There are 5 pieces surrounding me. Lin En frowned and wondered, so, what does this mean? The 5 chess pieces should correspond to Shi Yu and the others. He is the master of the clan, the core, so he is surrounded by the center? So, this starry sky represents his family? After a long time, I just had an extra picture. Chapter 43, Chapter 43 Shina Ma can't sleep day and night. It's really weak. Lin En complained. He is not sure about the specific situation. But I think Devil's chess pie is not a mess. Maybe by increasing this week a little more, you can see something? However, I don't know if the changes in Demon chess pie are because of the increase in my level or why. Temporarily put down the incident of demonic chess pie, Lin En's eyes returned to Saeko. After copying her favor data, Saeko Mushima was naked and read her favor data carefully. Grade. Become an intermediate demon. When she upgraded before, she felt the changes in her body. That is a qualitative change. There seemed to be an explosive power hidden in the body. I feel that I can easily beat her before she upgraded. And she seemed to feel that her skill demon of sword had also changed. Really? When she saw the extra blade on the blade in the demon of sword, a glimmer of clarity flashed in her eyes. Her thoughts moved. Chi. A cold blade suddenly stretched out from Saeko Mushima's right arm. So this is the blade dress. Lin En thoughtful. Saeko Mushima looked at her novelly. It feels strange. It's like an extension of flesh and blood. She stretched out her slender fingers and bounced it hard. A crisp sound was made on the blade. It's very hard. Saeko Mushima is very satisfied with this new ability. Now there is no need to spend all your time finding the right weapon. The one she brought out from the school before has been curled after half a month of destruction. This new ability comes in time. At last. It's that ability to develop. Saeko Mushima murmured, is sword hero. It's perfect for your ability. Lin En touched her hair. Saeko Mushima narrowed her eyes like a kitten, raised her head, and enjoyed her master's caress. Master, Saeko is one step closer to becoming your sharpest knife. Saeko Mushima blinked, looking forward to her master's reward. Lin En pinched her chin. There is no need to speak too much between master and servant. Tonight, the rain will smash the banana leaves. Tonight, some people cannot sleep at night. As a new member of the family, Shina Masaki stayed in the family for the first time in the dead body world and suffered great stimulation. The sound is too loud. Shina Mahara covered half of her face with a quilt, revealing only a pair of caramel-colored eyes. At this moment, her eyes were a little moist. The next day, early morning, Shiu Kazumi looked at Shina Mahara with the panda eye and burst out laughing. This is the punishment for not going home. After being teased by Shiba Kazumi, Shina Mahara turned red and ran to cook in shame. But this move made Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya nervous. Originally, they had such a little logistical role. If they even lost this role, Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. After talking to the seniors of Poison Island these days, they also understood Lin En's identity. Demon. This creature exists only in fantasy. But they appeared in front of them alive. It was obviously an incredible thing, but they quickly accepted it. Because there are too many incredible things in recent times. First, the end of the world, most humans became dead bodies. Next is the supernatural abilities mastered by seniors from Poison Island and others. The sword energy of seniors from Poison Island, the magic of Shizuka, the reply props made by Shizuka, and the curse attack of Miko Shitani. Even yesterday, the winged fallen angel appeared. All of them are incredible means, and each one is amazingly powerful. In this way, if it is a demon, it seems to be reasonable. After all, it's a demon, it's normal to become whatever it will be. Not to mention, the people here are Lin En's relatives, but they are out of place. In fact, they have long wanted to become Lin En's family. But I was afraid that Lin En would look down on them. After all, Lin En hasn't done anything to them for so long. Previously, the seniors from Poison Island told them that logistics work also included the time when Lin En's relieving loneliness. They even fantasized about whether they would be Lin En, or something. Then brainwash yourself crazy. For example, what is the end of the world? If you want to survive, there is nothing you can do about it, right? Under the doomsday, there are no more men, right? You can't just live alone like this, right? Lin En is very handsome and a reliable man, and even has supernatural abilities. If it is this man, there is no problem. I have made sufficient mental preparations and even had some expectations. But nothing happened. This made them very depressed. But today, I can't wait anymore. The flames named determination were burned in Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya's eyes. After coming out of Saeko Murashima's room, Lin En felt refreshed. Last night, he stimulated Saeko. It made her understand that even if she became an intermediate demon, she would not be able to relax at all. When he arrived at the living room, Lin En raised his eyebrows. Miyamoto Riki and Takagi Saya looked at him with a gaze. Lin En hesitated. You. Mr. Lin En, please let us be your family. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. Okay. Very energetic. Very standard groundbreaking seat. Lin En lowered his head and gave a serious evaluation. Miyamoto Riki and Takagi Saya buried their heads very low, and the two pieces of fruit were even squeezed and deformed. Lin En just looked at them without saying anything. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, and they didn't dare to move, but as time passed, their hearts became heavier and darker, gradually buried in the haze. Shiu Kazumi also saw the scene where the two requested Lin En. After half a month of getting along, Shiu Zaya's Haikyuu has also communicated with the two, and her impression of them is pretty good. But at the beginning, some delicate aura will subconsciously flow out. But it's not bad. Just looking at the appearance and figure, the two of them know that before the end of the world, they must be sought after girls. It is normal to be a little delicate. After all, if it weren't for the end of the world, they might have a wonderful life. Besides, the family situation of both of them is not bad. Jiao Kengshe is also considered a famous lady. As a result, the end of the world came, and everything was destroyed under the dead body of death. Moreover, after half a month of precipitation, the two of them have become more and more precise in their logistics. The spoiledness on his body has long disappeared completely. At least for Shiu Zaya's Haikyuu, he doesn't hate them. She was also wondering why Lin En hadn't taken them into the family. After all, she is a beautiful girl. Moreover, based on her understanding of Lin En, if she could not get into the family, she would not have brought it back at the beginning, right? But whether to accept the relatives or not is Lin En's business. As Lin En's family, Shiu Zaya's Haikyuu just needs to be good at it, and naturally he won't say anything to them. Sheena Mahara also secretly stretched out a small head from the kitchen, holding a spoon for cooking in her hand. She whispered "oh" and then poked Shiu and Zaya's Haikyuu, whispering, are they not the seniors of the family? Xiu shook her head. Time passes minute by minute. Just as Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya were feeling desperate, Lin En suddenly laughed. Okay. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya looked up suddenly, their eyes first being incredible, and then they cried with joy. 2 lines of tears fell from their eyes. Miyamoto Ri raised his hand to wipe the unstoppable tears and choked. I thought, Lord Lin En doesn't want us anymore. Me, so do I. Joken Saya sobbed. The feeling of falling into hell in an instant but being suddenly accepted by heaven impressed her. Lin En stretched out his hands, covered their heads, and rubbed his thumbs gently. Don't worry, good kids are rewarded. You have done a good job in the past half-month, so I will naturally give you a reward. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya burst into tears. Miyamoto Ri crawled to Lin En's feet on his knees, hugged his thighs, and then continued to cry, as if he wanted to vent all his emotions during this period. Confusion, fear, anxiety, and uncertainty about the future after the end of the end. Every night. As long as Lin En has not accepted her, she will not have a trace of security and will always wake up in the middle of the night. I was afraid that when I woke up, I would see Lin En's cold eyes and a verdict saying you are useless. Therefore, when she received Lin En's affirmation, she even wanted to integrate her entire human body into Lin En. Seeing this, Gao Cheng's Heya hugged Lin En's thighs in a good manner. Lin En's legs seemed to be trapped in a vast ocean like waves. His eyes flashed with inexplicable colors, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a deep smile. Ah, it's undoubtedly the devil's smile. Xia's Heike Hoshiu complained in her heart. Lin En really deserves to be a demon. Seeing Lin En's expression, Shiu Kazumi also understood the meaning of Lin En's doing so. Lin En, you can see through the essence of Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya at a glance. In the end of the world, I have not yet separated from the state of modern society. That's why I occasionally show some delicate aura. But to this day, I can't see it at all. Been tamed by Lin En. The devil's methods are indeed terrible. Ah? She's also a demon? That's fine. Seeing that they were almost crying, Lin En patted their heads and sat on the sofa. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya stopped crying instantly, hurriedly ran to Lin En, and continued to kneel down, allowing Lin En's hand to easily cover their heads. Becoming more and more sensible. Lin En's eyes flashed with satisfaction. It's worth it that he has let them get cold for half a month. However, Lin En thought they could hold on for a while, but he didn't expect to surrender today. What Lin En didn't know was that Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya had already disarmed, but they were afraid that if they really wanted them, what if they really didn't want them? These days of doomsday life have long been smoothed out their edges. Even compared to other survivors, it is already a complete blessing that they can meet Lord Lin En. What's more, Lord Lin En is not only strong, but also handsome. In their hearts, it is not a loss to hand over themselves to Lin En. It's even very profitable. Because Lin En will also give them strength. Lin En reached out and pinched their cheeks, then condensed 2 demon pieces. Confirm that after becoming my family, it will completely belong to me. Yeah. X2. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya nodded quickly, without a trace of hesitation, their eyes full of expectation. Okay, then take it off. Ri Miyamoto and Saya Takagi were not hesitant at all and quickly took off their clothes. They had never seen the devil's reincarnation ritual, nor did they know why they had to take off their clothes. But Lord Lin En told them to take off, and then they will take off. Even because I don't know whether Mr. Lin En asked to take off his top or off his clothes, he simply took off all of them. If you didn't say you took it off, it would be all taken off. The movements are neat and neat. Soon, 2 naked people knelt in front of Lin En. They raised their heads and looked at Lin En pitifully like puppies. But if you look closely, you will find a layer of pink on their skin. For the first time, I fully showed myself to a man. Although it is clean and neat when taking off, how can you not be shy? But they are even more afraid. I am afraid that as long as they have a little hesitation, they will miss this opportunity to become Lin En's family. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya endured their shyness and showed everything they had to Lin En to the fullest. Lin En was not embarrassed, he just looked at it openly. Anyway, it belongs to him next. Lin En pinched a demon piece in one hand and asked, which do you want to choose? Front or back? Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya looked at each other and said in unison, it's all up to Lord Lin En like it. Okay. Very energetic. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Ri Miyamoto and Saya Takagi said this, and Lin En naturally had to engrave the favor in his favorite position. It cannot be said that Lin En is not democratic enough. Lin En has given them a choice. But they insisted on Lin En to choose. What's the solution for Lin En? I can only respect their choices. After 2 bangs, Lin En's hands immediately hit the middle of their fierce chests, and while enjoying the stormy waves, he stuffed the demon pieces in. Yet, 2 completely different breathing sounds bring different visual and auditory sounds to Lin En. Miyamoto bit his lip lightly, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to look at Lin En, but he felt hot all over. I don't know if it was caused by the devil's reincarnation ritual or some other reason. Gao Chengshe breathed rapidly, his legs became weak, and he couldn't hold on again. He supported his hands behind him, changing from kneeling to sitting, and inadvertently revealing a mystery. When Miyamoto looked sideways, when he saw this scene, his heart suddenly felt cold, and his eyes looking at Saya Takashiro became a little different. Scheming girl! She blushed and pretended to have weak legs, her buttocks hit the ground and slightly dispersed. Shio was stunned and her face turned red. No, no, no shame. These 2 women. I really can't see it on weekdays. She is so stupid. Why did she stand here and watch Lin En train newcomers? This kind of picture is so exciting for her. In the kitchen, Shina Masaki had almost finished cooking breakfast, so she wanted to come out to eat melons, but she saw Shio Kashumiki's exaggerated expression. What's wrong? Shina Masaki was confused and then turned around. Shiba suddenly rushed over and pushed Shina Nakamaki into the kitchen. Matsushi, promise me not to see. Don't be curious. Shio's eyes were full of seriousness, it will be broken. It will definitely be broken. Especially for an angel-like girl like Shina Mahara. There is hell ahead. Shina Masaki was stunned for a moment. Be very curious. But seeing Shio Shinajima looked like this, Shina Masaki smiled and said, okay, I promise you. True day, it's indeed an angel. When Shio's Haikyuu saw this angelic smile, she couldn't help but sigh. Living room. After the reincarnation ceremony ended, Lin En also pulled his hand back. As expected, Miyamoto Riki and Takagi Saya revealed the demon's wings and tail. Lin En's eyes were set in front of them, and 2 messages of favor were immediately revealed in his eyes. Miyamoto. The lower level demon. Race, devil. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strong strength, I0. Agile, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Piercing gun. When using a gun, cold weapon, it comes with a penetration effect. The increase in muscle force is faster. Jo Kengshe. The lower level demon. Race, devil. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strong strength, I0. Agile, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Eye of insight. Dynamic vision. See your weaknesses clearly. Appears. It is an ordinary demon who has not been reincarnated as a special demon. Lin En was slightly surprised. He thought the probability of devil's chess pie was a decoration, but he didn't expect you to come true? Lin En glanced at Rimi Miyamoto and Saya Takagi with complicated eyes. In a sense, they are also rare demons in Lin En's family. But even if you are not reincarnated as a special demon, just a favor system, it is enough to beat the relatives of other demons with their potential. For example, Miss Rias, who did not want to mention her name. After all, the benefit system is an upgrade system that can directly reach the Demon King and even higher levels. Compared with potential, the average demon clan is really not as good as him. Lin En's mind was refocused on Rimi Miyamoto and Saya Takagi. Although he was not reincarnated as a special demon, he awakened other skills. This talent. I can only say that I am a protagonist who can survive from the end of the world. At the same time, Lin En also received a system prompt. Byte. You have obtained a new family, the ordinary demon Ri Miyamoto, and the ordinary demon Saya Takagi. Byte. Your strength has improved slightly. Byte. You have obtained the skill Puncture Gun, Eye of Insight. Okay, the skill bar on the panel is full again. Overall, these two skills are okay. At least useful. Spun Gun comes with a through effect. Although the weapon is designated as a gun. But it's okay. I just don't know if the magic condensed gun has any effect. The dynamic vision of Eye of Insight may be of little use to a superior demon, but it is definitely useful to see the weaknesses clearly. At least you can attack the enemy's weaknesses after seeing them clearly in advance. After printing the favor information, the two of them didn't care about wearing clothes and checked it out with excitement and expectation. According to Lin En's popular science, Rimi Miyamoto and Saya Takagi skipped the basic abilities above and looked directly at the inherent skills in the last column. The spear through. Eye of Insight. When the two of them saw their skills, they exclaimed in surprise and excitement. For Lin En, the most advanced demon, it may be just a skill that can still be used. It was completely different when it came to Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya. Magical skills. It's simply a magical skill. Puncture Gun / Insight Eye is so suitable for me. Miyamoto Ri was originally a member of the Fujimi Academy Gun Skill Club. I can't be familiar with cold weapons like guns. Combined with the ability of the through gun, it is simply her natal skill. Gao Chengshe felt that Eye of Insight was not bad at all. Not only did she cure her myopia, but of course it may also be that she was automatically corrected after being reincarnated as a demon. But dynamic vision can make her observe everything more carefully. And there is also the ability to see weaknesses. Of course, the most important point. It's a devil. They are reincarnated as demons. Not only is the physical fitness rising sharply, but there is also an inexplicable force in the body. Through the message of favor, they understand that it is called magic. They finally entered the door to the extraordinary world. And all of this is a gift from Lord Lin En. Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya crept at Lin En's feet, raising their buttocks high. Mr. Lin En, please give me the reward for serving you. X2. Lin En's lips curled. Isn't the results of training going to be accepted? Wait. He secretly heard Miyamoto Riki and Takashi Saya's shameless speeches. Shiu Kazunaki didn't care about anything and rushed out of the kitchen directly. But there are Lin En, Miyamoto Ri and Saya Takagi in the living room. Wait. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Chapter 46, Chapter 46 That month, why are you here to ask for leave again? Zaihu Zaiwan. Teacher guidance room. Nangang Nail looked at Xia's Haikiho Shiu and couldn't help but say, why are you here to ask Lin En for leave again? Puff. Shiu Xia's Haikiho felt that her heart was shot. She didn't think about it either. Already planning how to send myself to Lin En's bed. As a result, at this time, someone could even be sent to the line. 1 insert and 2 inserts. Xia's Haikiho Shiu vomited blood in depressed mood. Who would have thought that Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya looked quite innocent on weekdays, but they could do such a bold thing. It's fine if Lin En trains in the living room. Finally, she also attacked her. What can she do? You can't rush into Lin En's room and pull them out of Lin En's quilt, and say let her do it first? She can't do it. Besides, it was also very determined that Miyamoto Ri and Takagi Saya were able to show that attitude. Shiu has no reason to stop them. Teacher's Guide Outdoors. Shina Masaki looked at Shizuna's somewhat dazed Shiu and couldn't help but worry. Shiu, is it really okay? After returning from the dead body world, it became like this. Fine. Shiu cheered up her spirits. After she came out of Nangang Neiu's office, she had been thinking about one thing. That is how to inadvertently send yourself to Lin En's bed. Her burgundy eyes flashed slightly. She needs the help of Psycho Morojima. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Supernatural Investigation Department. Mr. Lin En, this is my application for admission. Shina Maharasu delivered the filled-in form to Lin En. Shiu Kazumi celebrated, okay. Now our Supernatural Survey Department has 4 members. Although they are all beautiful girls except Minister Lin En. After Shina Masaki completed the process of joining the Supernatural Investigation Department, several people were preparing to go to the world of dead bodies together. Lin En suddenly said, stay for a while, and I will take you to a place later. Shina Masahara. She tilted her head in confusion, then nodded, okay. Shiu Kazunaki and Miko Shitani looked at each other, and without asking too much, they walked straight into the Pidgey gate that headed to the dead body world. Lin En took out his cell phone and looked at the line message of Lias. Rias, outlier demon? Rias, there are some in KOH King Town, and I usually use them to practice for kittens. Rias, if you need it, just use the Rubik's Cube array to jump and teleport over at any time. I have already opened the barrier of Koji King Town to you. Lin En, okay. This is the news before. After discovering that Masayuki's ability could not be fully reflected in the dead body, Lin En thought of such creatures as the outlier demon. But if Lin En goes to find it himself, it would be like carving a boat to seek a sword. So Lin En contacted Miss Jimuri, who owned a territory in Kaohsiung Town. Really? The existence of the outlier demon is not a problem for Rias. Maybe. Can you get something else to come back? For example, a weapon that can be enchanted well? It is best to have weapons with sacred attributes. Let's go. Lin En gently held Shina Mahara's waist, and the magic circle under his feet flashed by. Joking Town. Private Joking Academy. Old School Building, Supernatural Research Society. A purple beam emerged. Lin En and Shina Mahara appear. Seeing this, Rias paused his movements. It seems that I'm coming at the right time. Lin En couldn't help but tease when he saw that Lias was not dressed, wearing only a piece of black lace underneath and a white shirt above. Rias gave him a blank look. If you came earlier, you might be greeted with a magic beam with a breath of destruction. After saying that, she buttoned all the buttons of her shirt, without any hesitation, picked up the skirt under her feet and lifted it up, and then sat on the sofa. Rias fiddled with her hair, and the crystal water droplets were knocked down by her. Apparently, she just finished her shower. It was just as I was wearing my clothes, Lin En happened to teleport over. Rias was not angry, and was very calm. It's not that I've been seen all, and I won't be able to lose my temper. Of course, the main reason is that she has a good view of Lin En. Is this your newly acquired family? Lise looked at the blonde girl beside Lin En curiously. How to say it? I always feel that the temperament of this child is a bit out of place with the devil. Shina Masaki, how about it? It's very cute. Lin En touched Shina Mahiru's head and raised a smile. Shina Masaki lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Mr. Lin En's hands are so big and warm. But I always feel like I'm treated as a child. Shina Masaki was a little troubled. It's really cute. Rias nodded in praise. No matter what angle Shina Masaki looks at, she is undoubtedly a beautiful girl. I have to say that Lin En is very tasteful. But what surprised her was Lin En's speed at which he searched for his family. You are very efficient. Rias exclaimed, I didn't expect that in less than a month, I had 2 family members. She couldn't help but think of herself. It has been almost 2 years since the day I got the demon chess piece, but the family still has only Azuno and Xiao Mao. Even chess pieces like soldiers have not found a suitable candidate. Well. Thinking of this, Rias sighed in his heart. If this continues, I don't know if I can achieve my future goals. 2. Lin En was silent for a moment, not sure whether he should tell her. After thinking about it, Lin En said, actually, Matsuki is already my 5th family. Rias. Chapter 47, Chapter 47 Deja-ki, use it as much as possible. Rias said in surprise, 5. Position. It's not a month since she gave the devil's piece to Lin En? What efficiency is this? Could it be that if you just find some people, you will be admitted to your family? Rias frowned faintly, but soon stretched out. After all, it was someone else's business, so she didn't have to say much. Besides, the family of Shihu exists, and Lin En's family is not bad. Of course, what she didn't know was, although Shina Masaki is the 5th place, Lin En's family has more than 5. Just this morning, he took in 2 more clans. Mr. Lin En, your black tea. As usual, Akano Himejima presented black tea to Lin En. Of course, there is also a lot of Shina Masaki. Thanks. Shina Masaki took the black tea and thanked her. Azuno, I disappeared for a while. Ah, I didn't expect Mr. Lin En to remember me. Himejima Ayano held the tray in both hands, squinted her eyes and chuckled, I thought you were just caring about sucking cats, and I had forgotten that the minister and the existence of a family like me. Lin En and Tachin Kitten made an appointment to play electric games together whenever they had time, and Lias and Himejima Akano knew it completely. At that time, Rias thought the kitten was about to be abducted. Fortunately, Lin En is a little conscientious and has no intention of poaching the kitten from her. Hearing Akano Himejima's words, Rias couldn't help but think of this and looked at Lin En with a resentful look. Lin En picked up the black tea and was very calm. I just like to suck cats, so what's wrong? Rias said quietly, but you are sucking someone else's cat. Minister, Senior, I'm still here. The Tachin Kitten had no expression on his face. Please take a little care of my feelings. Li smiled awkwardly and changed the subject, so, Lin En, what do you need outliers to do? Lin En smiled mysteriously, you will know then. Anyway, Rias and the others will come with you. After all, it is in someone else's territory. It is normal for Lis to be worried. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Joking Town. An abandoned church. Lias and others teleport over with Lin En and Shina Mahara. There is a new outlier demon stationed here, but its strength has reached the level of an intermediate demon. This is already the lowest strength outlier that she can find from Koji King Town. Rias introduced the situation inside and pushed open the door to the abandoned church. Crunch! A harsh sound echoed from the inside of the church, awakening the tourists who were staying. Humph! Is it a little cutie who is ignorant of life and death, and is coming to die? Turning around with his back to Lin En and others. A completely dark demon with 2 wings that looked like huge palms came into his eyes. Its eyes were covered with blood, and corrosive saliva kept dripping from its hideous mouth. Sizzle! The sound of the ground being corroded sounded. Faced with this thrilling scene, Lin En and others had no feeling at all. It's just an intermediate demon bluffing. Of course, Shina Mahara, who met the outlier demon for the first time, was still a little scared. Although the dead body world looks terrible, it is a creature without any wisdom. The outlier demon in front of me is obviously in a different situation. She subconsciously approached Lin En and grabbed Lin En's clothes. Top is it. The outlier demons with a pair of palm wings did not scare Lin En and the others, and they were embarrassed. It inadvertently shook its nose, and then the blood in its eyes became clear in an instant. It's a devil. He actually chased it from the underworld to a place like this. Damn it! I've escaped here, but I'm not going to let me go. It roared angrily, but its steps subconsciously shrank back. Obviously, it was not easy for the period of escape from the underworld. Himejima Azuno said in a relaxed tone, "Ah, it seems to have misunderstood something." True day. Ah, yes. After Lin En called his name, Sheena Mahara subconsciously responded. Then I understand what Lin En means. She cheered herself up in her heart. Sheena Masahiro, you can. Don't let Mr. Lin En down. She took a few deep breaths and then took a few steps forward. Lise wondered, is this really good? It seems that Sheena's strength is just a subordinate demon, right? Lin En pondered for a moment and said, you're right. Bang! He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and magic chains rose from the feet of the alien demons, tying it up. Damn it! What's this thing? The outliers struggled wildly, but the chains remained motionless, and there was even a tendency to become tighter and tighter. Seeing Lin En's move, Rias and Akano Himejima's expressions changed suddenly. Akano Himejima no longer looked smiling, but opened his eyes and looked at Rias silently. Obviously, Lin En's move just now revealed a lot of things. Not only does it require more refined manipulation of magic, but the quality of magic is also a very important factor. At least if they do it, it won't look so easy and freehand. Lin En seems to be a little confused about Lin En's strength. Rias temporarily recorded this point and stared at Sheena Mahara. She wanted to see what Lin En actually wanted to do. Sheena Masaki felt relieved when he saw that the terrifying demon could not move. Then, under the gaze of Rias and others, he took out a pistol. Rias. Before she could say anything, Sheena Mahara raised her hand and dazzling white light gathered from the muzzle. Bang! Ah! The light attribute bullet hit the alien demon and screamed. It twisted its huge body wildly, and its face was covered with ferocious blood vessels, as if it was poisoned. The bullet did not penetrate its body. After all, it is an intermediate demon, and it is difficult for human weapons to cause damage to it. If it weren't for the light attribute, this bullet wouldn't even break its skin. But light is like the poison of the tarsal bone, constantly eroding its flesh and blood. The surrounding epidermis disappears in an instant, revealing the muscle veins, blood vessels, and even the bones. Without the constraints of Lin En, it can still make some resistance. But now, the intermediate demon is indeed thick in skin and flesh. Lin En is happy with it. Matsushi, use it as much as possible. Sheena Masahara. Outlier demon, at Yuan, at number %. Chapter 48, Chapter 48 Rias, have you taken the angels as a family? Is this, light attribute? Rias looked at Sheena Mahara, who kept testing the intensity of light attributes on the outlier demon, and his eyes became complicated. Lin En, have you taken the angel as your family? Angel. Lin En thought of Sheena Mahara's nickname. It can be said that. Rias, I began to admire you a little. No wonder we are looking for the outliers. It turns out that it is to test how much light attributes can do to demons? Etc. Rias's face suddenly froze. Lin En, what do you do when testing these? She suddenly became a little nervous. It should be, to target the old demon sect? Rias guessed right. Lin En does have this meaning. Look at the effect and you can have a clear idea in your heart. If those madmen come to you in the future, it will be a killer move. Rias observed for a while and had some questions in his mind. Say it. If an angel is reincarnated as a demon, can he retain the power of light? But wasn't she also reincarnated as a mixed-race fallen angel? Why haven't I seen Azuna use light attribute magic? Rias pretended to take a casual look at Azuno Himejima, who was suddenly in silence. Is it because of bloodline that you don't want to use it, or is it not preserved at all? Although she was confused, Rias didn't want to mention Azuno's identity. This is an indelible pain for Akino. After a while, Rias looked at the outlier demon who had lost his breath, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. It's simply terrible. Shina Masaki was so tired that he became panting. She looked at the weapon in Shina Mahara and said, "This human weapon is not suitable for her." Oh! Lin En's eyes lit up when he heard Lias's words. Then is there anything suitable for Lias? Rias. She glanced at Lin En with a hard word. Did you treat me like Santa? Lin En shrugged. There is no way. Whoever lets me know you a beautiful, kind-hearted, and wealthy lady. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Rias reached out to his right, and a magic circle appeared in the air. A flintlock rifle intertwined with white and gold was taken out by her. Take this flame gun. Lin En's eyes lit up suddenly. With divine attribute. Rias. You still chose it. Private Joking Academy. Supernatural Research Society. Rias patted his forehead in annoyance. Did I send the flame gun out so easily? Akino Himejima delivered the black tea to her. Rias picked up the black tea and complained, Azuno, why didn't you stop me at that time? Akino Himejima smiled slightly. At that time, the minister had already won the magic called Sweet Words, and I had nothing to do with Akino. Rias sighed. Just consider it an investment. That's right, invest. She is really optimistic about Lin En. Although she and Lin En communicate frequently, they are mostly on their phones. In reality, we only met 3 times in total. But every time I meet, I can detect subtle changes in Lin En. Especially this time. Thinking of this, Rias looked serious. Azuno, have you ever felt that Lin En became more than last time? Is it unfathomable? Rias hesitated to express her thoughts. Lin En's strength seems to be much stronger than last time. This is how she feels. Is it unfathomable? Himejima Akino's eyes changed. So far, she has not forgotten the black lightning bolt on Lin En's fingertips last time. She said quietly, Minister, is it possible? He has always been an unfathomable man, but you only noticed it today. Rias was stunned for a moment and murmured, is that so? She was a little uncertain. After all, when we met for the first time, except that Lin En's personality and appearance left a deep impression on her, we didn't feel anything special. But today it did give her a different feeling. And her eyes changed, and she remembered Lin En's family. Whether it is the previous Kazumiki Shiba or this time Shina Masaki. The quality is terrible. A secretary demon, a angel demon? She thought of Lin En's other family members. He murmured to himself, no. Lin En's other families are also children with special talents, right? It seems that it really needs to have a deeper look at Lin En. Rias made the decision. At least, I would like to ask him about some experience in recruiting relatives. Akino Himejima narrowed his eyes and raised his lips slightly. Minister, I want to know a man in depth, but it is a sign of falling. You've been worried about Junai. Li smiled and shook his head. Lin En is Kangna's fiancé, how could I have any ideas about him? Akino Himejima said in surprise, oh? But isn't that President Ao planned to terminate the engagement? Hee. Rias sneered, I think she probably doesn't want to terminate the engagement anymore. Dong dong. The door of the Supernatural Research Society was knocked. Rias. Look. Rias gave Himejima Akino a look, and then said helplessly, Akino, go and invite Ao in. Akano Jima, yes. She couldn't hold back either. He shook his head with a laugh and brought Kang in. Sitting on the sofa opposite Rias. Kang Na was silent for a while, then his eyes were a little hesitant. Seeing her appearance, Rias simply stopped pretending. Ask Lin En, right? Kang's eyes were slackening. Seeing this, Lias rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, then sighed, and briefly explained the purpose of Lin En. Upon hearing this, Kang Na was a little worried. There will be 5 clans so soon. Will it be too casual? What if there are some ordinary talents? Rias did not tell Aona the ability of Sheena Mahara. It's just like not telling her about Shiu's ability last time. That's Lin En's privacy after all. Lin En can feel at ease to let her watch his family's abilities, but it doesn't mean she can reveal it at will. Seeing Kang's worried look, Rias couldn't help but say, isn't this more beneficial to you? If it really reaches the point where you can only play ranking games to terminate the engagement, you can win easily, right? Kang was silent, and then said firmly, I won't participate in the ranking game. That would be destined to expose Lin En's surname to the eyes of the old demon sect. She. Absolutely not doing that. Rias was silent for a moment, and then reminded, your desire to terminate the engagement, Lord Seraflu knows. If she keeps stagnating like this, it is unpredictable what she will do. Kang's face froze. I remembered the sister who gave her a headache. I will go and tell her. Chapter 49, Chapter 49 Kang Na, you are a little too extreme. Just know the seriousness of the matter. Rias just reminded him and didn't say anything more. This is Kang's business after all. But after getting along with Lin En, she doesn't want these messy things to have unnecessary impact on Lin En. After all, Lin En is also a victim of the incident. Forced to set up an engagement. He clearly agreed to understand the rude request of dismissal of engagement. The result is not allowed yet, and it can only be solved by ranking games. It seems that there is no difference from her experience. Thinking of this, Rias couldn't help feeling sympathy. But she has the protection of the family and the Demon King brother. Lin En, alone. Not only that. He also had to hide his name and avoid the old Demon King sect that might come to him. It was clearly exiled by his family to the human world when he was very young. As a result, it is also implicated by the family. It's so miserable, Lin En. A maternal love suddenly surged out of Li's. Rias felt a little guilty when he thought of having given out an enchanted weapon before. Although that weapon is almost included in the artificial artifact. But it doesn't matter. Lin En wants it, then give it. She looked at Kang Na opposite her, and her eyes suddenly flashed. Lin En's family should lack some light attributes and sacred attributes, right? Cough yes. Kang looked at Rias in confusion. Li's thought about the language and said, if you are really worried about Lin En, why not prepare some light and sacred magic for him? Kang Na was even more confused and said in confusion, the technique of light attribute and sacred attribute. Give it to Lin En. A demon. Rias is so funny. Kang looked at Rias with suspicious eyes. Hiss. Rias was also a little stunned. How can we use Kang to ask for light attributes and sacred attributes without exposing the abilities of the Lin En family? Rias fell silent. On the side, Akano Jima saw his minister in a dilemma and smiled and said, President Ao, our minister is not very clear about why, but Mr. Lin En does seem to have needs in this regard. Well, she is not a lie. After all, when the minister gave the flame gun, Mr. Lin En also asked whether it would be sacred. I see. Kang Na suddenly realized. It turns out that Lin En wants it. Although it is not clear what a demon wants to do. But if Lin En wants it, there is nothing he can do. Kang Na pondered for a moment. Light attributes and sacred attributes are things that naturally restrain demons. Whether it is a magic or a weapon, the possibility of falling into their hands is very small. But it doesn't matter. King looked at Rias seriously with that look. Ryath, there have been many angel bugs in Koji King Town recently. You don't think? Are they too noisy? For the fallen angel, there should be many light attributes and sacred attribute techniques, right? Rias. King, you are a bit too extreme. If you are not careful, it will cause diplomatic collapse, right? Miss Rias, what a generous person. Zaihu Zaiwan. Supernatural Investigation Department. Sheena Mahara carefully looked at the flame gun and couldn't help but sigh. This gun not only has a gorgeous appearance and strong ornamentality, but its compact body is also suitable for girls like her. Besides, the performance is also very good. The injection process of light attributes does not feel any stagnation, and it is even very silky. And the magic utilization rate is also terrible. The ordinary human weapon before was completely incomparable. Lin En said, according to Lias, this gun is almost touching the scope of artificial artifacts. Artifact? Sheena Masaki was slightly confused. I feel strange to this noun. The weapon made by God is naturally a magical weapon. Sheena Masaki opened his eyes slightly and said incredibly, does there actually be gods in this world? There are all demons, what's so strange about God? That's right, so. Sheena Mahara looked embarrassed. Masaki, this world is very big. Lin En's eyes were deep, if you don't want to stand below, just work hard to upgrade. Until standing on the dome. He has not forgotten it yet. A hidden danger left by war liver for him. Old demon sect. This thunder will explode sooner or later. The strength of the highest level demon is far from enough. Seeing Lin En's eyes that seemed full of stories, Sheena Mahara was stunned. Then nodded vigorously and said, I will work hard. For Mr. Lin En. After a conversation with Lin En, Sheena Masahara was like a chicken blood injection, and she didn't stop for a moment. After saying goodbye to Lin En, he headed straight to the world of dead bodies. Brush experience. Lin En looked at Sheena Mahara with high fighting spirit, couldn't help laughing, and said softly, I'm looking forward to. He had high expectations for Sheena Masaki. Demon of fallen heaven. It's almost enough to distort the real one. If you encounter a fallen angel, something interesting might happen. And call. Lin En opens the wings of the fallen sky. It's different from Sheena Masaki. Behind Lin En, there are 8 wings. This fallen angel governor's position. Maybe I can do it too. Chapter 50, Chapter 50 Kangna, I am obviously the fiancé. Is anyone cosplaying that classroom? Zaihu Zaiwan. A girl dressed in a blonde hot girl had a little curious look in her eyes. Ah, it's gone. Supernatural Investigation Department. Lin En retracts his wings back into his body. Impersonating the fallen angel governor. Something interesting, but not much. The development of his family is the top priority. Now all the dead bodies in the dead body world family residents are almost killed. If this continues, the efficiency of the family members in gaining experience will only become lower and lower. Should I consider changing a new location? Don't worry, wait for news about Saeko first. After Saeko rose to the intermediate level demon, he arranged for Saeko to explore alone towards a further distance. I hope to find something, or even a family resident. Secondly, Saeko is already an intermediate demon, and I don't know if the dead body has any effect on Saiko's current experience. He opened the panel. The skills of demon contract are still unchanged. I don't know when I can go to the second other world. Nowadays, there are many talents in the family, and they have a world of people and are not short of ordinary resources. Usually, Lin En will arrange for them to find some important supplies and then sell them to the main world. In this way, at least the lives of the members of the family in the main world are guaranteed. Even after graduation, you don't have to fall to the point of going to work. Even Lin En feels that the house he bought before is a little small. However, Kangna gave a house before, which was pretty good. When it comes to Kangna, Lin En inevitably thinks of Lias. Speaking of this, Rias really gave a great gift this time. The flame gun fits Masayuki's hand very well. The basics of the last time may not be much. The super magic of lightning strike was also given by Rias to know Shiu's ability. What about this time? Just a word of praise, I gave out such a precious weapon? Rias, he really treats him as a friend. After thinking about it, Lin En felt it was necessary to maintain the relationship between the big guys. Take out your phone and find Rias's line. Lin En, Lias, the gift is very suitable. Thank you this time, I will treat you to dinner another day. After putting down the phone, Lin En touched his chin. This way, it should be fine, right? Just then, the phone rang. Lin En thought it was Lias, but it turned out to be the Lin En family chat group. The most traditional woman in the Poison Island family, Master, while I was exploring, I discovered a woman who called herself the mother of Sayajao Keng. The most traditional woman in the Poison Island family, picture.jpg. Click on the picture and a woman with long purple hair and full of charm comes into her eyes. It just looks very tired. Electric drill double ponytail girl. Electric drill double ponytail girl, it's mother. Lin En's face was weird, it's really. But he remembered that Yuriko Takagi should have a temporary station, right? After thinking about it, Lin En spoke in the group. Sigma man, what's going on with her? The most traditional woman in the Poison Island family, when I found her, I was exhausted and was about to be surrounded by dead bodies, and then I rescued her. Dead body world. Gao Chengshi stared at the news in the group, feeling very nervous. Sigma man, that's the case, then bring it back. Gao Chengshi covered his mouth and tears burst out from his eyes. Mom, it's saved. On the other side. Private Joking College. Supernatural Research Society. Kangna stared at Rias silently. Rias's hand holding the phone shook, and he pulled his hair awkwardly. Before, when Lin En came to the table, he accidentally saw Kang Na, and then he turned into this. Kang Na, you said, when did your relationship get so good? Have a meal? No. It's a date invitation. And what about gifts? Lise gave Lin En a gift on her back? Ahaha, just a gadget worth noting. Well, the flaming gun has become something worth mentioning now. Lise calmly said, didn't these days help Lin En a little bit of fun, so it's also reasonable to treat me to a meal. She carefully observed Kang Na, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she had no extreme reaction. Then he said confidently, don't worry, Kang Na, that's your fiancé. How could I take action against your fiancé? Kang was relieved after receiving Rias's assurance. She didn't know why she was relieved, but she just breathed a sigh of relief. But one thing, she was negligent. Because of what happened when we first met, Kang Na was a little afraid to see Lin En. Even if you give Lin En, it will be through Lias. As a result, the relationship between Lias and Lin En became more and more intimate. She is obviously the fiancé. Can't continue like this. Anyway, she would feel a little uncomfortable when she saw Lias and Lin En getting close. Kangna, I want to make a change. Dead body world. For the first time meeting, Lord Lin En, my daughter has received your care during this period. Lin En's face was weird. Both mother and daughter are very good at getting off the ground. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.